to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And that'll do it for the Astros on this Monday night. So the first night they wear the City Connect 2.0 uniforms. They managed just 3 hits offensively, dropped the opener of this 3-game series 7-2. The Giants improved to 3-1 on the season. The Astros even up at 2 games apiece.
6-point game. Here comes Van Vliet. And good if it goes. It's over. The Lakers have won. And they go to 46-29. They've won 3 of 4.
All right, there you go. Kevin Harlan on the call on the latter of the 2 final calls. Todd Callis on the call on the former. Not as fun today to come in and talk about the local teams as it was on Monday morning when you got the Cougs going to the Final Four, you got the Rockets running the Suns off of the floor, and you got the Astros going 2-1 against the Mets over the weekend. This was not quite as much fun. 7-2, the Astros lose last night, and the Rockets, they lose to the Lakers on the back end of a back-to-back. We've got a lot of stuff to get to on the show today. Brandon Scott is in for Seth Payne. Seth a little under the weather today. Seth, get well soon. But B, it is good to see you, my friend.
And thanks.
Let me just be clear. I don't want to mix you into the reasons why it feels a little worse to come in on Tuesday. I love doing radio with you.
Nah, man, it's great to be in here with you, man. But thanks a lot to the local teams for how they welcomed me in here,
yes,
right? We're here to do a show together today, and they don't give me nearly as great of results on a Tuesday as they did for you and Seth on a Monday. I personally, as a native Houstonian, feel a certain way about it. I don't like it.
As you should. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. I was definitely, though, more okay with one of the losses than the other.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
I was more okay with the way that the Rockets lost last night than I was the way that the Astros lost, because the Astros, albeit only 4 games into the season, they're starting to show us a little bit of a theme here, or it's just been a lull offensively to start the season. Not the end of the world. Sky's not falling, not punting on the season. We don't have to overreact, but it just doesn't feel good. It's not a good watch, and it's not an encouraging thing. Whereas the Rockets lost a game in which Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe Vincent made 6 threes apiece. If that's going to be the way the Lakers beat the Rockets on any given night, I'll take that.
Yeah,
but the Astros not hitting their way out of a paper bag is not good.
Well, let's start with the Rockets then. We'll start there. And yeah, you're right. Like I stayed up until the end of the third quarter, and I'm like, well, I'll let this thing play out. And usually with me, I go to my sons, the group text I have with my 2 sons, when I go to bed before a Houston sporting event is over, particularly the Rockets, because they're both huge NBA fans. And I play a little game with myself where I get up at 2:30 in the morning, hit the restroom usually once a night, and I'll take my phone. When there was a game that I missed the end of, I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's see what happened. So this is what I woke up to, this text exchange between my son James and Sammy after I said, headed to bed, try to bring home a dub, boys. I woke up to James saying, dude, F Fred VanVleet, effing statue on defense and not doing bleep on offense. What a soft technical foul. Wow. And then Fred VanVleet's getting a whole lot more here. Jalen should be in this game right now. VanVleet's been really bad.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet was taking some on the group text. It didn't end with any texts that said, at least we got the dub. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, well, they definitely lost this game. Now I need to go see what the final score is. You watched the whole game.
Yeah, last night was not a good night for Fred VanVleet. Might be the Rockets' most important player guy.
2 for 14?
2 for 14, Sean. And the whole statue on defense part, like they were hunting the mismatch. Obviously, Fred's not a very big guy.
Right.
And so if you've got any kind of level of size out there, you're going to try to exploit that mismatch. I mean, LeBron's catching them in the post and just discarding them as soon as he gets there. And then Fred, for whatever reason, just has this green light where he can shoot any shot. Like even we talk about the Rockets in the past of shooting bad shots, not taking good shots, and then Fred VanVleet comes in there and he's the brain of the team, and now they take better shots. It's like everybody else on the team takes better shots with Fred VanVleet out there, except for freaking Fred VanVleet himself. And especially on a night when he can't hit anything, 2 for 14 from the field, 1 for 7 from 3. Now, Jalen Green didn't necessarily have a great shooting night, but he threatens the defense in a much different way on far more levels of the floor. And to me, it's just obviously a much more dynamic player. I'm not breaking new ground there. But Fred VanVleet and the trust in Fred VanVleet it felt like it backfired last night. I definitely feel where your boys were coming from.
Yeah, it's wild, man. And it's interesting. Like, Ime has really started to go to a shorter bench in some of these games. The only guys that played off the bench were Jabari, Tari, and Steven Adams. If I had told you before this game that LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves would combine for 16 for 39 and 3 for 14 from 3, I would have said the Rockets probably win this game by 8 to 10 points.
Yeah,
if I told you that's what they were shooting. But you're right, it was the others last night.
Right, and not only would I say they'd probably win the game, but I'd say, okay, do that again. That's why I'm coming from it from the perspective that I am today of like, hey, I don't trust them to be able to duplicate. They're going to need LeBron, and I also don't trust LeBron and Luka to be bad every night or not so good every night. So you figure something is going to correct itself there, or that the math will math at some point. But if their formula is going to be, hey, Dorian Finney-Smith and like Gabe Vincent, the scraps of our bench are going to be the guys, or our role players are going to be the guys to hit not 6 threes between them, but 6 threes apiece.
12 of 24, the two of them were combined.
And that you'd still only lose by 6. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it for sure.
Take that.
That's one way to look at it. Rockets still a game and a half up on Denver. They finished the season with the Nuggets. That could come down. The 2 seed, the right to face whoever wins the first play-in game, could come down to that last game against Denver. And the Rockets play Utah later this week. They've got no more back-to-backs left, so thank God. It feels like they've played more back-to-backs this season than the last 2 seasons combined.
Yeah.
No back-to-backs left, but after this Utah game, they are out over their skis. Oklahoma State at home, at Golden State, at the 2 LA teams again. So this isn't even – they have 6 games left. They're going back out to the West Coast again. What a wild schedule. So the last 5 games of the year, home OKC, at Golden State, at the Clippers, at the Lakers, and then home against Denver. Those are all teams that are in the top 6 or 7, basically. Yeah, they're all teams that are in the top. Clippers are 7 right now. So they're all teams that – so you're getting a preview. You are getting a look at the buffet. It's like you're getting appetizers of the you have to pick, like, you're going to get 5 different appetizers, and you're going to have to eat one of these as the main dish in the first round probably.
Yeah, and prepare yourself for it. And it's really all of the teams are in that situation, right? Like, what matchup are you hunting for the playoffs? And then even that Denver game, Sean, what's interesting about that is like, okay, so what's it going to look like? We know that it's helter-skelter right now. Yeah. Is it going to be different in a week or so?
Yeah.
Is a team going to go on a run or on a skid that's going to make that game specifically for Denver and the Rockets feel different? You know, like is one of those teams going to rest their starters because they're already the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, or whatever it is. You know, that's the interesting part.
And I would say too, like the thing that I look at last night, the missed opportunities. The only 2 games they've lost in this recent stretch were last night and then to Denver without Jokic a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
They win those 2 games. And again, so you're 12-2 or whatever it is over 14 games. I can't get too upset over 2 losses. It's just that you lost to those 2 specific teams. If you had beaten Denver, you're 3.5 up on them for the 2 seed. Yeah. Right now you're 1.5. If you beat the Lakers last night, then you're basically either the 2 or the 3. You're 4.5 games up on the Lakers with 5 or 6 games to go for either team. Yeah. So big missed opportunities just in terms of securing your spot where you're going to get a home court advantage in the first round, that kind of thing. I think they're still going to get it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tough sled. Yeah, you're going to need maybe OKC load manages that night that you go to OKC. They're 13 games up on everybody right now.
That's what I'm saying. And maybe another team load manages not because they're the 1 seed like OKC, but because they feel like they're either locked into the seed that they're in, or that they're going to make the playoffs and they don't really care as much about the matchup as they do about making sure that they're healthy at the end. But I'd point out again about those 2 games that they lost, the missed opportunity, not just the opportunity cost that you're talking about, but the other side of the opportunity cost was that was a Jokic-less night when you had the Nuggets. Now, and also you haven't been very good against good teams as of late. Overall for the season, they've been very good against good teams.
That's what's wild. They were really good against good teams earlier this year.
As of late, not so much, but you lose to the Jokic-less Nuggets at home, and then you do the same thing. And then you go on the road and lose to the Lakers on a night where Luka and LeBron are not brilliant.
All right, I would say we spent the appropriate amount of time on the right game. The Rockets game was a much more watchable game than the Astros and their 469 OPS through 4 games.
Sean, they've got, to my count now, they've got 3 extra base hits over 4 games. They've got the Pena home run, the Jordan double from a few days ago, and then I think Isaac Paredes had a double last night. He hit one off the wall.
He did. Late in the game, 8th inning.
Yeah, and pretty much too little too late at that point. Yeah. And then they ended up getting it right back in the 9th inning. The Giants did. The two runs that Isaac Paredes knocks in, they ended up getting those right
off
back.
Off of Montero,
right? So it's
still
like
useless, by the way.
Yeah, man. It's just it is not. Again, sky not falling. I still think the Astros are going to be good, not necessarily World Series good, but really, really good. But this is not a good feeling through the first 4
Well, again,
games.
similar to what you said about the Rockets, if you had told me, and their record is such and such, like if you told me they're going to have a 469 OPS through the first 4 games, and they're 2-2, they were 0-4 this time last year. So, but of course, Ronel Blanco was then pitching a no-hitter in the first win of the season. That was not a no-hitter last night. He wasn't awful last night. I have a feeling that this is what Ronel Blanco is going to settle into, though. It felt like he was pitching over his head a lot of time last year, and he saw some kind of holes in his game in the second half. The thing Ronel Blanco cannot afford to do, because he's not Hunter Brown, he's not Framber Valdez, he's not Spencer Arrighetti as far as his stuff goes. He cannot afford to, when you pick a guy off, throw behind the base stealer to first base.
Yeah.
And then moments later, field a bunt and just uncompetitively swallow it when it's clearly spinning foul. He did that. The second run that the Giants scored last night was entirely due to Ronel Blanco brain farts out there.
Definitely. It's like, man, give me a little bit better of an effort there on that bunt. It was a decent bunt. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time,
it was spinning out. You could tell it was going to roll. Once it got on the dirt, it was going to roll off the dirt. I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
but also it was the strategy, and this is more to the Ronel Blanco point.
Yeah.
It did feel like it was the strategy to small ball Ronel Blanco to death, whether it was on the base pass or actually dropping that bunt that they did. Like they saw something in Ronel Blanco's game that they were trying to exploit in terms of being able to run on him.
Yeah.
So that's something that they're definitely going to have to watch out for.
All right, D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. League meetings. So we got to get into the league meetings. I believe today is the day that we get the vote from the 32 NFL teams on things like the tush push, overtime rules changing, seeding in the playoffs changing, which is highly relevant to the Houston Texans historically, that the 4 seed might not get a home field or a home game in the playoffs necessarily as a division winner. So we're going to get into all that. We'll try to predict what the league is going to do today with some of these votes. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. Let's start on the offensive side of the ball. Commented on the reports of toxicity in the offensive line room. What did D'Amico have to say about that? We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
If you've been dragging your feet on
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is Brandon Scott and Pendergast today. Brandon in for Seth. D'Amico Ryans met with the media at the league meetings in West Palm Beach yesterday. It's always fun. Coach sitting down at breakfast, just wants to have his omelet and his coffee, and he's got 12 media members gathered around him with microphones right up in his face.
Just try to enjoy the scenes of the beach, the sand, the water.
Yeah.
Not some crinkly old reporter with his phone coming up to him.
Bagel sandwich and some orange juice.
Yeah, man. Vibes.
Nice sea breeze and the vibes with a Z on it. And
how much is a media scrum a vibe killer at a scene like that?
Oh, it's the ultimate, I would say,
Come on,
right?
man. We're not at the gym or at the facility. I'm on the beach, and here you come.
And I want to talk about toxicity in the O-line room, D'Amico. Let's hear about it. So here's D'Amico Ryans. That was the big report after the Laramie Tunsil trade. Albert Breer saying there was toxicity in the offensive line room. What does D'Amico Ryans have to say about that?
I think our guys in that room, they competed, they battled. It didn't always go how we wanted it to go, but there was nothing toxic in the room. Those guys showed up to work every day. Those guys were a tight group. They went out to dinners throughout the week, so those I don't know where that report came from, but it's very incorrect. That's nothing in our building. That's nothing I stand for. As the head coach of the team, we bring in the right people. We bring in good guys, and all those guys are great guys.
Okay, so a little tough to hear just because it's a media scrum, but I think
wind was clearly blowing out there.
Wind was blowing. This is one of those things, Brandon, that to me, oftentimes with stuff like this, it comes down to how you define the word that is the center of the discussion. And it comes down to, in this case, it's toxicity. How do you define toxicity? And many people define toxicity as some element that includes animosity, anger, frustration, all of those things. I don't know that it was that. Like, Laramie Tunsil seems to be at the center of this because he's the one that was shipped out. And he's like, you ship out your best guy in a position group when his skill set is one that protects the biggest asset in the organization, C.J. Stroud, and it does look strange. And we'll hear from D'Amico on the Tunsil trade in just a second. This could be one of those things where the game of telephone that gets played, whatever was going on in that room turns into toxicity, when in fact it wasn't exactly what D'Amico Ryans wanted.
Yeah, I thought from the very beginning, and this is not a shot at Albert Breer, but I thought phrasing was key all along with this whole toxicity thing. Like when I first saw Albert Breer report the toxic phrase that there was a toxic offensive line room. But if you go and read that report, everything he says around that word toxic falls short of toxicity. Like, hey, although he was liked or although he was well respected, he being Laramie Tunsil, that room became toxic, which was to me, and again, Albert Breer is a well respected and well accomplished reporter, but to me, it did make me think of, okay, did Albert Breer or his editor just not word check this properly and say, hey, is this the phrasing that we want to use given everything else that we're saying around this? Is all we're really saying is that the Texans offensive line just was bad, not good enough, substandard, didn't live up or meet the standard that they had set for themselves or for the amount of money that they were paying for said offensive line, as opposed to calling it toxic? Because that's that feels like a very specific kind of critique. And it feels like it also missed the mark.
Feels like someone used that word along the way and they just used it wrong.
Yeah.
And then Albert Breer ran with it. I don't know.
Well, and a lot of us, let's just be honest, there are a lot of people, I think a lot of us here at the station included, who did not necessarily appreciate Laramie Tunsil's leadership style, his demeanor, his presentation. And I think maybe some of that in some ways was probably communicated to Albert Breer, and they took some liberties in calling it toxic, when that necessarily wasn't the way that the other players in that room felt about him, as much as maybe others outside felt about him watching him and that unit not succeed.
Yeah, it matters less now that they've dismantled that room and started to build it back up again.
Yeah.
It would make a much bigger difference if all the guys that were part of that room were still Houston Texans.
Yeah.
You know, if you're throwing toxicity, then they're getting asked about it now, that kind of thing.
And it's also, to that point, it's also an easy word to use when you get rid of not just one, but three of the starters on the offensive line, including the best one in Laramie Tunsil.
Yep. Here's D'Amico Ryan, speaking of Tunsil. Here's D'Amico Ryan's talking about trading. Laramie Tunsil said it was tough. It was not easy.
Trading Laramie is really tough. There's nothing easy about that because Laramie is such a great player. You put the tape on Sunday. He's arguably one of the best one-on-one pass protectors in the NFL. So it's hard to lose a player of his caliber. But also at the same time, it was a trade we felt was beneficial to both parties. We were able to get quality draft picks out of the trade, sent Laramie to a really good team as well. So I think we both benefited from the trade, but it's going to be hard to replace him as well. So in free agency, you see we've added a few offensive linemen, Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson. The idea behind adding those guys is just going to add some veteran guys who played for a while. They've done it the right way. Guys play hard and really wanted to enhance just competition in the room.
All right, there's a ton of breadcrumbs there from D'Amico Ryan's. One, put on the tape on Sunday on Laramie Tunsil. I'm going to do that thing that radio hosts do where I'm like, well, what about the other 6 days?
Yep. You can definitely reverse engineer that.
Yes.
Go the other way around.
Yes.
What about Wednesday?
Yeah. Last I checked that injury report.
Yeah.
The word rest is on there a lot on Wednesdays.
What about Wednesday?
That was one. And number two, where D'Amico said it's going to be really hard to replace Laramie Tunsil. And in a vacuum, he's right. I mean, there's only a handful of guys that are better at left tackle than Laramie Tunsil. And D'Amico knows what I'm about to say, obviously. This is not about replacing Laramie Tunsil. This is about a complete overhaul of that room, which Laramie Tunsil is a fraction of the replacement part. You know, I think you are physically replacing a few guys there for sure. I think it's an attitude and a coaching style that you're replacing as much as it is the actual human beings in the room.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's an attitude, it's a coaching style, and then on top of that, it's just the reality that having the one elite pass protector along the offensive line was not good enough to save you. It's not an individual type of position where individual excellence means excellence for the whole group. Mm-hmm. Like a wide receiver, for example. One wide receiver great, and the whole wide receiver room can look good because you got that one great wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
He can, one wide receiver can make it up. But the offensive line is obviously playing in concert, playing together. And so the one being elite does not necessarily translate to the rest of them being elite or even being passable, which we've now seen basically 2 years in a row with Laramie Tunsil. So, I do wonder, it's water under the bridge now, but I do wonder, this thought exercise of, is this the move that the Texans make even if, say, they beat Kansas City in that divisional round? And everything is still true in terms of the business implications, the financial implications of keeping or getting rid of Laramie Tunsil, and also all of the other stuff, the ancillary stuff that we're talking about within the locker room or the attitude or the approach or how that affects the rest of the room. All of those things would have still been reality even if they had won that game. So, even if they get a step closer to their goal or have a, empirically better season than they did the year before, is that still the tough business move that they make? I think that the answer is yes, but it's easy to look back and reflect on the year. They didn't necessarily take a step up, and the offensive line takes a step back. So we can call it toxic, and we get rid of everybody, and everybody's kind of just trying to do their own autopsy of the thing.
An interesting hypothetical that you pose there, Brandon.
I think the answer is yes, but it is interesting.
I undoubtedly think it's yes, because the fact of the matter is it would have meant in that Kansas City game you made a couple more plays that you didn't make in reality. Does that change the body of work throughout the course of the season and the entire postseason? It doesn't. Other than a couple, not materially. It changes the outcome of a game, but it doesn't change play to play how that line played. Also, that would have meant you're going on to play another game it would have been Buffalo, right? You would have gone up to Buffalo and played an AFC title game where, let's face it, some bad things could have happened there that would have had you with the same thought. The only thing that probably changes the calculus on is to maybe get to or win a Super Bowl. Yeah. That's probably about it.
Yeah, if you get there and lose to Philly the way Kansas City did, then we're obviously looking at the season a lot differently.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but those things, but all of those things would have still been true. Like let's say they win the Super Bowl, right? Or let's just go Kansas City. They get to the Super Bowl, lose to the Eagles. Laramie Tunsil is still expensive, and they still have just drafted Blake Fisher, and they have another expensive tackle on the team.
Absolutely.
And all of these things are still true, but do we talk about them the same way? We probably do not, but a lot of these things are still true about the offensive line.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. The O-line teardown gets an A+, but the rebuild, as of right now, on paper, gets a D. And I think, here's the thing. We're not going to know what the grade should be for the rebuild until A, the draft, because that's going to be a big component of it, and B, and I understand that the sentiment of the texter, which is the sentiment of the texter is I am underwhelmed by the guys they've brought in so far.
Yeah, I've said something similar. I feel like that.
Yeah, and so I get that. It all depends on how easy or tough a grader you are.
Yeah.
And number two, until we see what it looks like with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich getting their hands into the clay, so to speak. You know, what does it look like with a different coaching staff compared to what it looked like with Bobby Slowick and Chris Strouser last year?
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of 3 offensive linemen, including their best one, who's far and away better than anybody that they already had and anybody that they've brought in. So, like, when you look at it just from a net positive or negative, they got rid of their best guy, didn't bring anybody in that we think is anywhere nearly as good as that, nor did they, by the way, as of yet, at least, adequately or impressively address the holes. Like, nobody thought they had a hole at left tackle. As frustrated as you might be with Laramie Tunsil and his false starts and maybe his attitude or whatever you don't like about Laramie Tunsil, you probably didn't think, hey, the Texans don't have a left tackle. You did think they don't have a left guard. They don't have a right guard. We don't know what's going on with center because they drafted one and then benched him and got him playing guard. So, like, there are 3 interior positions we got serious questions about. I don't feel like we've got better answers or satisfactory answers to those. So I'm with the texter in spirit, but also, like, to be fair, it's probably an incomplete. That's not like the texter. I'll give him credit for having the hotter radio take of, hey, it's a D, and me on the radio saying it's actually probably an I because no one wants to give an incomplete. But if we're being fair about it, we still have to see what they're going to do and, like you said, what it's going to look like with the new coaching.
One more from D'Amico Ryans, as long as we're talking about the offense. He was asked about the acquisition of wide receiver Christian Kirk.
I love Christian's just his speed. That's the one thing that jumps out about him. His redeeming trait, he's a fast player, right? He's made a lot of nice plays in the slot, running the deep routes in the slot, or it's the option routes of winning on third down. So I'm excited to see what he brings on third down. I think he can really, open up a lot of options for us on third down, whether that's, especially from the inside position. I think he'll be a friendly target for CJ.
Yeah. If they hadn't made the Christian Kirk trade, we would be talking, I think, more about wide receiver than the offensive line room right now.
Yeah.
And I still think a wide receiver opposite Nico, Kirk's going to play the slot. I still think getting a guy on the outside, I think you can make an argument that individually is a bigger need than anything they've got going on the offensive line right now.
I think it's pretty big, but honestly, man, like, I've got more confidence, for whatever, and call me crazy, audience, if you want, but I got more confidence right now in Xavier Hutchinson than I do, say, Ed Ingram.
Oh, or Laken Tomlinson.
Or Laken Tomlinson. And maybe Laken Tomlinson I'm not as down on as I am Ed Ingram because he actually has been good before.
Man.
Well, he's been good before. And I'm not saying he's going to be good now necessarily, but I've at least seen it before. Ingram, not as much. He's just played a lot over his 3 years in the league so far, but not necessarily well at any point. Laken Tomlinson has played well at some point in life.
Yeah.
So there's something to find there. Between the two of them, though, I would say if you package those two, the guard position, and give me that versus what's your confidence in them versus Xavier Hutchinson, I think I'm more confident in Hutch.
You're more confident in Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram than you are Hutchinson and Mechie right now.
I think I'm more confident.
Are
in
you,
Hutch.
man? I just
That's not saying a lot, Sean.
I like him. You're right.
This is not a fun race to run.
We are debating 3 plates below the surface of the earth right now.
Yes.
But I don't know. I just wish I've seen Hutchinson and Mechie get open more,
And also, to the Christian Kirk point, at least they also have Christian Kirk to kind of help offset some things. Like you do have now two, and I mentioned the difference between wide receiver and offensive line. Like they're kind of doing their own individual thing. You do at least have two really good ones. One that's probably great, I would say, in Nico Collins. And Christian Kirk, we might not even talk enough about because he's actually really, really good. I don't know if you have – who's your really, really good offensive lineman? Who is it?
Who's your best one right now? It's probably Cam Robinson's probably your best offensive lineman right now.
It's not a fun question to ask or answer.
That kind of hurt.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Headlines coming up next. The Astros. How concerned are we about the offense? We'll hear from Astros manager Joe Espada as the Astros lose 7-2 last night to the San Francisco Giants. Rockets lose to the Lakers. NFL league meetings today. Big things going on in West Palm Beach today. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Getting to be that time of year. You're paying.
SportsRadio.com/value.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
And that'll do it for the Astros on this Monday night. So the first night they wear the City Connect 2.0 uniforms. They managed just 3 hits offensively, dropped the opener of this 3-game series 7-2. The Giants improved to 3-1 on the season. The Astros even up at 2 games apiece.
Todd Callis on the call. The Astros lose last night 7-2. I don't know why you dragged the City Connect uniforms into that, Todd. It wasn't their fault that they lost. The City Connect uniforms are pretty dope, man.
Yeah, that was the best thing they had going on.
They were all wearing them on the broadcast last night too.
Yeah, they were all wearing them on the broadcast. So they look good. They lost in style, which for what it's worth. And man, the City Connects, these City Connect 2.0s, Sean, they've been a hit since opening day.
Oh yeah,
like you saw that, man. Like everybody was out there rocking them. Like it seems like as soon as they went out on sale, Astros fans showed out in bulk and just started buying those things. So they're a hit. The issue is right now is that the Astros cannot hit. Like
man.
I don't get it. Like why have they not ordered them some torpedo bats?
Yeah, dude. There's a solution sitting right there. It's the soon-to-be illegal torpedo bats.
Where are the torpedo bats at, man?
By the way, that's just me purely speculating. These bats, I didn't know they existed until. Was it Saturday that the Yankees hit all those home runs?
Yeah, they went for like 20.
I was sitting
Saturday or Sunday.
I was sitting at a blackjack table in the sports book at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah.
As Nestor Cortez, former Yankee, was giving up a home run each pitch, the first 3 pitches of the game, and I'm saying to because my attention is divided, obviously, and I'm asking the dealer and the pit boss, I'm like, is that a replay or what's going on? Like, no, he just keeps giving up home runs.
Yeah.
That was wild. And so that was the first I'd ever learned of the torpedo bat. I didn't know it existed before that. Now it's a huge topic. It was the lead on Good Morning America yesterday, was this thing. Should they be using the torpedo bats, B. Scott?
It definitely sounds like cheating. Like, I'm not necessarily
up our alley.
Bat expert necessarily.
We're known to be looking for those little edges out there.
And this one feels like it's one that's like on the line, toeing the line, but not over the line.
Others are clearly doing it publicly.
Yeah.
We wouldn't get all the smoke.
Yeah. I think, if it does turn out to be illegal, the Yankees get to be the ones on the forefront of said cheating scandal instead of the Astros this time.
Or Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La
Cruz decided to use the torpedo bat.
And honestly, does someone as big and strong as Ellie De La Cruz, or I don't know, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, do these guys feel like dudes that should
Judge didn't use it, reportedly.
That's right.
Judge didn't use it. But De La Cruz, if you missed it, and we'll get back to the Astros, I promise, 4 for 5 with 2 bombs and 7 RBIs yesterday.
Yeah.
That feels like you just handed somebody like a psychopath, a nuclear weapon.
But I read this about him, Sean. And I think this was actually just Michael Kay speaking on the Yankees broadcast, just straight up, that one of their players hits the ball on the label almost every time. Never barrel it up. Like always hit it on the label. And so the Yankees go out there and get more bats with barrels on the label.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, I don't know, man. That might be legal, but it definitely sounds like cheating. Like the spirit of it feels like cheating.
So the genesis of this torpedo bat was one scrub from the Yankees who couldn't stop hitting it off the label.
That's the way Michael Kay told the story.
That's where the pandemic of the torpedo bat started.
I don't know, man. It seems kind of shady to me. In which case, why aren't we doing it again?
We'll see. Yeah, the Astros could use it anyway. So the Astros lose last night 7-2. To the New York Giants. Sam, I need a torpedo bat.
Yeah.
Torpedo tongue.
They used to be the New York Giants.
They did. Thank you.
Long time ago.
Yeah. They play the Brooklyn Dodgers next week. San Francisco Giants 7-2. Joe Espada is in early 2024 mode right now when it comes to the hitting. Remember when they started 7-19 last year, and poor Joe Espada would get trotted out there like, I think Jose Abreu, actually got to a 3-ball count in a couple of at-bats, This is Joe Espada trying to put a spin on this offensive malaise the Astros are in right now.
Good. We hit some balls, hard today. Paredes had a big double, obviously a big knock. Jose staying hot, getting some good at bats. I just thought today we ran into a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah, and Hicks was really good.
They did run into a pretty good pitch. But look, I hope that this season.
It's my least favorite Joe Espada.
Well, and this is what I'm going to speak to. I feel like this season we need to do a better job of embracing ultimate optimist Joe Espada.
Yeah, no, I will, because it was new to me last year. Yeah,
exactly. It was new to you last year, and then things ended up kind of working out. They still won the division. Postseason was really disappointing. But I think by the end of it, we were good with Joe Espada and probably were accepting of his demeanor, his personality, probably respected a lot. So, like, we just need to be ready for glass half full Joe Espada.
Yeah, every day.
Yes.
Every day. 7-2 loss to the Giants, fourth game of the year. Hosey's still hot.
Yeah, Hosey's still hot. Three extra base hits.
Yeah,
through the season, through 4 games in the season so far. It's okay
for the team, not Hosey.
Yeah, the whole team.
Yeah,
we're good.
Here's Joe Espada. Now, what they could use is some extra base hits from Yordan Alvarez, but Joe Espada is not worried about the big man.
Yeah, like today, that when he just missed that breaking ball first pitch when he flew out to right, he was just off, and. He's a matter of just a few more bats. He'll get there.
Yeah,
he'll get there soon.
This is where I agree with Joe Espada. This is where I'm going to go a little Espada myself here, B. Scott.
All right.
Of all the things I'm worried about with the Astros, Yordan Alvarez is the least of them.
Yes.
Individually, now he needs to start hitting because when he hits, there's no player whose performance is more tied to winning for the Astros. There's no player offensively who has a bigger delta in OPS between how they hit in wins and how they hit in losses than Yordan Alvarez. It's a startling split. And he's the one guy that has a transformative effect on those around him in the lineup where, if you're pitching to Paredes in the 2-hole, you're pitching to Christian Walker in the, his presence, his ability to get on base, his ability to hit with power, they affect everybody in the lineup.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about Yordan for the exact thing that Joe Espada just said, which is he's done this before. He's had stretches before, and then he usually comes out of these hitting like one of the best hitters in baseball.
No, he is one of the best hitters in baseball, arguably the best left-handed hitter in baseball, certainly top 2 or 3, probably a top 5 to 6 hitter in baseball if you were to do some type of ranking and go league-wide. But also, like, I'd point this out, man. And like one thing that I've been excited about coming into the season and remain excited about despite the fact that they haven't really hit is that the Kyle Tucker trade that brings in obviously Cam Smith, but also Isaac Paredes, and that being their new 2-hole hitter, Isaac Paredes specifically as the guy to set up Yordan Alvarez, to me was a brilliant move. Only really looks brilliant once Yordan starts hitting.
Yeah.
But like Isaac Paredes, we now know we can expect for every at bat to be one where, like, if you need to go use the bathroom, you'll have time. His sole job, and I know he got a knock last night, but his job is going to be to get the pitcher tired when he has to go and face Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
So now he's got to face Yordan Alvarez after having to deal with an 8-pitch, 10-pitch at bat with Isaac Paredes, and so that is going to eventually look like a mastermind once Yordan starts doing his thing.
6-point game. Here comes Van Vliet. And good if it goes. It's over. The Lakers have won. And they go to 46-29. They've won 3 of 4.
All right, Rockets lose last night. Kevin Harlan on the call. They lose last night 104-98 to the Lakers. The Rockets remain a game and a half up on Denver for the 2 seed. They remain 2.5 up on the Lakers. So the Rockets, look, Oklahoma City is in a universe of their own right now. The battle is for the 2 seed. The Rockets hold that lead right now. They're going to face the Lakers again. The issue for the Rockets, more than anything else, is 2 things. One, after this upcoming game against Utah, they finish the season with 5 games against Western Conference playoff teams. OKC, Golden State, the 2 LA teams, in Denver. They don't have the tiebreaker with Denver. If they lose to the Lakers in the second to last game of the season, I'm guessing they won't have the tiebreaker with the Lakers either. I'm not sure exactly what the season record is.
I think that is correct.
I know they beat the Lakers earlier this year, but they lose last night. I'm not so much worried about Memphis and Golden State. Those teams are 4.5, 5 games back of the Rockets. I think the Rockets will do enough. Those teams are going to lose some games. It's really a 3-team battle for the 2 seed right now. And the Rockets, those are the only 2 losses they have over the last 3 weeks are to those two teams.
Yeah, and
big missed opportunity, B. Scott.
I think it's a big missed opportunity, but now that we're talking through it and you just kind of look at the math of it, it seems like we can feel pretty comfortable, absent of them like just falling completely off the face of the earth, and then one of these other teams getting hot and maybe winning all of their games. It seems like they're probably going to be the home team. Like they're going to host a playoff series.
I think they're going to host a playoff.
They're going to have they're going to be the home team, either as the 4 in the 4-5, or the 3 in the 3-6, or the 2 in the 2-7.
That's the big takeaway, I guess. If we're just looking at ceiling and floor, ceiling is that they win enough games to clinch the 2 seed
and maintain this 2. Yeah.
Floor looks to be, barring a major collapse and a major run by Memphis, by the way,
right,
or Golden State. Or I guess Minnesota or the Clippers, but they're running out of time.
Memphis just fired their coach.
Yeah.
So they're going through things.
I think the floor on this is the 4 seed, which when they got off to the start they did, the Rockets, they're about 50 games into the season, you could see they're a pretty good basketball team. I said, you know what? If they get a home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, that's a huge success story this year.
Yeah.
Compared to where they've been the last few years.
Yeah, I mean,
now winning a playoff series would be great.
I mean, my preseason projection was that they would be a play-in team, and that the goal should be to be like an actual playoff team, so a top 6 seed. So they are out kicking my expectation by at least 4 whole seeds.
They're the quintessential team nobody wants to play in the playoffs.
Yeah,
because they're just so unknown compared to some of these other commodities.
And I think that's also like on the one end, they're the quintessential team that nobody wants to play, but they're also the team that nobody, like in terms of analysis or evaluation, actually knows what to do with.
Yeah.
Because like they're sitting their best player in crunch time last night in Jalen Green, who is their go-to guy at the end of a game. People don't really have a great answer to that question yet, and they're going to find out pretty soon.
They will. Playoffs will be here soon enough. It'll be fun having playoff basketball back, man. It's going to be good.
I have been just like joyful about it for like 2 months when I realized, like, you know what, this Rockets thing is for real.
May basketball.
We are going to have May basketball at Toyota Center. I cannot wait.
It should be fun, man. All right, we're also going to have a Final Four coming up this weekend. You have not gotten to sink your teeth into the Cougs yet.
Man.
I want to allow you that opportunity. Where would knocking off Duke rank on the vanquishing a hated opponent scale, especially considering they knocked the Cougs out last year?
Yeah.
I've got a comp for it. I want to see what you think of it. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. We'll do that coming up next.
Are you thinking about building a custom
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Cougs Final Four Saturday, 7:49 p.m. at the Alamo Dome. Imagine we get a convoy of Cougs headed to San Antonio. I'd like to think, I hope, turn that thing into a real home court advantage. And I do think, B. Scott, that the opponent themselves for the Cougs is going to make that a home court advantage. I don't know how, as a red-blooded American, that unless you went to Duke, you can head to San Antonio with no dog in the fight and root for Duke over a scrappy bunch of Cougs like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you are a casual or a passionate college basketball fan. Like, everything that Duke represents historically is the thing that I feel like, again, unless you are a Duke fan yourself, went to Duke or from Durham or something like that, is what you root against. And then U of H's scrappy nature, the Kelvin Sampson angle and what he's done with that program, some of the things that they talk about after they punched their ticket to the Final Four about not having as many transfers and trying to stay true to sort of the spirit of what college basketball has sort of been in the past, while still embracing the present of, NIL and all of those sorts of things.
He's dipped into the portal as well.
Yeah, they seem to be about all of the right things. And it's not to say that Duke isn't, but their brand is hate this team, hate this institution. And I just, even though I don't necessarily hate Cooper Flagg, he plays for Duke. So I hate him.
He's the best player on Duke. You're supposed to hate him.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's in the red-blooded American non-Duke manual.
That's what you could make his name be anything, make him be anything. He could be actually as much of a jerk as J.J. Redick was, or just kind of unassuming, really good player that Cooper Flagg is. Like, individually, there's nothing wrong with him, but he's got Duke across his chest, so I don't like him.
Cooper Flagg feels like a made-up video game name that you would have for, kind of like the milquetoast white dude from Duke.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg.
From Duke, who's also from Maine.
Yeah, from Maine. That's where you would put him from, too. You'd put him from Maine. You would put him from Minnesota.
Yeah.
You would, for sure.
I didn't
Vermont.
I didn't know they were making hoopers in Maine.
I didn't.
So just shout out to them, I guess.
He's the first one. Who's the
best basketball player from Maine? I ain't got it.
Yeah,
it's got to be Cooper. Got to be Cooper Flagg.
Chat GPT probably knows. It may be Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
So where would this, like, what's the comp for this? I like to do this where, like, knocking off Duke, U of H knocking off Duke. There's no deep-seated rivalry between the two. Like, any animus between the two schools probably has everything to do with, A, the normal Duke animus that you and I have been talking about for the last 3 minutes, and B, the fact that they knocked the Cougs out of the tournament last year.
Yeah.
So we don't have a bunch of Final Fours we can go back to. They're not in the same conference. To my knowledge, I can't remember a time they played each other in, like, a Maui Classic or something like that. Like, but it's Duke. And U of H has been one of the best programs in the country since Kelvin Sampson, basically since Kelvin Sampson's second or third year there.
Yeah.
So these are two of the premier, in terms of recency, these are two of the premier programs in America right now.
Yeah, but I would even say, like, U of H to a large degree, at least in the Kelvin Sampson era, U of H Houston has felt like what a casual might think Duke is. Like the power that Duke has been in the past. Houston's kind of been that recently. I mean, the second trip to the Final Four in several years, and have made all of these different trips to the Sweet 16 in consecutive years. Like, they are like that. But the comp for me, like, I'm thinking, for me, it's like, Astros, Yankees. Think 2019 Jose Altuve walk-off against Aroldis Chapman. Think Rockets over the Golden State Warriors of, let's say, pre-COVID era, right? So the James Harden era Rockets versus the prime Steph and KD era and Draymond era Warriors, or the Texans against, like the Chiefs.
I've got a Texans
or the Ravens.
My comp for the Texans, and it's not either of those, and it's not going to be one that I think pops to pops to the surface. Well, I think it pops to the surface geographically, but the reason I'm making this comp is because the Cougs and the Duke Blue Devils don't have a ton of history. They don't play each other very often. Right? So if it were the Astros and the Rangers, that doesn't hold up. They see each other all the time.
Yeah.
The Texans and the Colts, the Texans' two biggest rivalries, if we're being honest, are probably the Titans and the Colts because they play twice a year.
Yeah.
They've battled, with the Colts, it's come down to the two of them the last couple of years for the division. With the Rockets, you got the Spurs and the Mavericks geographically, but they see them all the time. They're in a division with them. The Warriors, I think, are a good one in terms of just they've been one of the best teams in basketball. The comp for me is the Texans and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
That's the comp for me because they only play each other, barring that 17th game like last year. They only play each other most of the time once every 4 years. They rarely play. Dallas is kind of Duke.
Yeah.
Minus the success.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than the fact that they're good, that Duke is good.
Minus the success, really but I think they are in terms of the emotion that they generate. The Cowboys are they're unless you're a Cowboy fan, generally speaking, you hate the Cowboys. Now, maybe that's different with younger people. Maybe there's a younger crowd listening to me right now say this and go, why am I hating on the Cowboys? They've not been good, really, high-level good, like Duke, for the last 25 years.
Yeah, but that's part of where the hate comes from.
Trust me, kids.
Well, I think even the kids should be able to appreciate, who do you hear, and not just us talking about it now, but, just conversation overall. And we know why it is, right? They have a massive fan base, massive appeal, whether it's loving or hating on the Cowboys. But what is a more overhyped or more over-discussed team than the Cowboys? I think that part is where even young people, because they're trying to figure it out. Hey, I don't remember 1994, 1995. I have no recollection of the Cowboys being good, yet we talk about them all the time. And why? They're not even in New York.
Right.
They're in Dallas.
They're in Dallas.
What's this Cowboys thing all about? And people are trying to figure it out. I think that helps reinforce some of the hatred toward them. I actually like this comp.
Okay, good.
I think this is a good one.
Thank you.
This is a good one. But again, though, this would be like U of H taking down Duke would be like the Texans taking down the Cowboys, but if the Cowboys had Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's the Cooper flag.
Yeah, he would be the Cooper flag. Or if they were, as good as, say, the Ravens or the Bills or one of these teams that people actually believe in. Because, honestly, you put the Cowboys and the Texans on the field together, I think the Texans are going to be the favorite, most times.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're going to talk about the Cowboys and the Texans in just a little bit. We got more from D'Amico Ryans at the league meetings from Texans All Access last night with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris talking about some of the extensions they did, rebuilding the O-line, the defensive acquisitions. We're going to get to all that in just a little bit. As long as we're on this Cougs topic, Ocho is going insane on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text page right now.
As he should be.
He is going insane. Sean, Duke's shortest starter is 6'6", while Houston's tallest player is 6'7" or 6'8". They literally have a size advantage at every position. Who guards flag just to stay in the game? It's a fair question.
It's an issue.
It's an issue.
Yeah.
I think now saying that Houston's tallest player is 6'7" or 6'8", their bigs may top out at 6'8". They're built in a way that they play taller than that.
Yeah, between Juwan Roberts and Joseph Tugler,
they play taller than their their height.
I wouldn't just deduce them to 6'7", 6'8".
Yes.
I mean, and all of them, quite honestly, the whole team, and they've played like this for pretty much the entire Sampson era. And I cannot say this enough. They've got 5 guys out there, and it feels like 6. They play the kind of defense where you almost have to carry. You're like, wait a minute.
Yes.
Do they have an extra dude out there? How are they able to cover so much ground?
Smothered by aliens out here.
It's insane.
I truly think I don't think Duke has seen anything like this yet.
Well, that's the cool part of the matchup.
Yeah.
Duke has not seen a matchup like this defensively. But then on the other side, and this is the trouble for U of H, they have not seen, and they've played some talented teams throughout the season, but they have not played a team that is this talented offensively and has this many players that could go in the lottery. Mm-hmm. Like Duke's got 3 lottery guys on the team. They've got size. They've got talent. U of H has been tested. They played Texas Tech twice, right? And that was a team that was in the Elite Eight. They've been tested, but not like this. They are arguably the best defensive team in all of college basketball, but they have not faced the best offensive team in college basketball, and likewise. So it'll be It'll be a clash of the Titans in a
This
sense.
U of H team can shoot it a little bit better than some in the past. I know Cryer and Sharp were on the team last year as well. They're just, they got 3 guys that shoot over 42% from 3-point range on this team.
Yeah, no, I think that's the big part of it. Like between Cryer, and like you said, they were on the team before, but look, Cryer has like found his. I remember back when he was, I think he's a Katy kid, but back in his high school, he's got like legendary stories in high school. He's like found that this year where like he'll have some games, and then when he doesn't have it, it's like one of those 3 guys between Cryer, Sharp, and Milos Uzan. Between the 3 of them, at least one of them always has it, and then when 2 of them have it, it's like lights out.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if that'll be enough against Duke necessarily, but they definitely have the offensive firepower this year that they have not had in previous
And they ain't
runs.
scared. Like sometimes, and maybe you get this deep in the tournament and it's all 1 seeds, and these are all teams that just ain't scared. But there are games that Duke wins the psychological advantage just by trotting out and being Duke and having Cooper Flagg on the team. I don't think U of H cares about that, this team. Like, I don't think they care about the laundry. This is just the next opponent to them.
No,
there's respect, but there's no fear with these guys.
This is the thing that I've loved about both of our Houston representative basketball teams. This is the Rockets and the Cougs, how they go out there and they're just fearless. It doesn't matter if they might be outmatched or out-talented, and they are talented as can be to start with. Like, they're not going in there with a talent shortage to begin with, but then on top of that, they've got like this fearlessness, this edge to them that they play with. And look, a Kelvin Sampson team is not going to be soft, not going to be scared, and especially after they've had the success that they've had, there's no reason for them to look at Duke as some type of, insurmountable obstacle or anything like that.
It's gonna be fun, man.
Yeah, no, it'll be fun. Like even if they are outmatched, they're gonna psych themselves into thinking that they can go out there and compete with them. And I think
took the 5. I took the 5 points.
Yeah, no, I thought the line was. I thought you absolutely should. Like it was borderline disrespectful to what U of H is capable of.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know this better than probably anybody. Those they're trying to target what they think people will bet.
Of course.
Right. Like it's not necessarily a true evaluation of the teams per se as what the perception might be, where the money might be. So yeah, no, I think that's a good bet.
That's actually where the comp between Duke and the Cowboys and the Lakers and any, pick a sport. There's 2 or 3 teams. They're public teams. Duke is a public team. They're going to get a lot of the public action because they're Duke. They've got the best player in the country. All these things Ocho's bringing up about, the sheer talent and length of the team, all those things. But mostly because it's a brand people are familiar with. And the deeper you get in the tournament, the more casuals you get betting on it. So you're 100% right, Brandon, which is you got to put a number like 5.5 out there because if you put a number like 3.5 out there, you're going to be skewed heavy on the outside. You'll beat a 5.5 in no time if you make that number too short,
right?
Because of all the public betting.
So and Duke is legitimate, right? So like legit. The thing is, to appreciate Houston, you either have to be from Houston and have been following them all year, like we have, or be like a diehard college basketball fan and have been following the sport the whole time. Whereas to believe in Duke, all you got to do is hear me say they've got 3 lottery picks and they're Duke, and you're like, okay, bet. That's what I'm going to go with.
Which is wild. What you just said is wild. I think it's accurate, but it's wild that the Cougs – I mean, basically what you're saying is, like, hey, if you haven't been following the sport, you may not really know.
Yeah,
like, this is one of the best teams in the country.
Yeah.
To me –
they're not a 1 seed by accident or lifetime achievement or Kelvin Sampson favors or nothing like that. They're real.
But it's an indicator of maybe what a small percentage of sports fans, casual sports fans, are entrenched in college basketball than maybe used to be. Yeah. I know I used to watch it much more intensely than I do now.
Yeah. No, that's for sure because
they are a great basketball team, and a lot of people are probably just learning about them around the country, filling out their brackets.
Yeah, this Houston team in 1994 or 1995 or just take it back to your favorite college basketball year or era, these guys would be stars.
Casuals would be able to name every guy on the team.
Yeah.
Like the Fab Five back in the day, or those Duke teams back in the day. Because they are more like one of those teams. Their guys are actually sticking around, playing for multiple. I mean, Juwan Roberts has been there for like 15 years.
They have a celebrity.
Been there longer than Kelvin Sampson.
They have a celebrity's kid on the team who doesn't play, but like Master P's son is on the team.
Yeah,
and nobody Nobody talks about it or realizes it because it's kind of an afterthought of a sport.
I forgot until I saw the two of them celebrating in India on the floor after the Elite Eight. It's wild.
Yeah, man.
All right, text in, 713-572-4610. Was talking to my dad about the height. This is a text message. Apparently the Cougs bigs have like 7-foot-plus wingspans. They do. That's why I think it's a little misleading to say, well, their tallest guys are only 6'8". Look them.
And Tugler specifically is a defensive player of the year type of player.
Yes.
Like he would be in the running for that on any year that he's healthy.
Yep.
So, yeah.
D'Amico Ryans at the league meetings. This is actually from Texans All Access as we roll on here on a Tuesday. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the extensions that were signed by Derek Stingley Jr. and Daniil Hunter this offseason.
Stingley's extension, Nico's extension, it should send a message to all of our guys. When you come in, you show up and you do it the right way, right? You put your head down, you work hard, you go make the plays you're supposed to make. Like, we want to reward the guys, especially the young guys that we're able to draft and come into our team and develop. We want to reward those guys for doing all the things the right way. And that's, you see Daniil, even a guy in free agency, you come in for Daniil has impacted our team in such a huge way, not only on the field but off the field. His connection with Will Anderson, I've seen Will's game take another step. So guys who impact our team in a positive way, we want to reward those guys, and that's showing up in the extensions that we made this offseason.
Yeah, the formula is pretty simple. And by the way, we're going to have Nick Caserio on the show Thursday this week at 7:30 a.m. So he'll be back from the league meetings, and we'll certainly talk about these extensions that were handed out to Derek Stingley Jr., 3 years, $90 million, and then Daniil Hunter gets another $35.6 million tacked onto his deal. Almost all of that money to both of those guys fully guaranteed. So I think the message is hammered home, and D'Amico just articulated it right there, Brandon. You come in, you work hard, put your head down, set a good example, don't be high maintenance. You're going to get paid by this football team, especially if you were drafted by this football team.
Yeah, like it seems like – so for me, the Texans kind of historically have gotten, unfair raps in certain areas, and I feel like we've done a good job at the station of like trying to defeat a narrative of, hey, they're cheap or they don't like to spend money. Like these guys spend money.
Oh yeah,
they've spent money historically, especially under Cal McNair. They have spent money, and
dude, they were paying like 4 head coaches at one point.
They were paying 4 head coaches. 2 years ago, they had the most expensive offensive line. We saw that was shot to hell this year, and did not work out the way that they wanted. But they are willing to invest. Now, whether they are good investments or bad investments, usually is on the other end. Like, you got to cash in on it and actually, make the most of it. But, yeah, Derek Stingley and Daniil Hunter, specifically to me, what stands out to me about them in terms of the brand, the Texans brand, you talk about doing your work, putting your head down and doing your work, but also quiet guys.
I knew you were going with that.
Like, just, hey, man, don't say a whole lot. Don't talk a whole lot. Just go out there and do your job. I've actually heard Nick Caserio say exactly that. Just do your job.
Yeah.
Kind of in a – but I mean, look, there is a workman's like – feel to this team on top of, like, I think that they allow people to be themselves as well. So I don't think there's a one-size-fit-all. Like, I think they allow people to just be whatever their personality is, but the work comes first. And so for a guy, whether you're as quiet as Daniil Hunter and, let's say, Derek Stingley, or if you're somebody that likes to talk a lot like, say, C.J. Stroud, right? You come in and you do the work and you're a productive player, you can expect to get paid by this team.
Well, I'll give you another one that's probably more imminent than that. Jalen Petrie, if you've listened to this show and you've heard us ask Nick Caserio about Jalen Petrie, because it wasn't always great on the field for Jalen Petrie. We asked Nick Caserio about Jalen Petrie a year ago when Jalen wasn't having a great year, his second year in the league in 2023. And Nick Caserio said point blank, I would take 1,000 Jalen Petries on this team. We asked him about Jalen Petrie again during this past season when Jalen was playing better. And he said, I'll take 2,000 Jalen Petries on this team. Yeah. Jalen Petrie is going to be the next one to get an extension, is my prediction. Some point this offseason. It's not going to look like Stingley's or Daniil Hunter's in terms of the overall money, nor should it.
Right.
Shouldn't come close.
Plays a different position.
Hasn't been as good as those guys, if we're being honest. But they love his leadership. They love his energy. Very different energy than Derek Stingley Jr. and Daniil Hunter when it comes to the level of vocalness, the vocality of it. So, but by that same token, they love him in the building over there.
Yeah.
I think if I had to guess, I think he's going to be a captain again this year.
Yeah. Honestly, man, it seems like their own drafted guys, their in-house guys, if they are more productive than not, they are going to more than likely get, like, obviously, Kenyon Green gets traded, right? Like, think about the dichotomy there. These two guys get drafted together, Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green, same draft, same round.
12 picks apart.
Yeah. One gets $90 million.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of it guaranteed.
He's the highest paid guy at his position now.
The other guy gets shipped out.
Yeah.
And shockingly able to get a quality player in return for him. I don't know. Y'all got to ask Nick Caserio about that. Like,
for sure.
How did you pull that off?
Yeah.
But, like, aside from that, like, that's the dichotomy there. Like, if you are more productive than not, you are more likely going to get paid. Even Titus Howard. Think about it. I know we're talking about a different GM, but even Titus Howard gets paid because he,
Oh, Nick paid Titus Howard. Nick was the one who gave him the extension.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was
drafted by O'Brien.
Drafted by somebody else. But, hey, this Nick gives him the extension because this guy is somebody that we would rather have than not.
Yes.
We're talking about Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Someone that I think people probably have some legitimate questions about what exactly is his value. Should they have given him that contract? If he gets contract, better be damn sure somebody like a Jalen Petrie is going to get a contract. And, of course, these guys that we've been talking about, Derek Stingley and Daniil Hunter.
They being D'Amico, and I think especially Nick Caserio, but both of them probably equally, if I'm being honest, they value the intel of having the guys in the building. They value the intel of being able to see somebody work every day than giving that kind of money to somebody who they're just going on word of mouth.
Yeah.
So it's good, man. Stingley and Daniil Hunter, they deserve it. It's good, and and we'll see. I think Petrie will be next.
Ocho mentions that he doesn't understand the fascination with Petrie because he can't really cover. Man, he's kind of a Swiss Army knife. Like you don't want him on an island. There are some mismatches that you can create, that an offense can create to exploit Petrie. But on the other side, he allows you to do so many different things. Basically, your nickel defense is your base defense because he's kind of like a linebacker, a hybrid player. And there's more to the position than just covering, so it's a little bit more complex.
It felt like, too, he was starting to play his best football right before he got hurt in that Tennessee game in Week 12.
He was excellent last year until he got hurt.
He was. He made that play. He forced that fumble on the Derek Barnett touchdown the week before that against the Cowboys. He had the big interception right before the half that essentially won the game for the Texans in retrospect against the Colts in Week 8. So
who makes plays, man?
Yeah, and I'm not saying give him $25 million, but if they offer Jalen Petrie, $10-12 million a year for 3 or 4 years, I would be fine with having Jalen Petrie back in the building.
Yeah,
that's in the grand scheme of things, that's not a ton. Here's another one from D'Amico Ryan. Speaking of the defense, this is D'Amico Ryan's on the defensive acquisitions they've made. EJ Speed over the weekend, the bigger one that Brandon just pointed out, C.J. Gardner-Johnson earlier this offseason.
The safety position was one we tried to get Eric Murray back. Really like how Eric, progressed, had a really great year for us, and congrats to Eric. He had a great year, and he was able to get a really good deal. That left a void for us at the safety position, so we were able to find a way to trade with Philly to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That one wasn't on my radar because he wasn't a free agent.
Right.
So to be able to get a caliber player as him, like he's another swarm player. He plays physical. He loves the game. You can tell the passion. You can feel the passion from him as he's on the field. So I'm excited to work with him, and I know what he'll bring to our team. Him next to Kalen, I feel like Kalen's game is going to improve for him learning from CJ and the way he plays.
All right, so CJ Gardner-Johnson is swarm. Yeah. Let the magnificent Gladstone pay the 3 years, $22 million for Eric Murray.
Listen, Mark, and Eric, good for Eric Murray.
Good for him. I'm happy for him.
That dude got to make a life for himself here. Now he's going to get some more money out there in Jacksonville. But Sean, let me just say this now on this show: the C.J. Gardner-Johnson acquisition, the Kenyon Green trade to the Eagles to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's going to be the move of the offseason. I mean, I know I just mentioned earlier about asking Nick about that later in the week. That is going to be the move of the offseason for the Texans because I think he is going to change their defense in terms of just what they have at safety. The difference between C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Jimmy Ward and allowing Jimmy Ward to be more of a situational player or a backup player, honestly, for his age and what his role should be, I think that's going to turn out to be the move of the offseason, especially if they don't make some huge swing on the offensive line that we just can't see yet, whether that's a trade or somebody that they draft, just something on the offensive line that we can't foresee. I don't think there's going to be a wide receiver acquisition that's going to be more impressive than the C.J. Gardner addition to their secondary. So I'm really, really excited about that.
It's a really interesting one, B. Scott, because it was very similar to the Christian Kirk move or the Joe Mixon move last year, in that this was a guy who was going to get cut probably by his team. So that team wants to get something for him.
Yep.
You know, the Jags are going to cut Christian Kirk, and so the Texans duke him a 7th-round pick. I think that's going to come back to bite them doing it in the division. Now, in those deals, it comes down to the contract more. Yep. The Texans' willingness to take on the $16 million in the contract of Christian Kirk.
Yep.
Similarly with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he had 2 years, about $19 million left reportedly on his deal. Texans are willing to take that on. From an Eagles perspective, I wonder. The Eagles are paying everybody, so it's hard to keep even good players. He was a healthy, game-changing player for them last year, and not at a crazy price, but at a price that's a little too much when you're giving Saquon Barkley an extra $20 million, and you're paying Lane Johnson, and you've got Jalen Hurts, and you got A.J. Brown, and you got Devontae. I could go on and on. You pay Zach Baum, all these things. Yeah. You're shoving all this money into voidable years like it's a credit card.
Right.
It's crazy to me that the best offer the Eagles got, or in their eyes, the best offer was Kenyon Green and a day 3 pick swap, which I guess shows you either maybe there wasn't a hot market for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I find it hard to believe the Texans are the only team that would want C.J. Gardner-Johnson on their team. But B, it shows the confidence they have in Jeff Stoutland, their offensive line coach's ability to take a really distressed asset. There may not, for where he was drafted, there may be no more distressed asset on the offensive line in the league than Kenyon Green. And the Eagles are like, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can work out here with Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
Now that would be something.
I mean, they literally just did it. I mean, they did it with Mekhi Becton. It's a little bit different of a scenario, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Just did it with Mekhi Becton. Just won the freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah, man.
So, like, if there was a time for Philly to be arrogant, to feel some sort of arrogance, it would be now. It would be now, and what they've done with their offensive line and feeling like they've gotten rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson before, right? This was his second stint with them.
They did.
So like they're like, hey, we were pretty good when we didn't have him. Obviously, we just won the Super Bowl with him.
Yeah.
But we'll be fine with one less C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but we manufacture offensive line.
He's only 27. They'll get back together at some point down the road. The Eagles and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You can't keep a super couple apart.
There you go.
But I'm glad they were his fling for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
Yeah, no.
His rebound.
Yeah, no. And to me, I said this when the trade happened. You can't get a more, and this is not a shot at Kenyon Green. I don't want it to sound like it, but just it did not work out. And he would be injured a lot and all those sorts of things. You were waiting for his body to develop. Like, in terms of swarminess or like that griminess or whatever it is that you appreciate about football, that tough element of it, you could not have a greater difference in what you sent out, like, say, in the offensive lineman that you got rid of and the safety that you brought in on the other side.
Yeah, you're right. The balance sheet
that is
on paper is big.
Wow.
Yeah. No, you got a game changer, man, in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. One more from D'Amico Ryans. This, again, was on Texans All Access last night with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris on rebuilding the offensive line.
Yeah, with our offensive line, looking to just, when I say reshape it, revamp it, we still want quality. We got quality players, right? Adding Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. These guys have played. They've started NFL games. They have experience. Now, I'm hoping that experience, along with our young guys and all the guys competing, we can find the best 5 guys for us. And the biggest thing for me is the mindset of our offensive line is making sure we instill that pride that we're going to protect our quarterback, right? We're going to play tough. We're going to play physical. We're going to play nasty. And that's what I want to see from our offensive line.
We played a cut earlier from D'Amico where he denied the toxicity that was reported in the offensive line room. And I do believe there wasn't toxicity in what the conventional definition of it would be. which is guys not liking each other, it being a place nobody wants to, that offensive line room being a room nobody wants to be in, guys hating coming to work every day.
Right.
Now, when you're not good at your job, it is more painful to come to work. And as a group, they were not good at their job last year.
Yeah, the toxicity was C.J. Stroud being put on his ass too many times.
That's exactly right.
That was toxic.
That's the toxicity that you needed to fix. It is very clear, though. Call it toxicity, call it whatever you want to. That D'Amico said it in the cut we played earlier. He said it there. That offensive line room needed an attitude makeover.
Yes.
100%.
Yes. And that is where phrasing is important. Like the term toxic was used, but we were probably just talking more about attitude and approach and a mentality. And I think that, some of that gets sometimes overstated and sometimes understated. I think they're trying to properly state it. Like, hey, we need good players, but we also need like the proper approach, and we feel like we've brought that in. I will say, though, listening to that, Sean, it does feel like this is going to be the group. Like this is the way he talked about them. I know when I've done shows.
He's naming the names.
Yeah.
Like he's.
When I've done the afternoon show, I know I talked about this with Ron and Clint on separate occasions of like, hey, well, this can't be it. They're going to do more. There's going to be more, and there may be more along the margins. But just listening to D'Amico Ryan speak at the meetings yesterday, from hearing that audio that we just played, it does feel like this is probably the crux of the group. That was one of my takeaways. Like,
I was
naming Ingram and Robinson and Brown by name. Like, it feels like these are the guys. Tomlinson.
How surprised would you be if there's not? How surprised would you be if the starting five week one did not include a player they drafted in this upcoming draft?
Not surprised. I think the starting offensive line for the Texans
is in the room
if I had to put money on it, I think is in the room right now.
You think they are in figuratively?
Yes.
The starting five is on the roster. They're in the building right now. Interesting.
I do.
Do you guys agree with Brandon Scott on this one?
And I don't love my opinion. I don't like it, but it is what I think. It is what I think. I sneakily suspected it at the time, was hoping not. And then hearing D'Amico.
Do you want me to Pender poll that one?
Pender poll that.
You want me to Pender poll that? I'm going to Pender poll that.
Is the Texans offensive line currently on the roster as constructed as we know it now?
Okay, quick prediction. Do you think the majority agree? I need a number. Do you think the majority agree with you or disagree with you?
I think the majority is going to disagree with me.
I agree with you that they're going to disagree with you.
We do tend to hope traffic around here. Yeah. I'm just trying to give you my honest opinion and my real-time reaction to what we're hearing. But I think most people are going to be like, hell no, B. Scott, you're BSing me.
Well, we're about to do the daily mock draft injection. And the fact of the matter is, if they don't take an offensive lineman with the 25th overall pick, which is, I don't think it's highly likely, but look, there's a good chance they don't. They take a wide receiver, they go defense, whatever. Yeah. They've surprised us before. I don't think people thought they were taking Blake Fisher in the second round last year, and they did. I think if they don't take an offensive lineman with that pick, you're probably right. I think they do take an offensive lineman because we've heard D'Amico say that first-round picks, that is the expectation, that they're going to be competing, if not starting, for this team.
Yeah. But even then, though, Sean, that would be like one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like one rookie, which is effectively like redoing the
you're fair. That's 20% of the unit.
And in my mind, and maybe I shouldn't think about it this way, but I am. It's like redoing the King and Green pick. Your last first-round offensive lineman didn't work out. I'm not saying it's going to be the same way this time, but it's like, what difference did that make on the offensive line when they drafted that guy? It didn't. So, yeah.
People agreeing with you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Rookies will be given the opportunity. Well, that's someone who's kind of just rookies will be given the opportunity to compete.
Sure.
They will.
Sure.
I don't love my opinion. This is a text message, but I feel that too, B. Scott.
Yeah.
See, it seems like that's where you're at too. Like, I don't love it.
I don't love it.
But I just think it is.
I'm not rooting for this.
Right.
This is one of those, you ever have an opinion, you're like, man, I hope I'm wrong. This would be one. I don't like desperately hope I'm wrong, but I wouldn't mind being wrong about this one. I'd be good with it.
You and I covered the Texans from 2020 to 2022 together.
I wanted to be wrong.
I wanted all my opinions to be wrong
Every
about
game.
the Texans, and none of them were.
No,
it was right about all of it.
Yeah.
Good news is that it's better now. It's better now.
Yeah.
All right. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, you ready to do a mock draft injection?
Oh, man, inject it into my veins.
Hey, Ocho, if you're listening, I think you're going to like this one, all right? I think you're going to like this mock draft, this MDI, the mock draft injection. We do it each and every day at 7:45. Who do the mockers have the Texans taking? This one is a Pro Football Focus mock draft. I think you want to stick around for this one. We'll do that coming up next.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour. B. Scott, you've never done a Pettycast before, have you?
I don't believe I have.
Okay, you get to do your first Pettycast at 8 o'clock today.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Jimmy Haslam saying that they took a big swing and a miss in Cleveland.
You think?
We got a lot of Petty to get to. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. I'm Sean Pendergast. Good to be with you. Mock draft injection time. It's draft season. We do this every day, 7:45. And admittedly, it has been O-line heavy this draft season, which has been fine. You know, it's fine. It's not as sizzly as the offensive weapons. Yeah. The less you get the ball in your hands, the less glitzy it is for people who like to do the old mocks.
Yeah,
right.
And of course, with the Texans specific, they got an O-line situation.
They have a situation as you outlined. And by the way, I put the poll up.
Okay.
If you missed what we were talking about in the previous segment, Brandon made the prediction that the Texans starting 5 on the offensive line in Week 1 exists on the roster right now as we speak.
Yep.
Will not include a rookie. No more free agents are going out there and getting the 5. The way in which D'Amico has talked about these 5, we'll ask Nick about it on Thursday. You think the starting 5 is in the building? I put up a poll. Do you agree with Brandon?
Yeah, they'll almost definitely draft an offensive lineman at some point in the draft.
Sure.
Almost definitely.
For sure.
But in terms of the 5 starters, Week 1, I think that they are on the team now.
Okay.
We know their names. We just don't necessarily know the lineup per se, because they got a couple of guys that can play a couple of different positions.
If the text page is any indicator, this vote is going to be more even than we thought it was going to be.
Now, that would surprise me.
Yeah.
Because I think most people are like,
would disagree with you.
Yeah, they're more along the lines of, and again, this thought is born out of some of the conversations that I've had with Ron and Clint in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But both of those guys, and I know Ron for sure, like, no, this can't be. This can't be the way that they're going to go into the season with this offensive line like this. But I'm starting to lean toward, not starting to lean toward, I have leaned toward.
You've already leaned, buddy.
I have already leaned.
We've got the audio to prove
I'm there. No,
the leaning happened in the previous segment.
I will double down right now in this segment.
All
I
right.
believe that the 5 starters on the offensive line for the Texans are on the team now.
Now, if the mock drafts out there are any indication, though, and Drew Doherty of the Houston Texans just put out his version 5.0 of his mock draft roundup. One of the most useful tools that you can have this time of year is the Drew Doherty mock draft roundup, where he goes, finds the prominent mock drafts, 54 total drafts in this case.
Yep.
And it's almost like a voting constituency. How many of them are taking this guy? How many are taking that guy? Currently, and we'll get to the mock draft that we're doing today. The mock draft we're doing today is Dalton Wasserman from Pro Football Focus. Okay, so we're going to do his mock draft here momentarily. But just for a look at the mock draft community at large, Josh Simmons is the leader in the clubhouse. He's going in 10 of the 54 mock drafts in Drew Doherty's roundup.
That's the Lord's work. Good job by you, Drew.
Big time. Offensive lineman from Ohio State that many of you have probably heard us talking about. Patellar tendon injury this past year. Maybe some character concerns. It's not bothering 10 of the people picking for the Texans. Tied for second with 9, Emeka Ibuka, wide receiver from Ohio State, and Kelvin Banks, the offensive lineman from UT. Gray Zabal is, I guess he'd be technically 4th since he got 2 tied for second. He's the offensive lineman from North Dakota State. That would certainly buck a trend that we've seen with Nick Caserio taking guys from, it would buck a trend if he were a group of 5 guy. This is an FCS guy.
Yeah.
This is, Division I AA.
Now, to be fair, though, it is North Dakota State.
He's a beast.
Yeah, and North Dakota State
powerhouse.
is like an FCS powerhouse over the last decade plus now.
Yep. He's going in 7 of the mock drafts. And then now we start to get down to Tyler Booker and Josh Connerly, both offensive linemen. Booker, the guard out of Alabama. Connerly, the tackle out of Oregon, who I think can play multiple positions. They're going in 4 of the mock drafts to the Texans. So you can see a trend. 50 of the 54 mock drafts that Drew does has them going offense, either wide receiver or offensive line. The 4 that have them going defense would be Alfred Collins, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, and Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
Going to them. The various, and those are all defensive linemen.
Yeah. And I like Kenneth Grant, the Michigan interior defensive lineman.
So does Seth.
So that would be one I would be okay with, even though I do lean toward offense on this, because that's the clear the clear and obvious and most urgent need.
Okay. We ready for the Dalton Wasserman PFF.com mock draft selection, B. Scott?
I'm not very veiny. Whenever I go to give blood, it's always a tough time finding the veins in me. But go ahead and inject it into
one
my
right
vein.
On your left bicep. I'm about to inject
this mock draft into my veins.
All right, let's do it. With the 25th overall pick in the Dalton Wasserman PFF.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. This is my mock draft right here.
Let's go.
This is the one I want to be correct. Now, to be clear, here are the others that could be in the conversation for the Texans on the board. Would be, I think, Kenneth Grant. Tyler Booker is still on the board there, the guard from Alabama.
Yeah.
As is Luther Burden III, the wide receiver from Missouri, who seems to be, along with Ibuka, drifting into the second round in a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, and this is one that's uncomfortable for me because Matthew Golden is my preference. I think you and I are on the same page here. This is the guy that I want them to draft with that pick if they stay at that pick.
Yes.
That's what I want them to do with it. And obviously if he's available, if all the stars align to allow for this to happen is what I would like to happen. But as this mock draft goes, right, we got Tyler Booker going a couple of picks later. I do feel like he might be the greater need. And you and I had this conversation earlier. You think that the wide receiver opposite of Nico Collins might be a bigger deal right now than what they do at any spot on the offensive line? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I know what I want, and I want that wide receiver opposite Nico Collins. I want to watch Matthew Golden in the Texans uniform just from an entertainment standpoint. It's not my job to build a roster. It's their job to figure it out. I know what I want to see as a fan, right, as a consumer.
Mm-hmm.
But if I try to put myself in their shoes and think of what they should be looking for, and if the board played out the way that this mock is drawing it up, I feel like Tyler Booker might actually be the more pertinent and smarter move for the Texans
than
to
Matthew
make.
Golden.
Yeah.
See, I'm not. I can't get with you on that. Here's where I'm at. I think Matthew Golden. I agree with Todd McShay's assessment of him from last week, and we played it on this show.
Yeah.
Where there's not the other guys we're talking about in that same realm, that same area of the draft as Golden. Their film doesn't look the same as his. Like, he does move differently than those other guys.
Yeah.
He's got a big Tank Dell element to his game, and I thought that during the season this year, watching him play for UT. If it's that guy, if it's Golden, to me, that's the bigger need. If it were one of these other guys, I could get with Tyler Booker. I think Golden, and I don't think he's going to be there at 25 either. That's my concern.
I definitely think he's the better player, and he's the one that I would prefer. So if you were to put me in the position, I'm a little bit less responsible than Nick Caserio is, so I don't know why you would do that. But if you were to put me in a position, I would make this pick. I would draft Matthew Golden, even going against this opinion that I just gave you.
Yeah.
But I do feel like that Tyler Booker specifically, the floor that he has as an interior offensive lineman potentially is better than what they've got and would help them overall. And it would also serve this idea that I don't want my previous opinion to be true, that all 5 of the starters on the offensive line are already on the team.
Yeah.
No, I would prefer that it be somebody like Tyler Booker or somebody that they could draft. But Matthew Golden that would be a hard talent to pass up at 25, just for the simple fact that he probably should not be there at 25.
Well, if they don't, right. He's going higher than 25 in most of the drafts that I see.
And he should.
He's going lower than 25 in very few that I've seen. And he should. I agree with you on that. I just think, boy, if Matthew Golden's on the board there, let's pretend you don't draft him. Let's pretend you draft Tyler Booker. There's some good receivers in the second round. I know there's a couple of Iowa State kids that are really good players. Maybe somebody slips to the Texans at 58 that we're not thinking of. But think about the weaponry conversation going into training camp last year versus what it will be going into training camp this year, barring a pick at 25 like Matthew Golden. Last year, it was the 5-headed monster, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm kind of arguing against myself now. Why did that get plundered? Injuries and offensive line play.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's like, hey, I want to watch Matthew Golden play football. I also wanted to watch Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, and Nico Collins play football. And I thought that was going to be, the difference in them taking the offense to the next level.
Last question.
But they couldn't do that.
Last question for you, because we're up against it. let's say that Nick Caserio called up C.J. Stroud. The Texans are on the clock at 25, and Tyler Booker is there and Matthew Golden is there. They say, C.J., you make the pick. Who do you want? Who do you think he takes? A guard that could keep him from getting murdered for the next 10 years, or Matthew Golden, who is basically a bigger version of his favorite receiver when healthy, Tank Dell?
Yeah, I think he takes Booker, honestly, because he's got receivers that he's worked with and that he probably irrationally believes in more than we believe in them, whereas his guards now are guys he doesn't know.
Yeah, I agree with you, because this is the new CJ that doesn't go on podcasts. Non-podcast CJ is a more mature CJ, and the more mature person probably takes the guy that keeps him from getting killed.
Yes.
Whereas podcast CJ was more like a guy who'd go out on a joyride a lot.
Yeah.
We may crash, we may not, but give me Matthew Golden.
Yeah, but I think 2024 taught us a lesson, like having one great offensive lineman will not save you. Having a few great wide receivers won't save you if the guys closest to the quarterback and closest to the center can get there without any resistance.
Pettycast time. 8 o'clock, Tuesdays, Pettycast time. Text in your Petties. 713-572-4610. We'll do the Pettycast coming up next.
Hey, have you been injured in an accident that wasn't your
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. It is Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. And B. Scott, your Pettiest virginity is about to be taken. You are about to be part of a Pettiest, my friend.
Don't pop my Pettiest cherry.
There you go.
I ain't mad at it.
There you go. All right, so text in if you got petties this week, 713-572-4610. There's no pettier show than Payne and Pendergast, and we accentuate it by not only revealing our own petties, but the pettiness of others out there, highlighting it. And I'm going to start here, and I didn't realize when I would start here that this would actually strike a nerve with Brandon Scott.
Yeah, man.
This is Kim Mulkey, the women's head basketball coach at LSU, formerly at Baylor. For the second straight year, she and her team knocked out in the Elite Eight, which was brought up to her by this particular reporter asking the question after the loss.
Jaden Smith, KLSU Sports. Coach, it's the second straight year you guys get eliminated in the Elite Eight.
Terrible, isn't it? Terrible, or is that good?
Terrible.
Is it? How many Final Fours you play in?
None.
So it's probably pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
You want to know what my petty answer would have been to that question if she had asked me that? If I was sounds like a young student reporter, if I'm not mistaken. That sounded like a young man.
It did.
Okay. Yep. My answer would have been about as many as you over the last couple of years. How many have you played in, ma'am?
Yeah.
That's the point of the question. Like, to me, it's just unnecessarily. You're Kim Mulkey. You're a millionaire, one of the best of all time in your respective
player
profession.
And coach. She was a great player back in the day.
She's borderline an icon,
Hall of Famer across the board. Yeah.
And she wants to be petty with that's a kid. Her kid is older than him, probably.
Oh yeah,
he plays in the majors, I think.
Been around a while.
So I don't understand that. I don't get why she got to act like that.
She got the token laugh from a few people that are probably on the LSU beat.
Yeah,
like we better laugh at her joke. We better laugh. She's gonna give it, or we're next.
Yeah, the joke that wasn't funny. How many Final Fours has the kid reporter played in?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
You know who's petty about this? Stephen A. Smith.
I'm not going to take away from the fact that Kim Mulkey is a great coach and an established coach. We just need to finally say this about her. She's very rude. She's very rude. She's very, very rude.
Yes, very condescending.
I mean, she's rude, she's condescending, and unnecessarily so to too many people. But it's always with the right one. See, she don't go up to the wrong ones like that. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like she knows, Shannon, who to do that to and who not to do that to. Because certain people you do that to, they're going to clap back at you. But she is a phenomenal coach, one of the best ever. But he's just a very, very rude person.
Yeah, I agree with everything Stephen A. said right there.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I would have been the wrong one who would have clapped back.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's who he's referring to you as the wrong one right there.
Stephen A. and I have only met once, and he does not remember my name, I'm sure. But I am the one he's talking about.
He, look, I don't know why this is. It feels like in college basketball, this is where that type of interaction, petty, snapback, sore loser, whiny. It seems like college basketball, by far, is the sport, both men's and women's, is where this happens more than anywhere else.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. Why is that, Brandon Scott?
I think it's a college sports thing in general, and then more acute in basketball just because the beats tend to be a little bit smaller.
Okay.
And, obviously they play more often, right? So I think that kind of lends itself to that, and maybe you just hear them more. But then also just the overall college sports media landscape is one where there's just an imbalance in terms of control and respect, like the interview subjects, and especially the coaches, the ADs, like the people that are really in power, not even necessarily the players, but the powerful adults, if you will.
Yeah.
There seems to be an imbalance in how they are allowed to treat the media. And then you're talking about reporters who are not all just necessarily, adults like you and I, but in some cases, and I used to be one of these guys, are student reporters.
Yes.
So they're 20, they're the age of some of the players trying to get their feet wet, trying to get their foot in the door, that sort of thing.
Easily bullyable.
Very, very easily bullyable and impressionable and that sort of thing. And so I think there's just a more significant power imbalance. Whereas in the NFL, NBA, these guys got unions and rules and bylaws and associations and whatnot. Like, you ain't about to go handle up the Pro Football Writers of America the way Kim Mulkey does these kids at these press conferences.
No.
But there is a different, and I would say, power imbalance that lends itself to this type of thing.
All right, so the Browns owners, the Cleveland Browns owners, the Haslams, Jimmy Haslam, Dee Haslam, we're about to hear from her in a second. They were at the league meetings this week. Jimmy Haslam was. And was asked about Deshaun Watson, the contract, the trade.
Awkward. Which
has turned out to be the worst trade in the history of team sports. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Deshaun Watson is going to end up getting paid $230 million. They are going to have cap problems for at least 3 years because of it. And he started, I didn't realize the number was this small. He started 19 games for them. 19 games for them. Jimmy Haslam basically closed the book on the Deshaun Watson era in Cleveland. He can put up all the workout videos he wants wearing Cleveland Browns gear. He ain't coming back. Jimmy Haslam said this: we took a big swing and a miss with Deshaun. We thought we had the quarterback. We didn't. We gave up a lot of draft picks to get him. So we got to dig ourselves out of that hole. The trade was an entire organization decision, and it ends with D and I, so hold us accountable.
Yes.
End quote.
Yes.
The owner of the Browns.
And they shall.
They are right now. Yeah.
They shall hold you accountable, and you are obviously accountable from the financial standpoint because you own the team, you write the checks, and so you're going to have to pay that, what is it, 48, 49, close to $50 million over the next, what is he owe?
It's $92 million over the next 2 years.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. Over the next 2 years after you've already acknowledged and sort of accepted, it seems.
Well, that's not even the extent of all the money either. Like, they've shoved money. They restructured his deal.
Right.
So they've already paid him 45 of the 46 to shove it into future years so they could pay Myles Garrett to get 17 meaningless sacks for them.
Think about it, Sean, too. You can argue the point you just made about it being the worst trade in professional sports. You can argue it from different angles, like depending on how you look at it. But there's the sports angle that you took, which I think is objectively fair.
Yeah.
To make that assessment, and then all the other stuff around it, which we know what the other stuff is, but you could make the argument that they shouldn't have even been interested to begin with. They were, and then it worked out like this. Like, from almost every angle that could possibly be, this was bad.
To your point, it wasn't just a conventional, we gave up a lot of draft picks for the right to overpay a guy.
Yeah.
This was the conversation that Dee Haslam, one of the co-owners along with her husband Jimmy, was having with the media after the trade was made. You just made a trade for a franchise quarterback, and what you're talking about with the media is there's a big opportunity to talk about the ills of sex trafficking.
Are you concerned that, there could be death threats, all that kind of stuff, especially when his first game back is in Houston?
I hope the conversation comes to what can we do going forward to get the information out to help other people. And I think there's just a huge opportunity to talk about the major issues in our country in this area, such as sex trafficking and massage parlor use, etc. There's so much information that we can glean from this, and the opportunity is tremendous. So we can continue to talk about Deshaun, or we can talk about the major issues our country face and make a difference.
Okay. Now keep in mind, the quarterback that they had just acquired had denied doing any of these things.
Right. Nor
said I didn't do it.
Nor was he actually accused of sex trafficking.
Right.
He was accused, like, she's taking a different angle and making a different point than what was presented.
Right.
Because he was actually accused of sexual predatory behavior, misconduct.
Yeah.
Like, the theoretical sex trafficker would have been somebody that we hadn't heard of.
Yes.
Not Deshaun Watson.
It was just wild, man.
And just the fact that you even have to talk about sex in an inappropriate kind of way, whether it's trafficking or just straight up violating somebody.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not a straight up trade for a guy. But no, we now can we have a larger conversation about the ills of all things sex trafficking?
You traded 7 draft picks and paid a guy $230 million for the right to discuss sex trafficking at training camp.
Yeah, which I don't think you want to do.
Oh, my God. All right, I want to make sure we get these other petties in. Boy, I could go. We got 2 more D. Haslams that we could play. Maybe we'll play them later.
My goodness.
Her on counseling. Oh, my God. Fran Brown is the head coach at Syracuse.
Yes.
I believe he was a Bear Bryant Award finalist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because that name.
He's a big personality.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if it was an interview, but yeah, because like we obviously do the Bear Bryant Award.
Yeah, I think he was in town for that, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he's frustrated. The NCAA put the kibosh on a spring game that would have taken place between Syracuse and Colorado. Here is Fran Brown feeling petty towards the NCAA.
We should have just told Coach Belichick and Bill O'Brien to come up with it, and then they would have let them do it, and then it would have all went right. We shouldn't have been the first 2 dudes to say, damn well they wasn't about to let Coach Prime Time and Fran Brown be the first 2 guys to do it. I was over their dead bodies, so that wasn't happening.
Okay, that was saucy.
Yeah.
Now he went on to right after that say, "I'm just joking, I'm just kidding."
But he let that joke carry on for quite a while for it to be just a joke.
Yeah. Right? This was now the audio got to be a little too long, and he went on for a couple of minutes. But I am with Fran Brown on this. He went on to say that this was going to be the 2 teams getting together, not only to play in a spring game. And keep in mind, this is in an environment now where more universities are canceling their spring games.
Right.
Matt Rule said we canceled it because other teams are going to see the film and they're going to basically look at it like they're on Amazon shopping for players. Whatever, Matt Rule.
Espionage, huh?
Yeah.
Trade secrets.
Yeah. Coach Prime and Fran Brown are doing the opposite. They want to get together and play against each other. But the thing I thought was cool that Fran Brown was talking about, it wouldn't just be to get together for a game, but it would be to get together for, they would have like a breakout for like financial literacy for all these guys with their NIL money. So it would be almost like a
workshop,
like a football convention almost.
Yeah, there you go.
Like we'd have a game, but we would have some things to, that would be beneficial.
A mini
for
symposium.
Today's college players. Symposium's a great word.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So leave it to the NCAA to put the kibosh on something that sounds like it could have been super productive and fun.
Yeah, and I don't really understand. Like, I didn't even realize this was happening until we heard from Fran Brown and, the joking outrage, if you will, that he had for it. But I don't get the resistance toward this, but I do understand what Fran Brown is trying to say here in terms of, hey, if this had looked different or if there were different voices behind this, would the response to it have been different? I do feel like he might have had a point. Now, I am surprised. This is the Pettycast. I am very surprised to hear a college football. Maybe I just don't listen to enough Fran Brown press conferences. Why would I? But I am very surprised that he would take a joke to those lengths. Like a college football coach who usually, outside of Prime, usually play it by the book or straight down the line, straight down the middle, that he would kind of venture out a little bit and make that joke.
Stretching his legs out a little bit.
A little bit. And an elongated joke there.
All right, we've had this actual request from people. Maybe not so much for a Pettycast, but we've had, hey, are you guys going to cite Rafael Devers' stats so far this year at any point during the show today? Yeah, I feel like the Pettycast is the perfect place to do this. He went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts again
last night.
Yesterday.
Wait, again?
Again.
Wait, how many strikeouts again?
He's 0 for 19 with now 15 strikeouts.
Oh, because I lost track at 10.
Yeah.
He had 10 not too long ago, and I was like, damn.
Now, he was right. We asked him yesterday, do you think you'll get a hit today, Rafi?
No.
Yeah, he didn't. Do you think he'll actually, not strike out?
No.
Yeah. Well, on the 2 walks he didn't strike out. But when you swing the bat, do you think you're going to make contact in fair territory today, maybe?
No.
No, probably not. Fun fact? You want a fun fact?
Yeah.
He's got 15 strikeouts in 19 at-bats. Rafael Devers. In 1995, Tony Gwynn had 15 strikeouts in 585 at-bats.
Tony Gwynn, he ain't.
He ain't Tony Gwynn, man. Does the afternoon show still have Tony Gwynn Jr. on their show from time to time? I guess we're not really. Well, now we're in baseball season.
Yeah, once we get in the thick of the baseball season, I'd imagine. So he's still doing radio out in our sister station in San Diego, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah,
So he should still be some sort of Odyssey MLB insider.
I know Show's listening, right? I think.
Yeah, he'll let us know.
So if you're, I'm not telling you how to program the drive, with Stoerner and Hughley. You guys are doing fine on your own. But that's a fun fact to bring up to Tony Gwynn Jr., you know?
Yeah, and you don't have to encourage them to bring on Tony. They like to bring on Tony. He's a good guest.
Yeah.
That would be that'd be an interesting thing to bring up. But honestly, like, just the idea that Alex Bregman's presence and Rafael Devers not playing third base where he wasn't really good anymore.
If
anyway.
this ruins him, I am so here for this.
It is hilarious.
It's hilarious. Yeah. Pettiest, people texting in their Petties, 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Petty about those damn torpedo bats. Anything that helps the Yankees hurts me. Well, there's nothing stopping the Astros from ordering torpedo bats.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that the Yankees got them. It's how is this allowed and we ain't did it yet.
Yes.
Like somebody pointed out, correctly, hey, if everybody's allowed to do it, it ain't cheating. Well, that's why I said it feels like cheating and it ain't,
Yes.
Because it does. You cannot say that a specialized bat where the barrel is somewhere specific to where you hit the ball doesn't feel like cheating. But if they say it's not against the rules, then it's obviously not cheating. Why aren't you doing this, especially 3 extra base hits?
Yes,
Team
you
Astros.
could use it right about now. You could use anything.
Come on, Dale. Get Jake Myers a torpedo bat.
Hey, speaking of the drive, there's a texter that says Kim Mulkey sounds like Mama Stoerner. Hey, Ben, can you isolate Kim Mulkey at the end of that cut there?
All Southern white women sound the same? What are we doing here?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Pettycast it is.
It's the Pettycast, yeah. By the way, it's no shade at Mama Stoerner.
No, I can hear it. I can hear it, though. Yeah.
I mean, Mama Stoerner threatened to whoop my ass many a time.
Yeah. And
all right, here we go, Ben.
I take her word for it.
How many Final Fours you play in?
I'm gonna come over there and whoop that ass.
None.
Yeah.
They sound exactly alike.
Yeah. No, cut from a similar cloth.
Yeah. I bet their coaching style is very similar as well.
Yeah, except that, like I said, I would clap back at Kim Mulkey. I would not clap back at Mama Stoerner. All right? If Mama Stoerner puts me in my place, I will maybe I'll call Clint afterward and see if he can put in a good word for me.
Wash your mouth out with a little bit Coors Light.
See, that doesn't sound so bad.
Yes, ma'am.
But it feels like when she says that, I think we're getting waterboarded with Coors Light.
Yes.
I'm going to wash your mouth out with Coors Light. I'm like, well, that's okay. I mean, it's a nice cold beer, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I would choose the Yingling Flight, but I'm not the one making this decision.
Yeah, no.
But I think we're getting waterboarded with the beer. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah. If you're getting waterboarded with the beer, you don't get to
not as much fun.
You don't get to pick your poison either. You
not.
You get to just kind of suffer through.
All right, that was the Pettycast. That was a whole lot of fun.
Yes.
All right. Do fans want an 18-game season? I brought this up with Seth yesterday, and he said unequivocally he thinks more fans don't want it than do want it. And I put a poll. Also, the rule changes get voted on today at the league meetings in West Palm Beach. Let's get on the record. B. Scott and I are going to try to predict what the vote will be. Will these rule changes pass today at the meetings in West Palm Beach? That's coming up next. But Academy.
exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said the players on the college level show more maturity than the coaches. Oftentimes they do. They do. The college basketball coaches are babies, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
And it's weird, too, because the coaches tend to demand a certain level of maturity and professionalism from their players that they are not always themselves willing to extend.
It's wild. Yeah.
It's a little hypocritical sometimes.
It's wild. What percentage – well, let me start off with this, B. Scott. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Welcome back in. We're going to try to predict what the 32 teams are going to do today at the owners' meeting when it comes to some of these rule changes that have been proposed. One of the things they are supposedly discussing, though, is 18-game season, going from 17 games to 18 games.
Yeah.
Seth is not a fan of it.
Yeah.
I can go either way. It's more football. I do think that we are reaching critical mass with the human anatomy here in terms of the amount of punishment players are taking. What do you want? Do you want the 18-game season?
Yeah, selfishly, I'll take more football. So I feel like I'd be lying and disingenuous if I tried to, do some hand-wringing on this, because I would just be here for it. You know what I mean? The next game, I would treat it like the next game. Now, I'm probably a little bit more closer to the indifference part that you are, but I will say, when it was 16 games, I was against it going to 17. So I
just hate odd numbers.
I hate odd numbers.
I'd rather went straight to 18.
Yeah, I hate odd numbers, but I also thought it was unnecessary. So, if I'm going to go with that same logic, I should probably hate this. But now I'm just kind of accepting of the way of the world. They're asking you to do more with less. Yeah. Now, the cap has gone up. The players are getting paid more money. So more work with the more money seems to make sense. As a consumer, I'd be here for it. I just feel it feels very unnecessary.
It feels, it's a money grab, obviously. Yeah. It's if they do it. I feel like a second bye week needs to somehow be part of this.
Yes. I don't know how they do it if they don't. How they do it without a second bye week.
I've heard the suggestion. I don't think this would happen, but I've heard the suggestion that you go to 18 games, but other than quarterbacks and specialists, that everybody only plays 16 or 17. There's a self-imposed bye week for maybe certain guys.
Yeah.
That is interesting to me. It's a little gimmicky, but I think it's necessary maybe just to allow guys to rest.
That's also close to load management, a buzzword that we do not like in basketball and probably won't like in football.
And which football has tried to, I think, generally as a sport, held itself above basketball from that perspective.
Correct.
Now, if it were for the Texans, let's say, that means you're playing the Cowboys every year, the 18th game is now like a rivalry game.
Oh.
Now, that gets interesting to me. Yeah. I could definitely go for that, playing the Cowboys every year. I hate that they only play once every 4 years. So you are a yes. It sounds like kind of a subdued yes.
I would go yes, because I don't want to be dishonest. Part of me wants to be sanctimonious about it, but no, I'd be here for
about 1,000 votes in the poll. A simple poll for NFL fans. Do you want an 18-game regular season? What do you think? I don't know if you've looked at it or not.
I have not looked at the poll. I saw that you put it up, but I have not looked at the results.
Okay, good. What do you think won that? Yes or no? And then I'll have you guess the percentage.
I'm going to go with yes.
You think more fans want it than don't want it?
Yes,
I think 18-game regular season.
Yeah, I think on your poll, and it's specific to your poll, because obviously you cover football. So yeah, you got a lot of football fans following you. Yes, and the percentage, I'm going to go. Man, I think it's overwhelming. I'm going to be conservative though. I'm going to say it's 65%.
65%. Actually, no is the winner. No is the winner. About 1,000 votes, so not an insignificant amount. 58.4% said no.
Really?
They don't want the 18th game. Now, we got some no's on the text page yesterday, and among the things that were brought up were I think there is a concern that just injuries are stacking up, and now they're starting to carry over into the next year. We saw some people say that the records, you can throw the record book out the window now, because now all these records are going to be based on 18 games and not 16 games or even 14 games, going back to O.J. rushing for 2,000 yards in 14 games back in the day.
It's a petty me already does that, like when the Saquon Barkley chasing the Eric Dickerson record. I thought that was the most overplayed, ridiculous story that I wanted no part of.
Yes.
The entire season. I'm like, no, there's an extra game.
There you go. Yeah, almost 60% want no. All right, I want to make sure we get these in here.
Huh. Okay.
These are I've got a handful of the rules that they're going to vote on today. I'm going to try to make sure we get the important ones. The biggest one is the tush push in your mind, right? In my mind, in your mind, is that yours?
It's the biggest one, and I think I'm on the opposite end of a lot of the tush push.
The tush push conversation?
Yeah, because I don't get the outrage. I don't
mind it.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. I've never liked it.
Actually, I more so mind the resistance. I don't necessarily like or dislike it. I just, from a strategic standpoint and from a let's get rid of this. Let's get this out of the game because one team specifically is more successful at it than the other. Like, to me, that's the part that I just can't get with. It is a response to one specific team's success. And if this was the Pettycast, then maybe it would work great for the Pettycast. But, the rule changes are not a Pettycast. It is to me a little bit of the coward's way out.
Yeah.
To me. So I am for keeping the tush push just off of principle.
All right, well, we'll try to predict what we think happens with this. They're voting on it today. You need 24 votes to change a rule, to overturn something.
Okay.
Here's Adam Schefter laying out how the tush push vote today could play out.
It's going to take 24 votes here at the owners' meetings in Palm Beach, Florida on Tuesday to get the tush push ban. That's a lot of votes to get, considering we know that the Eagles aren't going to vote for it, and they say that their former coordinators who become head coaches also aren't going to vote for it. That would be Kellen Moore, the former Eagles offensive coordinator in New Orleans. That would be Shane Steichen, the former Eagles offensive coordinator in Indianapolis. That would be Jonathan Gannon, the former Eagles defensive coordinator in Arizona. If that is the case, that's 4 votes that they would not be getting to overturn the tush-push play. Now you need to come up with essentially a few more, and all of a sudden it wouldn't pass. But the one thing that I don't think can be underestimated here is if Roger Goodell, the NFL commissioner, doesn't want this play in the game, somehow the league is pretty good and convincing at finding the votes it needs to get the support it wants to get the play banned.
All right, so that was Adam Schefter. This feels like the movie. You ever see the movie The American President?
Yeah.
With Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
And what's the redhead's name that he dates in that movie?
Oh, damn it, you would ask me on the
She was
spot.
in The Sopranos for an episode, too. God, what is her name?
I don't remember
Is
that.
it Annette Bening? Annette Bening. It is Annette Bening. Yeah.
The pool band.
Ben's our movie expert.
Here we go.
It's Annette Bening. There was some ecological bill they were trying to get passed.
Yep.
And they literally had a gigantic war room wall with faces of all the voters, all the people in the Senate and Congress and things like that.
Yep.
And they're literally counting the votes.
Yep.
I wonder if Howie Roseman has that. Do we have the votes?
Yeah.
I just need 9.
Yeah.
I just need 9 votes. I know I got Gannon. I like the Sirianni's hanging up the phone just got off the phone with Cohen.
Yeah.
He's on our side on this one.
I like the image of their mugs up there and them taking a marker, a Sharpie up there and crossing them off.
No, they just put up the picture of the 32 coaches from the league meeting.
Yeah.
And they put happy faces on the ones that have the votes. Prediction time.
Yeah.
When we come in tomorrow, well, if Seth is not here, if you come in tomorrow, but when we all wake up tomorrow,
sure,
is the tush push still legal?
I don't think it is.
You think it gets voted down? You think they get 24 votes to get rid of it?
I think they get the votes, but also that caveat that we heard at the end there from Adam Schefter. He's like, either they're going to get the votes.
Well, Roger wants, Roger gets.
Or Roger going to find a way. And I tend to believe that.
Roger's Michael Douglas in this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say it is not legal.
Okay.
Even though I am in support of it, or I'm just against the fervor against it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
this team does it well. They should deserve to do it well.
Yep.
My solution to it is, and it used to be this way, ban anybody pushing their own teammate forward. I think I've always thought that's counterintuitive. No, it's not rugby here. Let the guy run the play out and let the defense get an opportunity to bring him down. I don't like guys shoving their teammates forward. You get rid of that, you get rid of the tush push.
Yeah, to me, for whatever reason, I don't actually even remember, and it hasn't been that long since this became legal, but I don't remember that era. So, for as long as I can remember, it actually
lived in a world.
It actually has been okay to push your guy.
Yeah.
It actually kind of has been rugby, and so in my mind, it kind of is.
The other rule that is, I think, relevant to the Texans, given the fact that whenever they make the playoffs, they seem to win their division and get the 4 seed, literally, practically every year.
Yeah.
All 8 seasons they made the postseason, other than I think 1. They were the 3.
Yeah.
But the last 2 years, they've been the 4 seed with a 10-7 record. And more importantly, for purposes of this conversation, have played a wild card team, the 5 seed, with a better record than them during the regular season.
Yep.
Now, blown the doors off of both of them.
Yep. Got to host them.
Yep. But Cleveland was 11-6 when the Texans played them 2 years ago. The Chargers were 11-6 when the Texans played them last year.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit has proposed a rule where all 4 division winners would make the playoffs, and plus 3 wildcard teams, but the seeding would be done by record.
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you think happens?
No, I do support this 100%.
You do?
And it's awkward.
Judas.
It's awkward. Because I don't support it from a Texan standpoint, and so I don't like the local how it would affect us locally.
Right.
And so to that end, though, I would just challenge the Texans to just have a better record, to just be better, and then this won't have to affect us at all, and I'd be fine with that. Like, hey, win your division, but also be the 2 seed or the 3 seed. Like, let's do what Will Anderson Jr. said at the end of the year and not lose to the Jets and blow the game against even the Lions,
the Titans,
or lose to the Titans at home. Like let's try not to do that, and maybe we're a higher seed.
Yeah.
So like I don't like how it could impact the Texans if they continue to do things the way they've done it the last 2 years. But I do think this is the right thing to do.
I wonder if they're voting for it. I wonder if the Texans are voting in favor of this.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I like it. It's
because they would be voting against their own interests, but at the same time, it'd be like. This makes sense.
Yeah, it does, and yet I would vote against it because I'm a big believer. If you're going to have divisions, make them mean something significant. And I get it. You win your division, you're in the postseason, you're in the dance. I'm just a big believer. If you have divisions, then you reward the division winner. With not just being in there, but you reward them with. I feel like home field advantage is an appropriate reward, even if you're winning your division at 9-8.
The only issue is that we understand that not all divisions are created equul, and as occupiers of the AFC South, nobody knows that probably better than us.
That's it. We occupy the AFC South.
Yeah. So I mean, look, to me, I think this is an actual fair rule change proposal.
Do you think it passes?
I do. I do think this.
You think that one? So you think
this one makes the most sense?
So you think both the tush push ban and the reseeding both pass?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
I think. Boy, I'm Oppo. I wrote a piece on the Houston Press about this today, and I think I went Oppo on both of those. We should bet on this. Should bet a little lunch or something like that.
Yeah, we could do that.
Little Beck's primage.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Up next, the biggest name free agent still out there was seen working out with a future teammate possibly. What is the head coach of this team saying about this free agent? And then we got something at the total opposite end of the free agent spectrum, a former Texan. We've got that for you coming up next.
The OG has thoughts on the Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the league meetings are going on right now in West Palm Beach, and there's a video out there of Mike Tomlin answering questions about Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about the video in a second. Here was Mike Tomlin. This is Aaron Rodgers, who visited with the Steelers for damn near a whole day last week. And still, I would say, definitely the biggest name free agent still out there. Aaron Rodgers was spotted throwing the ball with DK Metcalf earlier this week, who's now a Pittsburgh Steeler. Here was Mike Tomlin on where things are at with Aaron Rodgers right now.
He's a free agent. As you guys know, he came to visit last Friday. We had a really productive day. He's been in this thing a long time. I've been in this thing a long time. But it's no substitute for, intimacy and spending time together and getting to know one another in a non-competitive environment. And so that was really good. But I don't have any new updates in terms of where the process is. We'll see where it leads us.
So that was Mike Tomlin. What's getting the most attention, we'll talk about Aaron Rodgers in a second. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. Mike Tomlin is sweating his ass off in this video. There's reporters he's sitting at the table. The reporters are all kind of standing around him. Yeah. So I'm guessing the air circulation probably isn't all that good. Yeah. But he's wiping his face off. Like there were people very concerned about his health in watching this video yesterday.
Yeah. Assumed that either he's sick or nobody thinks he's on drugs or anything. But it gave that feel of, hey, something's not right because he's sweating in an abnormal fashion. He's like Patrick Ewing out there sweating.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's awesome. That was definitely jarring. But also, Mike Tomlin is like newly bald. Like, how long has he been bald?
That's a good
Maybe
question.
a year or two.
I don't know. He's always got a hat on.
He usually has a hat on, and I feel like he's only been bald, but for maybe the last couple of years or so. And again, we don't see him without the hat a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe we're just now being exposed to how sweaty of a guy he actually is.
Maybe so.
Something we don't normally notice.
Maybe so.
I hope that's it, and it's not anything else.
Well, I hope it's not one of these things where he's getting a physiological reaction to the mere mention of Aaron Rodgers, because this could be his quarterback this coming season.
Oh, yeah. Does Aaron Rodgers make him sweat?
Do you buy into – no, that would be bad. Do you buy into Aaron Rodgers playing catch with DK Metcalf meaning anything?
I mean, it's hard for – I mean, why would he be doing that? Like, I don't understand. I don't see the connection otherwise. Like, I know that they both have dated famous women. But other than that, like I don't see why they would be in the same room at the same time. Other than this,
does Aaron Rodgers scare you at all on any team, Steelers or anybody else at this stage?
No, I think he's interesting though, and he's definitely, I think, better than what they had. And so maybe if I was
should scare us a little bit. The one good half of football he played, was the second half against the Texans,
and maybe if I was a fan of another team in the North, in the AFC North, maybe I would be a little bit more nervous about it, because I do think, take out Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, insert Aaron Rodgers, especially the back half of Aaron Rodgers, or the back half of his season, and even the little bit that we saw against the Texans last year. That's a better quarterback, and that's a team that is always, around the 8 to 9 win mark, always a decent team, and seems like they've been a quarterback away for the almost decade that Ben Roethlisberger has been gone now. So to me, that changes their trajectory as a team for sure.
It's a weird scenario, because I like empirically, do I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Russell Wilson? I do.
Yeah.
And yet I can't get past the fact that he was 5-12 last year for the Jets, and the Jets don't want anything to do with him.
Yeah.
The Jets, they're nope. We're good.
And then gave $40 million to one of the guys that he's going to end up replacing.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah. Who was the backup to Russell Wilson?
Correct. It's a weird dance and musical chairs that's going on with the quarterback situation.
And I guess this is my hope, is that as a Texans fan, that the Texans are just above all this.
Yeah.
That the Texans can figuratively look down on the Jets and the Steelers from the balcony and say, oh, look at those. They're figuring their whole thing out down there. We don't need to do that. I hope that's where we are right now.
Yeah. And I don't know if Aaron Rodgers takes the Steelers. To me, the Steelers and the Texans are still swimming in the similar water of being in that next tier of AFC teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the class of it obviously is the Chiefs, probably the Ravens, and the Bills, right? Like, those are probably the three best teams in the AFC, and then everybody else is kind of like trying to play some version of catch up. And I feel like the Texans and Steelers are both in that spot. Even with Aaron Rodgers, I feel like the Steelers are still in that place until proven otherwise. Yeah. And the Texans are too, to be fair. So, like, to me, the Texans' road is all about still chasing the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills. And, you know, the Steelers wouldn't factor into that any differently for me.
No. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. So that's at the top end of the free agency food chain right now. Aaron Rodgers, which tells you kind of where we are with free agents.
Yeah.
I would say at the other end, and I wouldn't have put this guy there, except he kind of put himself there. Have you seen Pharaoh Brown talking about becoming a Miami Dolphin?
I did see this.
Former Texans legend, Pharaoh Brown. Hashtag Texans legend.
Yeah.
Pharaoh Brown. This was Pharaoh Brown doing an interview with the Miami media asking, hey, what was it that attracted you to this opportunity with the Dolphins?
Isaiah Smalls from the Miami Herald. How are you?
How you doing, Isaiah? Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you as well. Just generally speaking, you know, why Miami? You know, what attracted you to Miami, and what were some of your first impressions of Coach McDaniel?
The opportunity kind of attracted me, man. What they say, sometimes beggars can't be choosers. Not just
He's being honest.
Man, that's hilarious.
He always has been.
I like that where he goes, oh, that's hilarious.
His own joke.
His own joke was hilarious. Yeah, that was good.
But it was, though.
Amid no laughter from anyone else on the call.
Yeah, it was a Zoom. Maybe they were muted, Ben. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, he had to be his own. He had to be his own audience there.
Yeah. Pharaoh Brown.
But you know what? He's always been pretty candid and straightforward.
He's very affable. Yeah.
For sure. Good interview.
He is one of those guys that will always remind me of the fever dream that was 2021 with the Texans.
Yeah.
Pharaoh Brown, man.
But man, he's got so many tools. Like he's big. He's a mauler.
Yeah.
Like it seemed like it made a lot of sense, you know. And I get why he's been able to kind of stick around the league, even though he's not that great of a player. He's big and he's physical, and you know what a lot of teams want in a football player. Just not very talented.
You're a lifelong Houstonian, right?
That's indeed fact.
You're a lifelong Houstonian. Did you, when the Titans? I'm shifting gears here. When the Titans would wear the Oiler uniforms, how did you feel about that the last couple of years?
So the first time that they did it, I thought it was just clearly, like I didn't care as much about them wearing it. I could tell and knew obviously it was a direct shot because they did it against the Texans, and so I thought it was unnecessarily petty and disrespectful, and also just the whole conversation around it I have found to be disrespectful and dishonest to the legacy that the Oilers were supposed to have here. You know, so I thought that they were disrespecting us as a city.
Yeah. Did you see? There's a long article in The Athletic, and I'll find who wrote it here in just a second. It tells the whole story of Bud Adams leaving here. The genesis of the article is Amy Adams Strunk choosing not to wear the Oiler jerseys this coming season.
Yeah.
For those who haven't heard that. Getting the tar beat out of them by the Texans twice apparently was enough to say, hey, we're going to retire these for a year at least.
Yeah, them things might have a little bit of bad mojo for the Titans.
It tells the whole story about Bud Adams and all the different back and forth. There's some stuff in here. I'm not a lifelong Houstonian. I moved here the year that they decided to move to Nashville. So I never really got to experience the whole Oilers thing at any of its various peaks.
Yeah.
But in the article here, they quote a friend of the show. Larry, they call him Larry Stafford.
That ain't his name.
On the ground, it's not his name.
That's not his name. But
that might have been what he gave them as his name, though.
Yeah,
you know?
we'll take it.
Larry might have his reasons to not want his full name out there.
This is one of those what's understood doesn't have to be explained.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you know who he is, you know why that name might be what they give him.
Right. On the grounds at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo this month, passersby wore Oilers hats as they walked between NRG Stadium and the Astrodome. Larry Stafford, whose middle name is N, I guess.
Yeah.
Larry N. Stafford.
Do we get the hyphens too? Larry and Stafford.
Right. Right, like it's a convenience store or something.
Yeah. So it's just one name, actually.
Sip and go.
No last name.
Larry and Stafford.
Larry and Stafford, one name.
Prince. They say Larry Stafford, a Texan season ticket holder since the team's 2002 inauguration, said it's a, quote, gut punch walking by the dome on game days. Devoid of any tenant, it's a withering tombstone. This is the writer, not Larry. That'd be awesome if Larry's like, devoid of any tenant, this is a withering tombstone.
Hey, but like, hey, Larry, where you been?
And I'll holla. It's cheap. Officials say it's cheaper to maintain than to demolish, and perhaps a reminder for the Texans and Titans of what can happen when things get too far gone. Because that's what they say in this article. They talk about how, like, Bud Adams ended up moving to Nashville because basically nobody thought he would ever do that.
Yeah.
They're like, it's Bud.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
It's Bud being Bud.
Yeah. Look, I'm glad we're where we are now. I got a chuckle out of Larry Stafford getting a quote in the piece.
Well, wait a minute, though. The way this was described, am I supposed to believe that somebody was outside walking around NRG Stadium and just happened to roll up on Larry and Stafford?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'll text Larry and find out.
That would be fortuitous.
Yes.
Right, for you to
of all the people.
Yeah, and you know what? You know who I'm going to interview? Not just some random blowjob, but it's going to be actually one of the more well-known radio callers in all of our market.
You know what? I need to ask Larry. How did The Athletic get in touch with you? Was this happenstance? Or did they arrange it?
They had to have found. Somebody had to have asked around and been given Larry's name.
That would have been amazing. If later, like another paragraph down here, they're like Debbie Texan, middle initial T for the. We talked to her about it. Yeah. They get all the super fans.
It was like a couple of years ago. I remember one of the TV stations like accidentally interviewed Adrian Peterson about a thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it was like, hey, here's this citizen.
Yes.
And it was like, wait a minute, no, that's one of the greatest football players of our era.
Oh,
what are we talking about?
All right, Monday night, not as much fun as Sunday for Houstonians. Astros and Rockets. Disappointment last night. We'll spin the wheel, talk about both, but man, the Astros got to get this thing going. Is there a solution out there for the bats for the Astros? We will discuss coming up next. I am going to
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the night.
And that'll do it for the Astros on this Monday night. So the first night they wear the City Connect 2.0 uniforms. They managed just 3 hits offensively, dropped the opener of this 3-game series 7-2. The Giants improved to 3-1 on the season. The Astros even up at 2 games apiece.
6-point game. Here comes Van Vliet. And good if it goes. It's over. The Lakers have won. And they go to 46-29. They've won 3 of 4.
All right, Kevin Harlan on the call on that last one. That was the end of the Lakers and Rockets game. A loss for the Rockets last night in L.A., 104-98. That first cut, obviously, Todd Callis with Space City Home Network. The Astros lose 7-2 to the San Francisco Giants. Not as much fun last night as it was over the weekend if you're a Houstonian. We had the college team going to the Final Four. Astros taking 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Rockets just running the Suns with KD and Devin Booker out there for most of the game.
Yeah.
Running them off the floor. Tougher night for the home teams last night. Which of those 2 losses sticks in your craw more, B. Scott? The Astros losing 1 of 162 to the Giants, or the Rockets losing 1 of 82 to the Lakers last night?
Yeah, because the only things that I liked about the games last night from the Astros side was the thing that Callis mentioned there, which I don't know why we had to give a side swipe to the City Connect.
Yeah, why the City Connect jersey is a big loser in all this.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed watching them out there in the City Connects.
People at Academy and the team store are like, shh, no.
Yeah.
It's not the City Connect's fault.
Well, but also they've already done some damage there.
Yeah.
They start selling those bad boys immediately. So enjoyed watching them in their City Connects.
Yep.
And then the other side, enjoyed hearing Kevin Harlan call a Rockets game. It just something about it feels big. And, we went a stretch there where the Rockets just weren't on national TV at all. Now that's changed a little bit over the last couple of years or so. But, hearing Kevin Harlan call a Rockets game and it being, at the former Staples Center, I have a tough time calling it crypto.com.
Yeah.
But like that felt big. I enjoyed that part of it. It was just the damn results that I didn't like in neither one of the games. But I was able to live more so with the Rockets result because it felt a little bit more like an anomaly, and they felt a little bit more competitive. I could see, and obviously, you play a series. I could see that being a competitive series if it ever came down to it, if those two had to play.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Astros, I'm just like, well, look, man, when are you guys going to start hitting the baseball?
Yeah.
I know it's only 4 games in, and we don't have to act like it's the end of the world, but if we're just going to take the 4 at face value for what it is, having 3 extra base hits and only a total of 16 or 17 hits or so, whatever it's been, is not good. That's not good.
For me, the Rockets game was obviously the much better watch.
Yes.
The Astros game was just boring.
It was tough.
It was a tough watch. The result of the Rockets game, the totality of it, not just the final score, but how you arrive there, hurts more with the Rockets for me because, one, it's just a more significant game in the standings for them right now. Like you win that game, and your floor all of a sudden is probably the 3 seed.
Yeah.
Whereas right now the floor is probably the 4. It would take a big collapse to lose in the first round. And if I'm being honest, at least in the first round, the difference between the 3 and the 4 is probably not a major right now, if you were the 4, you'd probably be facing maybe Memphis.
Yes, yeah. This is where
3 facing Golden State.
Think about that though. I mean, that in and of itself is an interesting part of.
Who would you rather face?
I would rather face Memphis.
Yeah, exactly.
Which seems to be on the downward trend, whereas Golden State, and then there's that whole Golden State boogeyman issue.
Yeah,
I'd love to beat Golden State. But also, I would probably fear Golden State more than I would fear Memphis.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, you can make arguments on either way on any of it, But to me, to get the 2 and keep yourself out of that Denver, Lakers, Golden State, Memphis pool, if you will, make sure your opponent is going to be the winner of the Clippers and that would be so much too of all those teams. The playoffs. Seth and I actually did this segment last week, so I'm curious what you think, as long as we're talking about the Rockets. But anyway, just to put a bow on what I was saying, that you had an opportunity against Denver a week ago and against the Lakers last night to really put your distance some distance between you and the pack when it came to being the 2 seed, and you couldn't. Now, those are the only 2 games that they lost over the last 3 or 4 weeks, so it's hard to get angry with the Rockets. They've won a bunch of games lately and put themselves in a really good position. But especially on a night where Luka and LeBron did not bring their A games, and you got victimized because you had a couple bench guys knocking down 6 threes apiece.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen. That's less replicable than whatever defensive job the Rockets did on the stars of that team.
Right.
You can do that again.
Right.
I don't think these guys are going to go shooting 12 for 24 every night in the postseason or whenever if you play them down the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
But to the question I wanted to ask you, who of all those teams they could play in the first round? Lakers, Nuggets, Grizzlies, Warriors, Clippers, Timberwolves. I think it's those 6. I think those are the 6.
Yep.
Who do you want to play for basketball reasons? Like, i.e., best chance to win a series? Who do you want to play for entertainment reasons?
Yeah.
Click reasons.
Yeah. So basketball reasons, it's got to be Memphis, not only because they are the least proven out of the teams. Like, their best player is the one that has the most questions right now, somebody that can't stay healthy and has not been as good as his greatest or as great as his greatest in a few years now in Ja Morant. And we know kind of the story there with what's happened with him, both kind of off the court and with his injury situation. So for basketball reasons, it's clearly Memphis. Give me the 4-5 with Memphis, or allow Memphis to drop to the 6th and give me the 3-6. Like, give me any kind of iteration of Rockets against Memphis with the home court advantage.
Okay.
Right? So give me that for basketball reasons. For clicks and entertainment purposes, man, it's got to be Golden State.
Golden State, huh?
It's got to be Golden State. I mean, and maybe there's a localized sort of bias there, because you could also argue like maybe even the Lakers, if they could fall far enough, or if the distance could be created enough, because that's where the buzz is. It's LeBron, it's Luka. So it's the game that you saw last night. You know, that's probably it. But I mean, we've got so much history with the Warriors, and they still got just enough of the remnants of the past there to feel good about hosting the series against them and even beating them.
Mine's neither of those. Those are good ones. Those are 2 and 3 for me. Mine's James Harden.
No, this makes it fun.
Mine's the Clippers, man.
I can get with that.
The circle of life, this whole thing, this rebuild started the day that James Harden sat down at that desk. Hell, you were probably in that press conference.
Yeah, it was a Zoom. But
it was a Zoom. Yeah, the Zoom, because it was during COVID.
But I was in the Zoom.
You were in the Zoom. You were in the Zoom, where James Harden just sat down and said, "We're not good enough," and he walks off.
Yeah.
And that was within 4 days of Deshaun asking for a trade.
Yeah.
Like, the parallels are crazy. I bring them up on the show all the time. People are probably getting sick of it, but I just think it's fascinating to me that the trajectory of the 2 teams, the Rockets and the Texans, took such a drastic turn with their star players requesting a trade within literally just days of each other. But the circle of life that would be for James Harden after being on 2 other teams in between.
Yeah.
That's how long it's been. As James Harden's on his 3rd team since leaving the Rockets. He bellyached his way out of the other 2 places, same way he did with the Rockets, that he would come back and play in a best-of-7 series. And if the Rockets finish as the 2 seed, if the standings hold the way they are now, they're going to play the winner of that 7 versus 8 game.
Correct.
In the play-in. The winner of that game will be the 7th seed. And as of right now, it would be Minnesota versus the Clippers.
Correct.
And the Clippers would host that game. And if they win, you get a best-of-7 series with James Harden on the other side. I want to feel what it's like to be directly on the other side of a James Harden collapse in an elimination game.
Yeah.
I've been on the James side of it before.
Yeah.
That sucks, because then you have to spend the whole offseason sticking up for the guy and bringing up a bunch of regular season stats as to why we love him so much. Ugh. That was horrible. That stunk. I want to be on the other side where we can point at him like Nelson on The Simpsons and go, ah.
So here's the issue, because I think this would be great for the clicks and for the entertainment value, because you asked 2 different questions, right? For basketball reasons and for entertainment.
Yep.
Entertainment, 100%, and for all of the reasons that you just laid out. Here's the thing from the basketball standpoint. James Harden's Rockets, or the James Harden-led Rockets, didn't have Kawhi Leonard as his running mate. Now, Kawhi Leonard is difficult to trust because of the health and the knees and all of that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's right and when he's been playing, they're kind of scary. They are the team similar to the Rockets, I would say, but the Rockets have actually played their way up to a top seed.
I know what you're going to say.
But they are kind of the team that nobody really wants to play because they're a little scary, they're scrappy, and the Kawhi Leonard thing, right? He's the most easily forgettable superstar that there might be ever. And then he pops up and you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. He's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't really want that for the Rockets. Like, I'd rather honestly take my chance. I'd be rooting for Minnesota because I'd rather take my chances with Anthony Edwards and the downward spiral that's been Minnesota this year than I would with what's going – and it has less to do with James Harden. I would like to see them beat James Harden. What I don't want to see is Kawhi Leonard and James Harden as the lower seeds come in here and beat the Rockets.
What's your hope with the Rockets in the postseason? Like any team that's a 2 seed, like it feels like just if you blindly just talk about any particular NBA season and say, yeah, my team's the 2 seed in the Western Conference, then the response, just again blindly not knowing who the team is, you say, oh well, you guys are a contender. You're one of the 4 best teams in basketball. You're the 2 seed in a 2-conference sport, and yet this is very new. It's a largely inexperienced, other than Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet. It's a bunch of guys who've never played in a playoff series before. So, I mean, just by where they're seated, it feels like a loser mentality for me to say this. But knowing who those other teams are that they're going to play in these best of 7 and how much experience they have, if they win a playoff series, and then whoever they play in the second round, they'll have home court there if they're the 2 seed as well.
Yep.
If that thing goes 6 or 7, I'm pretty happy with how this season went.
Yeah, if I'm honest with you, I'm already happy with it. So, like, at this point,
the playoffs are gravy for you.
And this sounds like maybe a loser's mentality, but I feel like it's already house money. Now, the expectation does have to change and adjust once they reveal themselves to be better than you thought they were. So that part of it is fine. Where I am now, what I'm hopeful for, I'm good with the way things are now. But what I'm hopeful for is that the Rockets are this year's version of last year's Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
What the Timberwolves did last year, I don't think anybody saw coming, how they dethroned the champions, and, of course, they end up losing to the Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals, but that was entertaining as hell.
Yeah.
And we left that season feeling like, hey, the Timberwolves are next. Now, obviously, we saw how this season has played out, and they've taken a step back, and I don't want the Rockets to do that next year, but if we're just isolating it to what I want things to look like this year, the way the T-Wolves took that step up, and even Anthony Edwards as a star kind of entered a different stratosphere. I want that for the Rockets as a team and for, Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green as a combination. If they could even split the hype that Anthony Edwards got as an individual between the two of them as a pairing, and looking at them asking this question next year of who's their closer, who are their best players, what are they going to do when the game's on the line at the end, and we feel like we have a better answer to that question by the end of it, I'll be good with it.
I'm really encouraged with Jalen and how he's played over the last month or two. He always answers the bell. You know what I mean? Like, he loves to play. He's never load managed or anything like that.
Iron Man.
He
plays.
He plays hard. He's really embraced what Udoka is preaching. That's been really encouraging to me because I know for a fact the franchise really wants him to be the guy. They want him to be the guy. And he's shown some of those qualities. Now, can he do it in the postseason? Obviously, is a huge question.
Sean, even when he's not efficient like he was last night, he still has a handful of these plays where you're like, oh yeah, no, I see why you can't quit that guy.
Yeah,
like he'll make a move, a drive. Even last night there was a pass. I think it was either to the men or there was a pass that he made that was like, oh wait a minute, I didn't realize he had that in his bag earlier on in the game. And he had a team high in assists by halftime. And it's like, oh, he's not shooting the ball well, but he's doing other things. That's the thing about Jalen Green. He is now a little bit more than just a scorer. He's impacting the game in different ways.
Yeah, he is. No doubt. Man, he can finish, too. He can finish. Text messages, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Going back to the Oiler uniform conversation we were having, Jackass Vrabel dressing up in costume just to get fired was wonderful.
Yeah,
that was kind of some BS, man. Amy Adams Strunk makes Mike Vrabel play at her little cosplay party with his Philip cowboy hat and his whole getup, and then she fires him 3 weeks later. That was bogus, man. I feel for Vrabel.
Yeah, That was kind of whack.
Yeah.
Like even if he didn't get fired, it was whack. Then the fact that he gets fired on top of it.
On top of it is whack. Yeah, the whole thing. Someone's saying that for Larry, Larry and Stafford was quoted in the article, and I was wondering, you and I both, Brandon Scott and I were both wondering how they got in touch with Larry. And someone texts in, they probably just listened to his rants on 610 and just stuck the quote in there.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But all the listening to 610.
Cite the show, please.
Yeah.
The Athletic.
Yeah.
All right. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. It's Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. D'Amico Ryans sat down with Texans All Access at the league meetings in West Palm Beach and was asked about the free agent acquisitions for the Texans and Christian Kirk, what he brings to the wide receiver room. We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Are you feeling like the trees on your property?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, these meetings are very cool when you have the chance to get all head coaches, all GMs in the same room, and you can talk about all the upcoming rule proposals. Just get a chance to interact with guys, kind of detach from ball a little bit. You see guys with their families, their wives, and you get to see them one time a year, just everyone relax. So very relaxing setting. Also a business setting where we're handling different rules and rules changes, things like that to improve the game of football.
All right, so that was D'Amico talking about what are you getting out of these NFL annual meetings. I didn't know guys brought their wives with them to that.
Me neither.
I thought that was maybe a little more of a chance to get down to West Palm Beach and hang out with the fellas.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Guys trip.
Yeah.
Guys trip.
Yeah.
But also Palm Beach, it's just an extra couple, could be an extra couples trip. You know what I mean? Like
there you go.
You know, I've seen people do this. Hey, I'm going on the road. I'm going to take my wife with me and double up. You know, a work trip plus I get some brownie points with the wife for, a work paid vacation.
Yeah, and you stay a few extra days on either side of it.
I can see it.
Yeah, I can see that too. D'Amico Ryans was also asked what it was like. Every year they take the picture of the 32 NFL head coaches, and it becomes fodder for the internet. Very fun. It's the same picture every year. 16 guys sitting in chairs. Behind them, 16 guys standing up. If you're trying to find the picture, D'Amico is off to the right, standing up crew, looking like he's ready to whoop ass on all 31 of the other guys in that picture. What was it like having your pick up there with all the other head coaches?
It makes me just take a moment to reflect. It's like, man, this is a very special moment, right? To be here as one of 32 NFL head coaches is something I don't take for granted, something I'm very appreciative of. And also look at it as these are your guys. Like, they just like to have fun. They're still joking with everyone, each other, having a lot of fun. So it's a surreal moment. I have to pinch myself sometimes to realize, man, you are NFL head coach, and just it's a blessing to be in this position, and it's something I always never take for granted.
Yeah, see, D'Amico, that's why you're a better person than me. You're sitting back, taking it all in. I'm so happy to be here. I'm very lucky to be here. All of those things. God has blessed me. And I'm like looking at it like you could whoop his ass.
Yep.
You could whoop his ass. Everybody but Dan Campbell, I think pretty much you'd be the favorite over right now. And I think even that would be a pretty damn good fight.
Yeah, I mean, in most cases would take a linebacker over a tight end. Now Dan Campbell just looks like a maniac.
Yeah.
Like he's
positionless.
He's positionless, and also Dan Campbell just seems like he would want the fight more. And we get D'Amico is swarmy and all of that, but D'Amico I feel like is just a little bit more chill to where at the end of it he might just all right, Dan, just go ahead, forget this. Yeah. Whereas Dan would
want kneecap off.
Yes, he would want to continue to fight until it got down to that.
Yeah.
Biting kneecaps.
Yeah. See, that's where I would hope D'Amico would, maybe take like some metal knee pads down there, like underneath his sweats that Dan can't see, and he goes to bite the kneecap and 3 teeth come out.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then Dan's just like, I ain't need them teeth anyway.
Yeah, I need
Give me another kneecap.
I'm going to gum your kneecap to death.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So to actual football stuff. I love that picture every year, by the way. Here's D'Amico Ryans asked by Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. This is from Texans All Access. How are you feeling about the free agent acquisitions that you've made?
Free agency has been busy. It's always busy. You're always trying to improve your team. We lost a lot of really good players from the previous year, so it's always hard trying to replenish your team, and you're trying to find that right fit. And it's always tough in free agency because sometimes you don't get a chance to actually meet with the guys. You just have to bank on, someone having some prior knowledge of being with the guy or just watching the film and really liking what you see on the film and seeing that, man, I can see that transition. I can see that role for the player for our team. So free agency is hectic, but at the same time, I feel like we've made some really nice additions to our team, guys who will come in and help improve our team. Guys will add competition to our team, and hopefully that competition just makes our entire team better.
Have they lost, at the beginning of that, I said we've lost some really good players. Have they lost any really good players in free agency? They traded Tunsil. I don't count that.
Yeah.
That's not free agency.
That's the one. That's the really good player that they've lost. Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs they lost. Okay, that's fair.
So there's one.
He's a really good. That's one. I mean, Eric Murray. I think they like Eric Murray more than the fan base likes Eric Murray because of the stigma of how he arrived here with Bill O'Brien back in the day.
Yeah, and there's probably a balance in between the middle there of our lack of appreciation for what Eric Murray's value was to the team.
Yeah.
And maybe how much they like him. There's probably somewhere meeting in the middle of what the actual value. He is a decent football player.
I agree with you.
He's a decent football player, but that's not one that you would say, oh, man, we really lost a good player in free agency.
Free agency has largely been, I don't want to say it's been like a big nothing burger. I mean, there are guys who have left, and there are guys that have been brought in that are definitely intriguing. The most intriguing moves have been the trade for Christian Kirk. So some of it is how you couch it, right? Like technically that's a trade.
Kirk, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Trade.
Which is a trade, and then also would be the mass exodus of the offensive line.
Of Tunsil. But as far as the guys that are conventional free agents they brought in, I mean, the only one I can think of that was more than a one-year deal was Tremont Smith. He signed a 2-year deal for like $8 million. These are all not low level, but they're depth pieces.
And then the 1-year deal that you guys talked about yesterday on this show, EJ Speed is probably a more noteworthy acquisition, I think, than Tremont Smith.
Right, and
I would say.
Yeah, I would say so too. Potentially more impactful.
Yeah.
I mean, how many starters think they signed in free agency? Sheldon Rankins, I think, has a chance to start for this team.
Sheldon Rankins, I think, will start for this team.
Okay.
Like they've brought back. Like Mario Edwards doesn't count because he was an in-house free agent.
Yeah, I'm talking about outside free agents.
But I think that matters, though, because they have now brought back their 2 best interior defensive linemen of the past 2 years of the DeMeco Ryans era. Like they've done the committee thing.
Yep.
But the 2 best of the 2 committees, they've brought those guys back now.
And Settle's still here. He was really good last year.
So Sheldon Rankins probably is their best free agent signing.
I think he'll start. Although I know if Seth were here, he would say that the defensive line, it's not so much who's starting, it's a rotation.
But he'll probably
But I think he's one of their top 2 guys. He'll start. I think Laken Tomlinson is a starter for this team right now. You obviously think he's a starter because you think that the entire starting O-line is in the building currly.
Yes.
Pulling up the poll right now to see how many people agree with
unless I was trying to convince you that Titus Howard is going to be their left guard. But I'm not. I do think that it's more likely than not going to be Laken Tomlinson.
Laken Tomlinson. He can play right guard too, I suppose, if he needed to. That's 2.
Yeah, that's 2.
That's 2. I mean, as far as like C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to start, again, not a free agent. Christian Kirk's going to start at slot receiver, not a free agent. As far as just, I guess we'll say new starters, regardless of how they got in the building here.
Those are the ones, though.
Those are the ones, yeah. Maybe EJ Speed gets the nod over Henry To'oTo'o or Christian Harris. Maybe.
Possible. That will make for interesting training camp fodder.
Yeah.
Like what's going on. Like I feel like going into training camp last year, a good idea who the linebackers were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Henry To'oTo'o has an emergence of sorts.
Cam Robinson.
That's the big one.
Cam Robinson.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
The left tackle.
Yeah,
okay.
he's going to start.
Sorry, Cam.
He's going to start.
And that's a $12 million. I know it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
But they gave that guy $12 million.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But I'll say this, like the only position or position group where I feel like that we haven't mentioned them bringing in a starter because they've already got their starters, probably be tight end. Like if they brought in one more. Like Dalton Schultz wasn't great last year. We're counting on Dalton Schultz bouncing back and being what he was his first year here, right?
Yeah, and I know Seth has kind of downplayed this, but I'm going to still hope traffic in this space of maybe the new offensive coordinator being a former tight ends coach can have some sort of what Lopez calls pixie dust effect, the Miko dust on defense.
Yes.
If there could be some version of that on offense with Nick Caley and his background as a tight ends coach. And look, I know he's not going to just be straight up coaching tight ends, and who knows how much that matters. But hopefully it matters a little bit.
Just little things,
because
man.
It was not – you did not feel like you had a $12 million tight end last year.
No.
At any point.
Zach Ertz was giving the Commanders however many catches he had last year. He signed a 1-year, $3.5 million deal. You weren't anywhere close to $12 million with Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Here's DeMeco Ryans on the wide receiver room talking about Christian Kirk and others.
Starting with Christian, I was always very fond of Christian from his time in Arizona. Like watching him play the right way. He plays hard. He plays relentless. He's a swarm player. See it up close and personal, make a lot of good plays. Berrios has that ability to return the football as a punt returner. Also can go out, play receiver in a slot position, and get open. He's just a matter of him getting back healthy and staying healthy. And Watson, he's Mr. Consistent. He shows up, he makes tough catches, he plays fast, plays physical, just a consistent player, and hopefully he brings that to our team.
Okay.
That's the one we forgot, Sean. Braxton Berrios' girlfriend.
Alex Earl.
The one whose name I forget. There you go. Alex Earl. Is she TikTok, YouTube? Which one is
TikTok.
her thing?
She's a huge TikToker.
Yeah.
Did not know she existed until Jesse Watt across the hall went ballistic on her Instagram stories the day that Braxton Berrios signed, in a good way.
Yeah, and I only know because y'all are – I'm taking y'all's word for it.
Yeah.
Because I still have not done that much investigating. This is just not a world that I traffic in at all.
Man.
So
Jesse's got dreams of going out with her for mimosas and things like that. Yeah.
So maybe not a starter because she doesn't play, but a star nonetheless.
Star for sure. Maybe
star free agent
bigger
acquisition.
Social media star than anybody on the team. Probably.
Yeah. No, like seriously.
Yeah. Not even. Literally, like 7 million TikTok followers for sure. Do you want the results currently of the poll that I put up on your behalf earlier?
I am curious because I was wrong about the other polls.
Talking about the O-line.
Curious about this one.
Okay, I'm going to let you guess, but let me read how I phrased the question, okay? This comes from an earlier conversation that Brandon and I had on the show about the O-line. Pender poll, in response to a prediction Brandon Scott just made, I tagged you on it, is the Texans' starting offensive line for Week 1 on the roster right now?
Yeah.
Those 5 guys on the roster right now.
And I have not voted in the poll, nor have I seen the results yet. Obviously, you guys know where I stand on it because that's the genesis of the poll.
You said yes. You think?
So I obviously think yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say my early prediction was that most people would disagree, but we were starting to see on the text line that there was more agreement than we maybe anticipated.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm going to say that it's closer to an even split, and that 55% think that the starting 5 offensive line is not on the roster. That 55% disagree with me.
You have the right side of the poll in terms of, like, no is winning right now.
Okay.
You only get a ding, though, if you get within 5% of the guess.
Okay.
So you're going to get a buzz. But you're on the right side this time. 76%
disagree
with you. Yeah, 76% disagree with you.
They don't want it to be true.
Well, I think
they heart don't understand it.
If I had to guess, I would guess a vast majority of those are like, no, they're going to draft somebody, and that somebody is going to start because this is a real group of journeymen here. Who's their best offensive lineman?
Cam Robinson.
Yeah. Who's a middle-of-the-road guy who was not great in Minnesota last year.
Yeah.
Now, some of that, we played a cut yesterday from Nate Tice, Mike Tice's son, who does a lot of good work for The Athletic.
Yeah.
And he's
at Yahoo now, I think.
Is he at Yahoo now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But did great work at The Athletic.
He was with The Athletic. Yeah, he may be with Yahoo now. So either way, kind of a throwaway within the context of the podcast he was doing, but perked our ears up because he mentioned Cam Robinson. He was using Cam Robinson as an example of a guy that when you get taught differently than you're used to being taught, it can really mess with your head. You know, and he gets traded from Jacksonville to Minnesota.
Right.
He gets to Minnesota, and they teach their O-linemen to do things differently.
Yeah.
And you get traded there in the middle of the season. Not a whole lot of time to work on your technique.
Yeah.
So.
Ooh, and they're bringing in 2 Minnesota guys then, from Cam Robinson and Ed Ingram.
I guess technically they are.
So
we'll see. Maybe they feel like their teachings here
could be a reclamation project,
maybe
type of thing.
Maybe.
Just to stay with your question, second best offensive lineman, probably Titus Howard.
Titus Howard,
and no one knows what position he's going to play.
Right. No,
that's where we are.
Fascinating. Yep. All right. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Signing Framber Valdez just became a whole lot harder yesterday, and Justin Verlander on his conversations. Are we done with Justin Verlander here in Houston? That's my big question. That and Framber and a whole lot more we will get to in the final segment coming up next. Stay there.
Baseball is back, and you
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. B. Scott, I've enjoyed myself. I just want you to know that.
Likewise, my friend.
Been a good show. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, real quick update on the rules changes that are being voted at the owners' meeting or the league meetings in West Palm Beach. The NFL's kickoff proposal was separated into 2 votes today. We didn't touch on this one earlier because we ran out of time, but there are 2 elements to the kickoff rule that are being voted on today, or that were voted on today. They voted and passed the football now being moved to the 35-yard line for a touchback. My prediction last year when they put this new rule in place, and they said, well, we're going to move a touchback from the 25 to the 30 with the hope that that would be punitive enough for teams to want to
run a play,
drop it into the landing zone there and force the other team to return it. By the end of the year, a lot of teams are just booming it out of the end zone still. And until you move a touchback out far enough to where teams are like, okay, we need to have a kickoff return.
This is too much field position.
They're moving it to the 30. The touchback goes to the 35-yard line. So if you kick the ball out of the end zone, it comes out to the 35-yard line. That, I think we're going to see a ton more returns this year. 35-yard line, you're one chunk play away from a field goal. It's
and you just don't want to, like, even in a, I don't care how even meaningful the game is. You're not trying to concede that much field position.
Right.
70, almost 70 yard, or what is it? Just 60. Yeah. You don't want to concede that much field position on the first play of the game. Of the drive.
This is good for the Texans, I think. Look, if we're living in an NFL where there's going to be more returns, which means more coverage, they've had really good coverage units with Frank Ross. So I think this is a good thing. No vote at this time on the onside kick modification. They're tabling that until May. And what that was going to be was, as of right now, there's only certain – first of all, you have to announce when you're going to do an onside kick. And there's only certain instances and times in the game that you were allowed to do it. The proposed rule was going to allow you to do it anytime you were trailing in a game. You got to notify the other team, hey, we're going to onside kick here. So there's that. And you have to be trailing. This is the big one, B. Scott. This is the big one. Tush push. You ready?
All right.
NFL owners have tabled the tush push conversation. No decision about its future at this league meeting. What a bunch of fraidy cats. What, as Seth would say, what are you, Yella?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they tabled it.
Or he'd say, go die.
Well,
what do you mean tabled it? I wanted to vote
everybody.
Yeah,
I wanted to vote on this show today. Go die for not giving me a vote.
You saw the reports, I'm assuming, that like the conversations and discussions around the tush push, got heated over the weekend.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman, GM of the Eagles, who are sort of they're the caretaker of the tush push. Howie Roseman apparently got into a very animated conversation with Sean McVay and Sean McDermott, the two Seans.
Yeah.
So they decided to table it. I guess because they want to yell at each other again in May. Who knows?
Yeah, which is interesting because obviously the Bills tried to replicate this and failed dramatically.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Sean McVay strikes me. I don't know what their background is with the tush push, but he definitely strikes me as the type of coach that would be for the tush push if his team could pull it off, or if he had the type of quarterback to execute it. Like, you're not doing the tush push with Matthew Stafford, more than likely, and that's probably not part of their identity, but Sean McVay seems like the coach that otherwise would support it. You know, that fiery kind of like personality thing that he's got going on?
It sounds like it's the opposite.
But only the opposite because of the results. He seems like he would be a tush-push guy if he had tush-push personnel.
I think, here's the thing. I guess as a head coach, you never know. Next year could be your last year. So if you're voting on this because of the makeup of how your team looks in 2025, I think it's kind of selfish. Like, you should be voting on the rules, like what you think is good for football, what you think the best thing is for football, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
do I sound like a sucker?
A little bit
because people are going to vote in their own interest.
Yeah, because obviously you're a fan of a team, but these guys coach these teams. Yeah, he is thinking about,
and it could be their last year coaching, so they're thinking about what's making them best in 2025.
Yeah, and I know they restructured Stafford's contract and everything, but he's either going to be their quarterback for sure this year and possibly a swan song in 2026.
Yep.
So yeah, that's probably as far ahead as he's looking.
Someone said Alex Earl, the girlfriend of Braxton Berrios, on the text page. I don't know. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, says she makes $70,000 a week.
That's insane.
That's what's that? That's about $3 million a year, something like that.
Yeah,
3.5, 3.6, something like that. Say the breadwinner. They're both doing okay.
I don't understand the world though. Like just how TikTok, YouTube, or anything. And I know I'm the digital guy up here, and that's the space I traffic in. But 70,000 a week.
She moves a lot of product apparently.
Yeah, it's just beyond. I don't even understand how even moving that much product gets you that. Like it's far beyond me. Good for her though.
You know who's going to make a lot of money? Framber Valdez in a year.
He is.
He just got a whole lot harder. If you're an Astros fan who's holding out hope that Framber Valdez is going to come back to the Astros, I would say I would say that maybe just close your ears for the next minute or so.
Yeah.
He ain't coming back.
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen. Yeah, as John McClain would say, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Thank you, John. Garrett Crochet got 6 years, $170 million from the Red Sox yesterday. Garrett Crochet was a reliever in 2020 and 2021, had Tommy John surgery, missed 2022, came back as a reliever for the White Sox in 2023. 2024 was his first year as a starting pitcher, and it was excellent. He was really, really good. Gets traded to the Red Sox. They sign him to a 6-year, $170 million extension. That's what, almost $30 million a year, $28 million a year, something like that. It's what Max Fried got just for fewer years.
Right. Framber is going to laugh.
Framber has been the winning pitcher in the American League in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
He has been as rock solid a starter as you can find in baseball the last 5 years. This guy pitched 1 year as a starter with the White Sox, and he got $28 million a year over 6 years. He's got opt-outs, got the whole thing, man. Framber just got a whole lot harder to sign.
Yeah, so, and the tough part about this is, like, this is about the deal that I feel like the Astros would love to sign Framber to. I feel like this is the deal that all of us would love to see him sign, but it's just outside of or not nearly what his market's going to be. Like he's probably, I'm not going to say double, but he's going to get significantly more than that. If you're using that as any sort of barometer for what Framber Valdez might get in free agency, he is going to get significantly more than that. And the Astros have shown themselves not to have the sort of appetite to pay that type of deal.
Yeah, that's
so
amazing.
We can kind of almost
Crochet,
pretty much close the door on that.
Yeah, Crochet. 6 years, $170 million. He's younger than Framber. He's still in his 20s. Framber's in his 30s. But one good year as a starter, and the Red Sox, here you go. Red Sox are spending bread, man.
Yeah.
Between that and Bregman.
And shaking things up in their own locker room or clubhouse to do so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to have to – they're paying Rafael Devers a lot of money, too.
Yeah.
Did you see Bregman's face plant yesterday?
Yeah.
Boy, the people that freeze framed it, it looks like he literally looks like he's jamming his face down into the dirt.
It's like what have I done?
Like he's trying
to lift the Astros.
Or like when Michael Scott found some wet cement and he stuck his face in the wet cement so he could have his face. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, man.
John Lopez and Reggie Atatula are here. Hello, gentlemen.
Howdy. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
Terrific.
So, tush push tabled. They tabled it.
Cowards.
They feel like arguing about it for another 2 months.
I don't feel good about this. That doesn't really affect the Texans too much, but I just feel it.
No, if CJ ever becomes a tush push guy.
It's weak.
I don't see that.
How would the Texans go about tush pushing it? Because, I mean, it's not going to be CJ in there. You're not bringing in Davis Mills for that. Like, who do you put up there to try and do the tush push?
Yeah.
Who's taking the ball from under center?
Snap
I mean, I don't feel great
either
about
Dari or Damien.
Can I mess around and put what
about Cade Stover?
Yeah, we're in the same place. That's
Cade
what I thought
Stover.
immediately.
Yeah.
I like Dari.
He'd be willing.
Yeah.
I like Dari.
Yeah.
Cade works too. Cade's taller. So
Cade's just bigger and stronger.
That's what I mean. Give me the big, strong, and tall guy.
Yeah.
You know, like all of those guys are sturdy. You know, running backs.
Tank would totally volunteer to do it.
I bet he would.
Yeah, but I don't think we want that.
That's probably the issue.
Yeah,
He's got 100%. This little engine that could.
Yes. That's part of the problem.
100%.
He remind me of Chihuahua. All the heart, but look, hey man, I need you to not worry about
those
that.
are Rottweilers.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need you to worry about that one.
Not bad. So what's the question of the day today?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad that you asked it.
What's the greatest length you've gone to watch your squad? Like the craziest, greatest length.
Okay.
Has to do with the Cougars.
Okay.
I was talking to a dude yesterday.
You guys come up with good questions, man.
He's in sales.
Saul Lopez.
He's in sales. He has to be on the floor at 8 a.m. Sunday.
Who you're talking to?
A buddy of mine.
Years, okay.
He's in boat sales. Go figure.
Okay.
And he has to be on the floor at 8 a.m. Sunday. He and his 3 buddies are driving to San Antonio. Don't know where they're going to sleep, but they got tickets.
Okay.
And then driving back after the game.
Okay.
Just to watch the Cougs.
Okay.
They got in the building, upper level, $250 a seat.
Okay. I've got a couple of these, as you can imagine, from college.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I went
it's
to school.
usually college.
It's usually college because that's when you got the stamina and the willingness
and the
to do things and the silliness to do things that your lack of funds avail you to.
Yes.
So I have 2. Both actually wind up in the same place. And by the way, you're listening to Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. The first one was my freshman year at Notre Dame. Me and 4 buddies drove in a Honda Prelude through a snowstorm to watch Notre Dame play Penn State. It's 10 hours. To Happy Valley. You've been to Happy Valley before?
I've been to Happy Valley.
Have either of you guys been there before?
You get stuck behind one of those carriages. And,
but it's out there and nowhere.
It's it's a lot like Foxborough. Like there's one way in and one way out, and there's traffic, and there was snow. It was a noon kick. We left on a whim on Friday night. Like, let's go. Let's do it. We didn't have tickets. We bought tickets, and it was negative wind chill. It was in November.
Yeah.
Negative wind chill, metal bleachers, and they lost on a missed 2-point conversion by Tony Rice. That was number one.
How was the heat in the Prelude? Because I did not recall what the Prelude looked like, and I was like, that was a 2-door, wasn't it?
2-door.
Sure was.
2-door, and one of the guys would five.
Yeah, I was like, who got bad seat?
Yeah. We all had bad seat. The best seat was the driver's seat.
Yeah.
The other one actually wound up at Penn State, but that was when my brother's first game he ever kicked at Notre Dame. When he made the team off the soccer team in early November in 1991. I was training for my new job out of college in Santa Clara, California, and I called my brother up, and I knew he was trying out that day because Lou Holtz called up and said, "Hey, we need some kickers. We lost our kicker. Send some soccer players over." I called my brother up, and he said, "I can't talk to you right now. I'm talking to Dad. I'm kicking off on Saturday at Penn State." So I'm like, oh man, I gotta go.
Yeah.
So I got a airline ticket from Santa Clara. Got done with my training at on Friday. I still had to be there another 2 weeks, but I went.
Yeah.
I left on Friday. We had the weekends to ourselves. Flew to Cleveland. Drove from Cleveland to Happy Valley.
That's
again in mid-November.
Yeah.
Got there, same thing. Got there like 45 minutes before kickoff. Now that time I had a ticket because my brother left me one at will call.
Yeah.
But those are the same venue. Those are the extents I went to. Are those the type of stories you're looking for?
Those are exactly
Okay.
the types of stories.
Mine included a Honda. We drove my, no longer with his wife, but then girlfriend was pregnant with our oldest child at the time. Drove the 94 Honda. Now, this is in 2010, so the Honda is 16 years old.
Yeah.
Does not run very well.
That's right in the prime of the Honda, though.
No, but
I've been told.
Hondas and Toyotas.
This one did not have AC, none of that. And it's March. Shorty's pregnant, all of that. And we are on our way. Sam Houston State play in the first round of the NCAA tournament against Baylor.
Oh, wow.
Of course, they get beat because it's Sam Houston State against Baylor. But we went all the way to New Orleans to watch Sam Houston State. That was the John Wall year, the first year that they were at Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
So we did get to watch John Wall and then beat up on their first round opponent and all of that. But that was a little bit more ambitious than it probably should have been.
That's
especially
commitment.
with her being big and pregnant.
But at least you were in New Orleans at that point.
We were in New Orleans.
So that is a little nice.
Poor
portion.
pregnant person in New Orleans.
I don't know how the car made it, honestly, how we made it.
My
and
only
back.
tease for ours at 1040 is a 1979 Datsun truck, four guys.
4 guy. Okay, is that a 4-seater or a 2-seater
It's a
truck?
2-seater with a little bench that you sit sideways on in the back. It's like a half.
Oh, y'all had to lap up?
Yeah, so they were facing each other for 9 hours.
I ain't heard somebody say lap up in a minute, I'm going to be honest.
I don't want to face another guy for 9 hours in any scenario.
No,
yeah.
not 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Much
All right.
less hours.
Do you have a good one you want to tease, Reggie? Or you got?
I mean, my tease will be y'all's was all physical.
Yeah.
Mine was somewhat mental.
Okay.
In the lengths that I went in order to watch my squad, but we'll talk about that when we get to the question.
All right, good deal, man.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So get to San Antonio is the story.
Yeah. 3 hours. Yeah, when you hear the stories.
But you got to be on the floor at 8 a.m.
When you hear the story. Oh, they're coming back. Then what if.
He's got to sell boats.
Okay. Is he going to go to the championship
Don't
game
boats
if
sell
they make it?
themselves,
He'll turn around and
go
go
to the championship game.
Yeah, if you in the boat sales store, I feel like you done made a decision.
Have you seen the
that
prices?
you're ready to? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you're like I'm in the market for a boat, the boat is pretty much sold. You know what I mean?
But you want to be the one on the floor.
Right.
Yeah, you want to
collect that commission.
Yeah.
It's going to pay for your championship game tickets.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, have a great show. I'm looking forward to this at 10:40.
Thank you.
This will be good. I'm looking forward to the whole show. But 10:40 in particular. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. That's what you just listened to. B. Scott, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for coming in. That was good stuff. All right, we're done. We're out of time. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. That's what you're listening to. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Byron in for Figgy Fig today. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Damn, Skippy, we start now. Happy Tuesday to you. Appreciation, of course, to Sean for always giving us a great intro.
Appreciation to B. Scott for making the move.
That's right. I wanted to mention that.
That's a team player.
That is a considerate human being right
Sean,
there.
did you see what he did?
No, I did. I commented on it to him during the break. I said, "You're making me look bad."
Did you see that?
No, I did.
He packed up during the break, got it all over here, so Reggie could sit right there and get it done.
Which is not necessary.
B. Scott, give me a high five.
But also,
give me a high five,
because of my role, I'm very in tune to what all of you do.
Yeah.
Because on any given day, I might sit in for any one of you.
Yeah.
So I know what goes on for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's just easier for me to do.
I know I'm an entitled brat.
Sean, I thought that was really nice of him.
That was. I can tell.
I don't have Sean's status. I humble myself.
That's not true.
Hey, man, let that name B. Scott from Hiram Clark ring out. See what happens after that. Shout out to B. Scott.
My birthday was last week. He didn't even move.
It was last week.
I didn't know until I saw the email that it was your birthday.
I don't announce.
Which he's not happy about, by the way.
I Leroy.
He did?
He actually
What are you doing? Why are you doing that to me?
He shouldn't. Shout out to our guy Figgy Fig, who he is out today, but don't go to making fun of him. He is out for good reasons. He's out reading to the babies, making sure that literacy happens amongst the youth of Houston, Texas. So shout out to Figgy Fig. We'll catch him back in the studio tomorrow. All right. Let's get going on a Tuesday here in the loop. You can always get involved with the program by texting in to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, and then also get involved on either the YouTube or the Twitch. Both of those brought to you by Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. And I want to circle back to another program on this station, Texans All Access. They do a fantastic job, especially in these instances where they have an opportunity to be, out on the road in some ways. They, they talked to Casario and D'Amico at the Combine, and they did something similar yesterday, as we heard Mark Vandermeer talk to the head coach of this team, D'Amico Ryans, at the league meetings in West Palm Beach. And I thought and you definitely thought there were some things that you felt to be somewhat illuminating, no?
Yeah, how about I'm gonna give Sean Pendergast his love now, because also B. Scott, we all like to have that validation. So I immediately thought about this, and then I opened up my phone and I saw Sean tweeted out a poll about this.
A Pender poll, sir.
A Pender poll.
Those things are branded.
Yes. Obviously, B. Scott brought up a question this morning on the show, and I had the exact same question I was already typing on my notes.
Sure.
Did D'Amico tell us he's pretty much good with the offensive line? Are we good?
Good? In theory, no.
Did D'Amico tell us?
And did D'Amico tell us that? That is a possibility. In fact, I take you to Texans All Access. This is Cut 5. Byron. By the way, shout out to Byron Matthews sitting in for Figgy Fig on this day. But this is D'Amico Ryans talking about rebuilding the offensive line. And D'Amico, what are you looking to accomplish here?
Yeah, with our offensive line, I'm looking to just when I say reshape it, revamp it, we still want quality. We got quality players, right? Adding Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. These guys have played. They've started NFL games. They have experience. Now I'm hoping that experience, along with our young guys and all the guys competing, we can find the best 5 guys for us. And the biggest thing for me is the mindset of our offensive line is making sure we instill that pride that we're going to protect our quarterback, right? We're going to play tough. We're going to play physical. We're going to play nasty. And that's what I want to see from our offensive line.
So mindset, pride, quality players.
Sure.
You can kind of read into that what you want, but I think at least 3 of us kind of wondered, are they good? And I know they're going to, I shouldn't say I know. I think the odds are they're still going to draft an offensive lineman with the number 25 overall pick, but maybe not.
I would like to go to the John Lopez Sportsbook for a moment, if you don't mind.
Yeah, man.
You said the odds are. If you were to put, I'm just going to ask it as a percentage because I know I don't want to get mired in like what the odds actually are.
Yeah,
but
plus whatever. No,
percentage chance that after day 2, there is another offensive lineman in this room is what?
After day 2.
Correct. So after the third round is completed, that there is
85%.
Really, that low?
I think they're going to draft one. Well, day 2's third round too, isn't it?
Exactly.
95%.
There we go. That's about what I was anticipating from you, and just in general, right? It just feels like, and more likely than not is like a majority, which is 50%. And I think that probably says nothing, but I think that there is a high likelihood, and it's damn near impossible that they come out of those 2 days without having taken a offensive lineman, whether that's like a one of these tackles that it seems like a lot of the draft scouts are mocking to the Texans, or if it's one of these guards going backwards a little bit to the place that we felt like we were prior, and maybe you feel the addition of Cam Robinson stabilizes the outsides and you're just going to add someone in the interior, what have you.
Yeah.
It feels like you are going to add an offensive lineman. I think the question is, does that young offensive lineman get in early?
Okay, let me ask you this. How about after day 1?
And that is a question that is popping up.
Because day 1's going to be a starter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
right?
If you draft a first-round pick, the anticipation is that person is going to come in and start, except for like a few very small circumstances in which you probably are drafting a guy in a position that you're already good at. However, you're drafting for the future of it, right? There's some situations that you look at, like maybe you look at the Rams, who have Rob Havenstein as a tackle on their offensive line. They start, however, they might still draft a tackle saying in the future that person's going to take over because Havenstein might be like actually about ready to be done, right?
Yeah.
Maybe in circumstances like
but by and large, you're drafting a starter, and so what are the odds in day 1?
And that feels like it dips a little bit. I will salute Brad Daugherty of the Texans because he puts together his mock draft. Drew Daugherty.
Yeah, Brad Daugherty's
that's the Cavs, isn't it?
owner.
Yeah, and he was a Cavs player. Right? Yeah, I do that all the time, don't I? Drew Daugherty. Apologies to the man but he absolutely, the work is undeniable, even if my dumb self can't remember names properly. But he is the man for the Texans who puts together the mock draft roundup, who goes to, and I appreciate this work quite a bit because he siphons through, like everybody's putting out mock drafts, but he kind of gets to the most credible of the sources who put out mock drafts. And he has, if you look at the most mocked players to the Texans, a majority of them are offensive linemen. But then you get a decent amount of wide receivers in there, whether it's Emeka Egbuka, who obviously is like the most likely. Sometimes you'll get in some Matthew Golden or what have you. Day 1, it feels like it's probably like, what, a 65%?
I was gonna ask you, if I say 65%.
Oh, so that was the I hit the
on
push.
The button.
I hit the push.
Button. Yeah. What would you say? I think that's about right. I think that's about right. Now, here's the other part of this that's interesting to me, and I don't mean to be copping out or vague or whatever. It's just interesting. I mean, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that they might be good with I mean, he said these are all guys that started. I mean, he was talking about Ingram, and guys that we didn't think had a really big chance. The way he's talking about it, he's like, hey, veteran guys, we want them nasty. We want the mindset. They've all started. Quality players is another term that he used. I don't know if it's good or bad. Are they good? Are they good with this line?
I think that they would not be in this place if they did not have some level of whether you believe them to like actually be right in this belief in the guys that they brought in, and because the watchword has been competition. And in order to have competition, you would imagine you have to have capable competitors. And so in theory, they have brought in a whole bunch of dudes that can compete. And to some degree, like you can absolutely see that, right? Cam Robinson obviously was a starter all last year between his time in Jacksonville and Minnesota, although, it seemed to fall off a little bit in Minnesota. And you could point to some of the ways in which the techniques were different, as I think Nate Tice did on his podcast, right? You could talk about Laken Tomlinson, started all 17 games, in fact, for the Seattle Seahawks. Like to what degree of capability, you can argue that. Ed Ingram, I think he lost his job last year, but he has been in contention to be a starter. He's been that kind of player. We know the guys that are already on the team, the levels of belief that you have to have in those guys to start with. Like, you believe that all of them can be capable starters, and it seems like that is the bar that they have. It feels like also, though, for me personally, having seen what C.J. Stroud went through, having seen, and I can't shake this from my mind, seeing what the Chiefs went through when their offensive line did not play up to standard the couple of times that they went to the Super Bowl, and it did not look right, especially including the time at what is widely regarded as the best quarterback in the league and the best player in the world out here throwing passes horizontal to the field, to the playing surface, because the offensive line wasn't together. I feel like that should not be the bar. However, if that's the bar, is just we think that we can get a one band, one sound out of this mug, right? Like, if we can get to that place, then this will be fine. If that's what you believe, I think that you can see how you got there. But I'm still in a place where I would like to see more talent at it, and that feels like that's going to be the young guys coming in. So,
bingo.
No.
You mentioned the Chiefs, and I think that's a great example that I actually didn't think about, so it fits perfectly with the next question I had for myself as much as for you and our listeners. All right, so it's about mindset. It's about swarm offensively, right, with the offensive line. The difference to me is, well, let me pose it as a question. The Texans defense is all about swarm, and it's an attitude, it's a culture that they've developed. Swarm defense. But they're really good. Like, they're really talented. They have two of the best edge rushers you can think of. They have badass cornerbacks. They have a mean linebacker. They have good, really, really good players. Does the mindset on the offensive line matter if they're not really good too? I mean, it's easy to sit here and say mindset, swarm, 5 fingers in a glove, all that stuff. But if they're not really good up front, does it matter?
I mean, yes, to some degree, because mindset, especially in that position in particular, right? Offensive line is very much, you need some want to be able to go and do that position. It's the dirt work. It's the position that we talk about in such a way where we go, when you're doing your job well, you get no level. Like, it's not like anybody's coming and patting you on the back. So this is a position that you have to have. There has to be an internal, motivation that happens there, which I think lines up pretty nicely with the idea of the mindset that you take to the job. So that matters a good deal. In fact, that's one of the reasons and why I think, at least on the outside of the building, there's been a lot of talk about this offensive line last year in the ways of, this needs to be shaken up. This can't remain as such. And I think that for you, when you've talked about the whole idea of the toxic locker room or whatever that's been used, and I know that word is really, it's contentious or what have you, but I think that probably is what you're talking about, right? It's just, hey, how much want to does this offensive line demonstrate in going about and trying to dominate their opposition? And it felt like that was lacking in some way.
It's easy.
I think that matters. However, I do think that you can't have that matter to the point where you neglect a level of talent.
All right, right. Because it's easy to say, boy, this defense really swarms, when it's freaking Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Sure.
All of a sudden swarm, that gets a lot easier to do. But if you have Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram and, whatever you think of Cam Robinson and Trent Brown at this point in their careers, is swarm going to make them all of a sudden one of the better, protection units in the NFL?
But with all due respect, right, like some of the swarm dudes as well on the defense are not like the guys that you would look at as I'm glad that you mentioned names before I could, because I was like, man, how do I do this without sounding like a jerk? That's like, hey, he's not all that good, but he's playing above his, I feel like that's a real jerk way to talk about this.
Petrie.
But Petrie, I mean, how do we feel about Tim Settle in that way? How do we feel about Mario Edwards in that way? Like, you've seen the ways in which, yes, that competition, that swarm mentality can elevate talent, but I think you're right. You still need the tent poles. You still need the guys, the Jimmies and Joes still matter in this league. Otherwise, we would not spend months upon months upon months doing the whole draft scouting thing, especially in a public-facing way, like media evaluation and all that stuff, if it did not matter to what's happening here. And that's why I'm still, like, I come back to that question that B. Scott asked that ended up on the Pender poll that you've posed in some way in this segment, which is, are they good? And in some ways, no, I don't. I still don't see that particular player, because if you look at the let's look at the line room that currently exists for this Houston Texas team. Who is that tent pole if you were to say that you had, or who all would be the tent poles
on the line,
on the offensive line? That is the talent.
I would point to Cam Robinson. They would point to Trent Brown. I feel, just based on what the things they've said about him. But boy, both of those have some.
You're not putting Titus in there, especially if he plays guard.
I guess.
Okay.
I guess I'd put Titus there if he plays guard. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm still in that place where I don't know that they're fully good. Can they be better? Sure. And this is the additional level of it. And I think we'll circle back around to talking about this, because later on in the show I want to ask what the listeners, what our dream and nightmare picks are for that 25 pick should the Texans stand pat and select there. But I think that why it's imperative that you do in fact go for a lineman and one that you believe be really good, and that they factor in very early, of course, provided that they actually are capable of playing at the level that you need them to, right? That's an obvious caveat that you need there, is because I think that you make the Laramie Tunsil move not just for this season. In fact, you can make the argument that it's more for the seasons coming after this season. And I would kind of really hate if you ended up with a line where you have talent that objectively is less good than Laramie Tunsil this year, and you have not set yourself up for the years future where those young talented guys haven't gotten experience to solidify that offensive line for 2-3 years down the road with C.J. Stroud behind them.
Yeah, well, ideally you're looking at week 5, maybe week 6, where you did draft a guard, this season in the upcoming draft, and he becomes a starter by week 5, week 6, and then you have, an upper tier, player there, whether he's a tackle or a guard. I would suspect guard. All of a sudden, that's what you're talking about. You feel a little better about at least moving forward with those types of guys.
Right, because then you start having, you circle back to, if it's a first-round pick, that's a if. A first-round offensive lineman, that you anticipate that being a starting caliber player, and a starting caliber player maybe even to the level of being a tent pole player. You put that tent pole in place, and now you can build around it to have an offensive line that hopefully has that mentality that you want, the swarminess, but then also the talent level to also then take that swarminess and enforce it upon others in the league. So I don't know. I don't know if they're good, and honestly, I don't know that I have really much option than to be like good with what you have right now, pending the NFL draft, which is honestly just over 3 weeks away. It has. I don't know if I could say it snuck up on us, but it's kind of amazing how quickly we've gotten to this place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Coming up next, let's circle around to your Houston Rockets. Unfortunately, they fall yesterday to the Los Angeles Lakers. What was your big takeaway from this game? Because I'm very interested and intrigued by Lopez's takeaway from this game. I'll give you what that is next.
The OG has thoughts on
Yeah, that's the number, 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, mind you. Let us know, what were your takeaways from a Rockets loss versus the Los Angeles Lakers national TV game? Second night of a back-to-back, if you want to find. Like, I love, especially in sports, like the natural kind of reactions, whether the game goes well for you, the bad, or goes poorly for you, the things that you can kind of throw out as defenses or excuses or what have you.
Or both.
Second night of back-to-back, always a good one, man. Like, hey, well, it was the second night of back-to-back. Second night back-to-back. I actually don't think that factored in as much in this game, or maybe you think it did. 713-572-4610. Again, Figgy Fig hanging out, reading to the babies on this Tuesday, so salute to him if you want to give him a shout-out at the Figgy Fig on social media. But Lopez, you obviously watched this game. It was a very good one. The Rockets had the opportunity of fully clinching.
It was an important one.
Fully
50
clinching
wins,
50
playoffs.
wins, and officially clinching playoff berth that they will go to, but it would just been nice to have that officially locked in. But unfortunately, they can't get it done versus the Los Angeles Lakers. And in this game, there was definitely some things that I think you could take away or maybe try and extrapolate. I'm interested in the one that you came to.
Well, it's funny because I was watching this game, especially the end of it, and it kind of reminded me of what we saw right before the All-Star break. This looked like a Rockets team that was kind of a step slow, not the best shooting. Second quarter they did all right, but not the best shooting. Defense was a little lax. They didn't create a lot of free throws, and people will argue about refs and all that, but you create a lot of free throws as well. With how you're playing offensively and attacking and all that stuff. It kind of reminded me of what we saw from the Rockets, which was alarming at the time. At the end, right before the All-Star break. For some reason, I'm not as alarmed. For some reason, I'm not as alarmed this time. And a couple of the reasons why is. While we're going down the stretch here, important games, big games that are going to maybe the postseason a little bit in terms of your opponent, but they have a rare couple of days off early part of next week. I believe Monday and Tuesday they have 2 days off, which is always good to kind of get your legs back under you. Then you get into the postseason, you get a little break before the postseason, just a couple more days, and then you're playing. Now they might struggle in the postseason. It's going to be all new to them, etc. But I don't feel this is something that's going to linger. I think it wasn't necessarily, because of the second day of back-to-back. I think a lot of stuff has just piled up. All these wins, the win streak, what was it, 11 out of 12, whatever it was.
Correct.
Whatever it was. It wasn't one of those nights, just a bad night, because there were symptoms there. They looked tired. They looked a little slow. They missed some shots. Şengün and Jalen Green, were off. Jalen Green had 9 points. But there were some symptoms. But I'm not as worried because I think they can recover from this a little easier.
All right, so I agree with you that I don't know that there was a ton of things that were super alarming, right? The shot making it's a make or miss league is what they say. The shot making wasn't there in the same way that you would hope, and you saw that. It was kind of ugly back and forth early on in the game for both teams in some ways. But one of the things that I thought was interesting is actually, and maybe I need to ask a question before I even get here. Is this fair? Because I was thinking about this, and I'm like, did this expose a level of maybe a way at trying to get at the Rockets? And of course, not every team is going to be able to do this or what have you, but does this expose something, or am I being overreactionary?
Well, what is it?
I think that the Lakers did a really good job of packing the paint on the Rockets. They did a good job of and I don't know that they necessarily but what they did was, obviously guys are defending their guys on the perimeter, but they're taking an extra step in so that they can help in, or they're helping off their players a little bit.
They're
and
crashing
they can crash in a little bit easier
and
make it difficult for guys to get downhill, which I think it helped a little bit when it came to not necessarily Rockets not necessarily getting as many foul calls. Although there was some Lakers privilege that displayed itself in this game, right? But not getting as many foul calls, not scoring as well, because it's a team that definitely likes getting downhill. And I wonder if that is something that teams are going to be able to replicate, saying, we're going to dare you to knock down shots. And of course, this was a game in which they knocked down shots at an okay rate, but they just didn't get a ton of them up. But then I also wonder if they're going to dare them to knock down shots, not going to allow them to get into the paint, and really more importantly, add more people that makes it more difficult for the Rockets to do the thing that they do really well, which is get bored.
I think this is something that teams have periodically tried on the Rockets, going back to last season. I think that's the formula, try to dare them to make shots. Now they've been, obviously somewhat better at doing that. But no, I don't think it necessarily is exposing something. I think it's been exposed. I think it's something that, that's the template. That's the way you try to beat the Rockets. And if you're successful and Şengün isn't getting a lot done, at the high post or whatever, then you're going to win. And it was like a close game that never really felt close.
Did it feel close to you?
No, I felt like the Lakers were just always kind of like staving off, the little runs.
Specifically the fourth quarter.
Especially the fourth. In the second quarter, was it tied at half? Anyway, it was close at half.
It might have been a 1-point game, 48-47 if memory serves.
It was close at the half. And then after that, they could just stave them off. It was like one of those games, like you kind of knew the Lakers were in control, even though it was very gettable. And I think a lot of that has to do with what you're talking about. Like the Rockets couldn't ever make that big shot,
So there's that. And yes, I mentioned the Lakers' privilege, and people already started talking about some of that, right, when it came to it. There was weird stuff, including, can you give me this, Byron, Tari Eason at one point. Just a monstrous jam, a little 17-on-17 crime. Tari Eason wears 17.
How dare he look at his teammates?
of the Lakers wears 17, and a monstrous, thunderous jam that ended like this.
Because this was a beautiful move on Finney-Smith. There's the dunk.
Well, he said something.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. Oh, you knew how I was going to react on that. Are you kidding me? Come on, Trey Maddox. You're better than that. This is the NBA. I can see in college, high school. Stop it. Come on, man.
Shout out to Reggie Miller, man. Like, Reggie Miller, I don't always love his analysis, even though I am his namesake, and I believe I'm at least in part named in honor of him or what have you. But yeah, man, I think he's 100% right. Like, that was an atrocious technical foul to give, especially when you consider the opponents here.
Yeah,
LeBron James and Luka Doncic are notorious complainers or talkers, and they don't have that same deal. And if there's Lakers privilege popped up.
It was absolutely Lakers privilege. He was looking at his teammates. Now, I'm not going to say he wasn't necessarily looking at his teammates and talking to the defender, but nevertheless, it shouldn't have been a tech anyway.
All right, so one more thing that I think is an interesting takeaway we've seen a few times on the text line. Speaking of Ime Udoka and decisions, and I think it really filters down to one decision in particular, the end of the game, where you get to about 3.5 minutes out, or 3.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And Jalen Green, who has really come on in the last month or so at least, but over the entirety of the season, not just as the scorer that you knew him to be capable of, but also a little bit playmaking-wise as well, he sits down. And Reggie Miller asked a question to, again, give him credit on the national broadcast. Like, who does this team go to late in the game? And I don't think that's novel. Obviously, you've brought that up. Many people have brought that up about this Rockets team. But I think it demonstrated itself in this game because I actually took down notes on where the Rockets attempted to go, what they attempted to do in the last possessions of this game. They went to a Dylan Brooks mismatch post up against Austin Reeves, and then that led to a turnaround fadeaway jumper that missed.
Yeah.
Şengün post up, high post, mind you, double team. He dropped it off to Jabari for a push shot that went in. There was another Fred VanVleet screen, or a Şengün screen on Fred VanVleet's man that led to a dump down to Amen Thompson in the low post, and another one that was stolen, right? Yeah. And so a couple of instances trying to get it down to Amen in the post, and then another swing, and then an entry pass to Şengün that was stolen as well. Like, it didn't go well, but it felt like without Jalen Green on the floor, there wasn't like a particular guy that they went to. Although if I tried to focus to a couple of them, it was trying to get the ball to Amen down low, and it was trying to get the ball to Şengün in the general post area, paint area, if not the restricted area.
Look, I think it's an old story. Jalen Green is. I think Jalen Green has taken over that role, but he can still be somewhat erratic. Maybe it was fatigue, whatever it was. So they had to find something else. I think it's Amen Thompson. I think you have to go with Amen Thompson, and I don't think they did a good job. Maybe starting with Şengün and seeing how they play him, and then getting the ball on a drive or a back cut or something like that to Amen Thompson. But it's not a new story. Like, they don't have. We've been asking it for 2 years. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? I think Jalen Green is the guy, but it's sort of, I guess, flighty sometimes with him. Yeah.
And I think that's tough because if you're having a which he wasn't having a good game, he ultimately finished with 9 points, right?
No.
Like, he wasn't having a good game, and I imagine that was some of the reason why Ime did not go to him. But considering how difficult it looked just in general when you're like, hey, you don't have another guy that you feel great about just getting the ball specifically to them. I do wonder if you go, hey, this is the guy that we need him to be. So just put it in his hands and let him like win or lose with him in that moment, especially as he's gotten better at, making the right play.
Yeah.
Trust him to try and make the right play through a relatively tough game. I think that's what you do for a guy who you're trying to develop into that. I think that's the one complaint that I would have in that game.
I don't mind that. I don't mind giving him the opportunity to fail in that. So because I do think it's going to be Jalen Green. But in that situation, one thing we have to remember is if there is a blind spot with this team and really Ime Udoka, it's figuring out the ends of games offensively. So it also points to Udoka and sort of like where he's looking, what he has the most confidence in. I don't know if he has the confidence, especially last night, in how much confidence he has in any of those guys.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think the big takeaway for folks, the Rockets still don't have like a specific closer. It feels like, at least the way that they view it from the way that they played it at the end, if they have someone who's hot, they will go there. The tough part about it is when you have a night when someone isn't hot, how do you handle that?
Yeah.
And it kind of sucked that you did not have Jalen Green playing those last few minutes because it was.
I'd have still gone to him.
It was
Wouldn't
literally.
you?
Yeah, absolutely. It was literally the day when he was named Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah.
He literally was named Western Conference Player of the Week coming off of a week where he averaged damn near 29 points a game, 7 boards, and 4 assists. And then he was not on the floor to close out the game. I did not love that. But you go again, right? It's still a very good team. They're still going to have an opportunity in the next couple of days to get back after it and fully clinch the playoffs and get themselves back rolling. But just a little bit of a tough loss to the Los Angeles Lakers last night. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by some Cougs fans that have already set up a nice trek to San Antonio to watch U of H face off in the Final Four. What's the most extreme length that you've gone to just to watch your squad? Text it in on the Jim Out of the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
VaxAssist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to the question of the day here in the loop. Text in the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Your answer to this question: what's the most extreme length that you've gone to just to watch your squad? Now, Lopez, what was the impetus for this one?
Okay, so this was the first time I ever had a chance to write the lead story on an Aggie football game. It was 1981. I was a freshman at A&M. There was one caveat. They didn't have a travel budget.
Oh, so you had to get yourself there.
You can have the front page story on the battalion newspaper if you can get there and write this. They gave me all the equipment I needed. You know, that was back in the day where, the old phone lines and all that stuff.
Oh, I was like, that noise did not mean anything to me.
We had dial up, and all that stuff.
Okay, yes, very good.
I said, well, yeah. So I had 3 buddies, 2 roommates and another buddy, and I had my Datsun, my 1979 blue Datsun truck. Now, it wasn't a king cab. What do they call them? There was those little bitty trucks, and then the back seat was like a half seat with bench where you can face each other.
Yeah.
So it was really small, the cab. Threw all our bags in the back. Not a whole lot, to be honest. And
I mean, when you're in college, you can travel light as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some instances where you could travel with the clothes on your back and you'd be all right.
Yeah. And the Aggies were facing Arkansas. Shout out to Clint Stoerner in Little Rock. They used to play some games in Little Rock.
Okay, I was about to say, and it's wasn't in Fayetteville?
No, it wasn't in Fayetteville. And so we drove to Little Rock 9 hours. Friday night, one of our buddies had an uncle, I believe it was an uncle or an aunt, that was living in had a house in Little Rock. So 4 of us drove in my little Datsun 9 hours straight through. Never met these people before in our lives, ever. And he barely knew his uncle. I mean, it was just one of those, I got an uncle in Little Rock.
Did y'all just show up or was there some communication?
No, there was some communication,
right.
But we showed up, pretty much ate all their food, slept on their living room floor, went to the game. I did my story. Pretty much all we bought was beer, one of those types of things.
The essentials, of course. Yeah.
Went to the game, drove home after the game in a 1979 Datsun. The only thing we did for them is I left a thank you note. I left a thank you note.
That's not bad, man. Like that is something that not enough people do, is write a thank you note. And when I say thank you note, and when I say not enough people, I am pointing to myself.
Yeah,
I'm the guy who, like, have you ever seen? I don't even remember who did a stand-up bit about this, where, like, the people that give up their seat on a plane when, like, a service member comes onto the plane or whatever. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm the type of person where I think it in my head, and that's good enough for me.
It's done.
Yes, I am the thank you note in my head. Like, oh, it'd be nice to write a thank you note. Yeah. Do I actually write them? No, I do not.
Well,
so, no, I'll give you credit for writing.
Most of it was guilt, because when I say we ate all their food.
Oh, no.
I mean, we ate all their food.
Did y'all wash some dishes or something?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And the impetus for this one was I was talking to a buddy of mine that sells boats, and he's got to be on the floor selling boats on Sunday. They're open on the weekends, obviously. He's got to be at 8 a.m. Sunday, but he and some buddies are going to drive to San Antonio. They got tickets to get in. I think he said they spent $250 a pop, just upper level nosebleeds. They're going to get in. They're going to leave Saturday. They don't know where they're going to sleep. I'm presuming in their car or while someone is driving or whatever. Going to the game, and he's going to be back on the floor at 8 a.m. What's the length you've gone just to watch your squad?
All right, so mine is not a physical one, because I know that Sean was giving us detailing times where he hopped in the car, rickety car with too many people in the car, and they drove out many miles to go and see something. For me, it is not that particular type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was at Kansas State University, the year I was there, lived in the dorms, and sometimes when you're dealing with internet in an institution, like you might understand today, it can be a little slow, it can be a little finicky, and what have you. And so from time to time, and I hope I'm keeping these things all straight, because it can mix up. I've had to do something like this a couple of times. One time to turn in an assignment, if the internet is not working right, sometimes you just don't got nowhere to be.
Okay.
So there was an instance, and I think it might have been a K-State basketball game, but I'm trying to remember which game was in particular. It was just a game that I needed to watch. and I was going to have to try and watch it in less than legal means on the internet, right? And so we hopped in. Mind you, I went to Kansas State without a car, so I had to beg someone to hop in the car. We drove to a local little strip mall.
Okay.
That had a coffee shop.
Mm-hmm.
And
you were that guy.
We parked in the back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, behind it.
Yes, of course. You don't want to be too obvious. So we had tried to be inconspicuous. Parked in the back, tried to use the Wi-Fi to stream a game in somebody's car. So I'm in the back seat of somebody's car.
And y'all are screaming and
watching off of a laptop a basketball game in the back of I'm guessing it was a Starbucks. It would have had to have been because Manhattan, Kansas ain't that big.
Yeah.
Right? Back of a Starbucks, like in the back of a Starbucks, looking dead at a dumpster right in front of us in the dead of night. Like I feel like that is probably the lengths, right? Just I need to watch this in the car behind the Starbucks with, mind you, again, we're in a car, and I don't think we had like all of the AC adapter type things.
Yeah.
We were just watching the battery tick down so that we could watch this game in the car on a laptop.
Hopefully the game ended before the battery did.
I have no remember. All I remember was like we were really sitting in the car watching the game on the laptop, huh?
I remember a couple of years ago I watched the end of a game because I had to be somewhere in a car wash stall or whatever. You know the little do-it-yourself car washes.
Yep.
I was keeping up with it as best I could. I was driving somewhere, so then it got close, and I just pulled into the car wash and sat there watching the end of the game in the car wash. But some people have gone to great lengths. What is yours? 713-572-4610.
All right. This one looks like it is a lengthy story, so I'm going to try and pare it down. Before I get there, Ocho, of course, drops in from the 713. Drove and sat through heavy rain to watch a high school football game in which his dad coached at Turner Stadium in Humble.
All right.
Got the win, made the playoffs. So it sounds like it was all worth it. I feel like if you haven't been in the rain for a high school football game, you haven't watched a high school football game.
Yeah, and you have to have a player or someone on the field to do that. Otherwise, you don't go. Byron, you got one?
Not when it comes to sports, really, but mine's more like what ifs for the future case.
Yeah.
Because most of my stuff is like concerts, really, but like even though I know we're talking about sports, but like me and my girlfriend, my dad, we were late to a Journey concert. So as soon as we sat down, that's when the power went out.
Oh, wow.
And so I made a joke in front of her friends because like the new boyfriend has to sit on the hot seat. And I told everyone that if you're late for this weekend concert, I'm just going to transfer your ticket and you just meet me there. So that might be another argument. But yeah, most of my stuff, like, not paying for parking, maybe stuff like that for concerts.
Oh yeah, just having the whole long walk.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, John, is there a pink lot at NRG?
A pink lot?
Yeah.
I don't remember a pink lot.
That cop lied to me then.
The cop lied to you?
Because he was like, for yellow lot, you have to have a pass. It was like for the Luke Bryan concert, but it's like pink lot. And so I looked on Google, I'm like, there's no pink lot. So
I don't remember a pink lot.
Yeah, so I just parked like in the middle of the parking lot by Fiesta right there just to look like I was shopping in Fiesta.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it worked out.
From the 512, they said Rockets' first championship, had a final in the morning, left Mobile, Alabama at noon. Saw the final at Sam's Boat on Richmond with the boys. Oh, so like you came just to hang with the fellas because you probably could have watched on TV.
Boy, Sam's Boat back there
elsewhere.
Those times was poppin'. Sam's Boat was the place for Rockets games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, so man, I'm going to have to dig it because someone is sending us
several paragraphs.
And one of the things that sticks about the text line is that when you get to a certain length, it jumbles them up. I feel like it's like, hey, reading these texts is not difficult enough. Let's see if you can kind of unscramble them. But yeah, keep sending those in. Like, what are the lengths that you've gone to watch your squad? Because it seems like people went to great lengths just to watch the Cougs last weekend.
Yes.
In Indianapolis. And good thing that they did, man. They needed all the support they could because that was a road game and then at least a neutral game at the very least when it came to the regional games. Of course, they get through it, and now they'll face off against Duke this Saturday.
I didn't do this because I was covering the game, but I remember the old college football kickoff game that they used to have in the Meadowlands every year. It was different teams every year.
Man, I don't recall that actually.
But it was in the late 90s into the 2000s. The Meadowlands would always have a college football kickoff. I flew because I was covering the game, but my brother-in-law and sister-in-law drove from College Station to the Meadowlands to watch that game.
I'm sorry.
Drove
from College Station, Texas?
Yes. to the Meadowlands
in New Jersey.
In New Jersey.
Oh boy, that's dedication. They might win. Does this count? Does this win though? Because all these other circumstances we talked about is driving, so you have your own personal transportation. From the 361, just moved into their first apartment, no TV, caught the bus 2 hours to their mom's house to watch the first Texans draft.
Oh wow. 2-hour bus ride?
Yeah, because you got to get all the exchanges and everything.
That counts.
The bus schedule don't care about where you're at. Yeah, and then from the 281, watched the Rockets game, was on a trip driving on I-10 and wasn't going to make it in time. So stopped at a hotel in the lobby like they were staying there and watched it in the lobby, then left. I like that. That's innovation.
Yeah.
That's ingenuity that's happening there. All
By
right.
the way, there's some police officer that is really having some fun. We got a text, Byron. They did the exact same thing to me. Said the yellow lot was closed, but could go to the pink lot.
I'm telling you, man.
They were just.
I don't remember any. I don't know if there's any pink lot.
Because my friend was laughing at me, but I'm like, dude, like I've never heard of a pink lot. I've heard teal lot, but I've never heard of pink. And I was like, and I know there was purple lot, but purple lot you had to have a pass, just like they said for yellow lot. So I was like, maybe someone misinformed them, but I was just like, I'm like, dude, I didn't have cash on me, so I said, bro, I'm parking FES.
That sounded like a dude that was just like, I'm not trying to deal with this today.
Yeah, exactly.
He was just he might have had a little too much to drink the night before, and he's like, look,
he's having some fun.
I'm not dealing with this today. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around
Snipe
the NFL
hunting.
next. Okay, all right.
It's like snipe hunting.
Yeah, let's go around the NFL next. And there's been some rule changes that are coming down from the league meetings. Let's get into those and more next.
All right, let's get into your new vehicle. You can do that very.
half the time at participating locations. Terms apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You are indeed in the loop. We're about to go around the NFL here in a moment. The question of the day was, how far have you gone in order to watch your favorite team? Because some Cougars fans already have some really interesting setups for themselves to be in San Antonio Final Four situations. And one of the things I learned here on the text line is, it was just better back in the day. Because from the 832, they said during Bonds' home run record season, a friend of them drove to the stadium just to be around the vibe. Bonds came to bat, and the security guards went to watch. So they just walked in for free and watched Bonds hit home run. They think number 70. It was awesome.
That happens, I bet. I don't know this for a fact. A lot more than people think.
Well, that's one. And the reason why I said that it was just different, because the 346 also said they snuck inside the Summit for Game 7 versus the Knicks in '94. It met Dr. J because the cops were just occupied with the game. I was like, so y'all just were walking around into stuff?
Yeah.
Without having to have any now we got facial recognition where you ain't no sneaking in places.
When I was a kid, we used to sneak in. We used to cut class in high school, go figure, and go to shoot-arounds back in the early days and watch teams just shoot around. You could just walk in and watch teams practice. It was pretty fun.
Oh, man. And I think we might have a winner because – and I'm glad – I feel like this happened long enough ago where whatever statute of limitations exists probably is passed from the 936. They said, of course it moves as soon as I went to it. They said that worked as a paramedic, had a friend call into 911 with a fake heart attack.
Oh, come on.
So they could pick him up, take him to the med center, and watch the Rockets. Walk in uniform, just let us in without paying anything. Got to see the playoff game.
Got an emergency in there. Got to get in there.
Got to get in.
Got to get in there. Yeah, you probably don't want to mention any names on that one.
I don't have any names to mention, so I'm glad I'm not going to. But yeah, man, y'all serious about your sports, and I appreciate you doing that. All right, let's get around the NFL here, where the league meetings are going on in Florida for the NFL, and there's a lot of talk happening, but then there's a lot of action. The competition committee is voting on various potential amendments, or actually not just the competition committee, the owners in general are voting on whether to make some rules changes that are happening. And some things have already been agreed on in various different ways, including for the Texans. There's the joint proposal that the Texans were a part of to allow K-balls, which are kicking footballs, to be prepared prior to the game. Well, that rule was approved.
How about that, Kaimi?
Kaimi and Frank Ross, you get that.
21 for 21 on field goals in 2025?
Sure. Why not, right? Like, if the ball is prepared properly, that's clearly the only thing that was stopping them from going in, right?
Yeah. I tell you what, it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt if especially just mentally, if he feels like I got these balls prepared, doesn't hurt at all.
Yeah, sure. All right. Diana Rossini, or I guess there's all sorts of people reporting this, but I saw this from Diana Rossini. So updates when it comes to kicking outside of the K-balls. The onside kick amendment will be voted on later in May. So they tabled that to push back later to try and find some level of way to address onside kicks for kickoffs. However, with kickoff, something that was approved was moving touchbacks back to the 35.
Thank you. Thank you.
So previously, last year they were at the 30, if the touchback.
25, wasn't it?
Or was it 25? Yes, 25, sorry.
Yeah.
25. And it was, obviously where the kickoff touchback had been moved to prior anyways. Now they moved to the 35 to further incentivize teams to try and kick the ball in the playing area and for, to actually have the action of a return so that returns to being a football play as opposed to just something in the middle, some nebulous thing, in order to give the ball back without having action and entertainment for the fans.
Yeah, I'm sure most teams, did all the research and analytics and all that, and the risk-reward just wasn't enough for them to do anything but kick it into the end zone. And now the risk-reward clearly is riskier. If you kick it in the end zone, you start them at the 35-yard line.
15 yards away from midfield, and in theory about 30 yards away.
20.
Yeah, maybe from really just being in full-on field goal range.
Yeah. So I like it. I think, I was wrong last year, but I put too much stock into the risk reward, but the 25 didn't scare people off. I think the 35 will make people want to kick the ball into the landing zone.
Yeah, and we'll see if that actually gets them to that place. Obviously now with the dynamic kickoff, which objectively has been safer when it comes to outcomes for the players, I think that's made them feel more comfortable about, hey, let's get the ball in play and see how that ends up working out. All right, some other rule changes that have happened. NFL owners have passed the rule change that will allow both teams to possess the ball and over during the regular season, much like the way that it happens in the postseason. I think we talked about this. I was against this. I view overtime as just a decider.
Yeah.
We need, in the regular season at the very least, you have had the full hour of football play to try and make a decision. We did not get that. Let's find a deciding factor here. That is not the way the owners are seeing this. They want to have, I guess, the opportunity to have the most excitement in this so that both offenses have a chance with the football like they do in the postseason. But overtime will still be capped at the 10 minutes that it already
Which is weird to me. You can have – how's it going to play out? Just going to go to another overtime period?
No, after your first overtime in regular season, that's when you get to a tie, remember?
What if the opening drive has an 8-minute drive?
Then the next team has
a minute and a half, 2 minutes
correct.
To get it into the end zone?
Correct.
Yeah, that's wild. I guess it's better, but did you see the biggest reason they didn't go to 15 minutes instead of 10? They went to 10 instead of 15?
I didn't.
TV.
Sure.
They don't want the late games to be delayed any more than it's not player safety. They're going to say player safety, but some reports, and it might have been Rossini actually, who mentioned it. It was one of these reputable saying, well, they didn't want to go more than 10 because they didn't want to bump back the afternoon games on some of these early games.
No, at this point, if you go through a full 10-minute overtime, you're pretty much, if not all, killing off the entirety of the next first quarter in the next window. That's why I'm a proponent of just get to the end of the game, because these windows are so tightly stacked in the NFL that you're already just really want to get conclusion.
They always talk player safety, and somebody was telling, I think it was Rossini, oh no, we just want to keep it moving. Keep the day moving.
Absolutely. All right, another rule that has been changed out there in West Palm Beach at the NFL league meetings that are happening. Expanded replay assist has been approved for the NFL. Now, in theory, what this affects is more opportunities to, deal with penalty enforcement and those types of things, spotting the football, game clock possession, those types of things. But then also giving them the ability to pick up the flag on a horse collar tackle or a face mask or roughing or running into the kicker, tripping, those types of things. However, and I think it's Mike Garafolo who made this clarification, this is still only to pick up flags, not to put them down. So you could not, in theory, you could not look at them, look at a replay and say, ooh, there was a face mask there. We're going to assess that penalty now.
I don't like that. It could have a direct impact on a game, a playoff berth, whatever. Like, if you drop back, if C.J. Stroud drops back and clear face mask that is not called, that doesn't fall under this.
It does not seem like, due to my, with my understanding of what the rule change has been, no, you would not be able to just.
I don't like that. I think that is a potential game-changing play. Horse collar, face mask, something like that. Now you get into a gray area with holding and blocks in the back or something like that, but they should be able to do that.
Yeah, I think that this falls in the purview of wanting replay to be an assist and not re-refereeing the game or what have you. I do wonder, though, if this causes a difference in the way that the game is administered, where officials and refs are going to be more likely to throw a flag knowing that, hey, we can go look at this.
Maybe.
And I don't know if that's a good thing, to be honest. Yes, in theory, that's like, oh, okay, it gives us an opportunity to be clear. But do you really need any more stoppages? And one of the things that I was thinking about, because watching baseball as the baseball season has got going, all of their reviews, even the reviews that were, they go to the headset or whatever, they typically move pretty damn quick. And the juxtaposition of that versus the way that the NFL and NBA as well, but the way that their reviews work, just like, man, it drags out in a way that you don't like. And I can't imagine wanting to add more of those, especially if they're not going to be snapped.
Yeah, but if that might be the way they go, is to go ahead and drop the flag, kind of like what they're doing already on some of these. They're dropping the flag, or they're letting the play continue, and then going back and seeing if it was down by contact or whatever it might be. I could see absolutely that's happening.
All right, a couple more rule change things that are happening there. The Lions, who made a proposal to eliminate automatic first downs on defensive holding and illegal contact, that has been batted down. That one will not hold up. So defensive holding will still incur a penalty of automatic first down, which
I was a proponent of it. I think that's a little bit harsh, especially for a team like the Texans that have a really good defense. Maybe you get into a 3rd and long was the example I gave. The defensive holding 6 yards downfield or whatever it may be. It penalizes good defenses, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, it continues to keep the onus on defenses and put a heavier weight on them than offenses. That was something that we talked about a lot, especially when you talk about like quarterback sliding, which, not much in that way. But then also the big thing, the thing that everybody had talked about, all the foreplay when it comes to this vote was, are they going to ban the tush push? Enjoy your blue balls, ladies and gentlemen. That one will be tabled for later on. They'll discuss that at a later date.
That one's also in May, they'll decide?
Yes, they will push back to May. That one, we did not get a decision on whether or not. But I think even the idea that they tabled it probably does not bode well for the tush push.
No, I agree. I think there's been a lot of buzz around the NFL meetings that there's been more support to ban it. I hate it. You're penalizing a team for doing something really, really well. I just think it's awful. Then the other thing that I think is pretty important, and that is they changed flex scheduling. They changed flex scheduling from 28 days to 21 now.
Yeah, that's the Thursday night football game specifically, right? So previously, last year, they implemented the opportunity to flex 2 games per year during a 5-week period, which is between weeks 13 and week 17, so that you can get some of especially once you get down the stretch on the season, you end up looking up and going, ooh, that's a nasty game that we do not, a team that we don't want on national television. You can flex that. Now, last year, you would have had to do that a whole month in advance, 28 days to be. They've narrowed that window to 21 so that you can get a little bit closer before making that decision.
Doesn't help fans.
That's still not enough for you to
travel
to figure out your travel and everything.
You've probably made these plans early in the season.
Sure.
You're going to watch the Texans face Indianapolis and Indiana, and you got all these hotel flights. All of a sudden, 21 days out, they change everything.
Yeah,
not great for fans, but TV, baby.
That's right. That's
TV,
right,
baby.
But I mean, look, the TV is what pays a majority of this. Obviously, you still need to have a concern for the fans on the ground level. But yes, the TV does pay for this. Speaking of the fans on the ground level, I guess I kind of know why this came to my mind, because I thought about in the stadiums and that experience. Did you see the renderings that supposedly were done by some of the most notable sports architecture firms out there on potential redevelopments of the Texans NRG Stadium? Did you see any of these?
I did not.
So I found them to be really interesting because some of them, they're really high-tech looking kind of renderings, as renderings often are.
Yeah.
Where, a couple of them have, like the Halo boards and kind of reimagining of various things, including maybe raising the entry level for NRG Stadium from like that ground level up a level. That would be something that goes over Kirby, and just like imagine moving up a level in that way. So the entry level would be that, maybe to kind of help ingress to the stadium. I found it interesting, and I didn't see how these came about, to be completely fair and to be entirely transparent. So I don't know if these were indeed like full proposals from HKS or Populous, a couple of the biggest sports architecture firm. But I did find it interesting. And they looked like, they were well prepared, so it made me think that these were actual dossiers. But I think it adds a level of credence to just how serious the Texans would be about a potential redesign. It wouldn't just be like, hey, we're going to spruce this up and like a little spit shine. These would be some pretty major, renovations to the building that honestly looked kind of cool.
I see you working. I see those Texans working. I want to dig in on this, maybe after the show today, because I think that's how it goes. You say, look how cool this is, and maybe it would just be the new stadium, but I still think, the renovation. I still think they want all the other stuff around the stadium.
Sure.
That's what every NFL team wants. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah. On the text line, why don't they address certain quarterback that flops like he's been shot to draw flags? I mean, the Texans would have been the team to propose some level of quarterback slide, rules change, wouldn't it? But it does not seem like we got anything.
I don't think they wanted to go there.
No,
I don't think they wanted to go there.
I don't know.
After Nick and everybody just
that's what I was going to ask. Do you think that they had the capital, if not just the want to be in that space to stand up and be kind of, for lack of a better term, the villain in that way?
Yeah, that would be it.
We want to have this shifted or at least adjusted in the way that we
wanted to do that. I think they were good with just letting it slide, so to speak. No pun intended.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, I'll mention this a little bit later when we get into what's popping. But yeah, some of the rule changes that are happening. There's still some stuff trickling out of league meetings there in West Palm Beach. But yeah, the NFL getting some things done when it comes down to it. Just not all of the things that you necessarily wanted to. And from the 2A1, NFL doing too much with the rule changes. Got to damn near learn a new game with all these damn rules. I mean, NFL always has a lot of rules. But in theory, these are just amendments to the rules that you already had, and hopefully to make them work better for the game.
I mean, the most dramatic one was the kickoff, and I feel like most people quickly, got accustomed to that. It always looked kind of weird, but I think people got accustomed to what it was.
The explanation was so different.
Yeah, it was.
All right, so there's this landing zone, right? Yeah. And so if you kick it in the landing zone, then it's cool, but otherwise it's not cool. Yeah. And so we're going to line up in a very particular. All right, just trust me. Just see it. Trust me. All right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back to the Astros, where we got another game under their belts outside of playing against the Mets. This time the Giants, but not a lot of runs still, not a lot of extra base hits still. How optimistic are you that the Astros will turn it around and get on a roll after what we've seen thus far? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a super intriguing season for the Astros.
Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about these Astros. They fell yesterday to the Giants with it was a really good pitching performance for the Giants in that one. But, yeah, unfortunately, a loss nonetheless. Not nearly as bad as the Texas Rangers took. I'm just going to say that. They got absolutely smacked. 7-2 loss to the San Francisco Giants with, just some really good pitching from Jordan Hicks, tapping 100 consistently. Mm-hmm. But I think more importantly, you got one more extra base hit, if memory serves, from Isaac Paredes, which was a really nice one. It was nice to see it.
So that's three if you're counting. We need to get to the point where you don't know exactly how many extra base hits this team had.
Right, and I say that
they got 3.
I say that to maybe overreact, but I say that to also tee up rather. Question: How optimistic are you that the Astros will turn it around and get on a roll after what we've seen thus far, especially offensively?
So what falls into the it's early category, and what legitimately kind of going? I don't know how optimistic I am about this.
I mean, 4 games is still objectively early. It's still objective.
Way early.
But I feel like when we get to, 3-4 series is when we start we can start kind of putting some things together.
Yeah. And we learned last year we can go 3-4 months. And then all of a sudden things
I would prefer you not go 3 or 4 months. I don't know if I'm alone in that preference, but I'd very much prefer that 3-4 months is not the way that the Astros go about trying to figure themselves out.
Well, okay, so let's get to some parameters, some context here. The Astros have 8 runs in 4 games.
Is that good?
That is not good.
Okay.
Is it I feel like obviously this is going to change. I think everybody would agree with that. But how do you feel about just in general the offense? Not just the 8 runs in 4 games, but the Jordan. Well, he's looking at some sinkers a lot right now, isn't he? He's swinging and missing at a lot of sinkers in the zone. Christian Walker's hitting the ball pretty well.
He's hitting it hard
at people.
I think he is top. He's top 5, maybe top 3. I remember on the broadcast for Space City Home Network when it comes to exit velocity coming off the bat.
Yeah,
is just not always finding grass for him. So those are things like that.
That's going to change.
Yeah, eventually those will find places to land. But I early on, especially in that first series, I was like, all right, I feel good that at least it seems like they're building innings even if they're not putting up extra base hits. And that's not necessarily continued incredibly small sample.
No.
I still look at the guys, Yordan Alvarez is batting, get this, a robust 0.83. Like a .083. There's no way.
No way.
There's no way that remains the case, right? I mean, Isaac Paredes, who it feels like every time you're seeing the pull hit, the pull hitting, but it's just maybe down the foul line or just warning track power. That feels like you'll see that kind of shift in some ways. It just looks like the top of the order and like the meat of your of the lineup. There's still so much to be wrung out of it that I'm not losing my mind about it.
Yeah, let me go through some things that I'm like, okay, don't worry about this. It's going to be fine.
All right. Go ahead and try and assuage.
Just my opinion, but you tell me if you agree. Jordan, don't worry about it.
Agreed. Strong agree.
Christian Walker, don't worry about it.
That one's the easiest one for sure.
Yeah. Starting pitching, don't worry about it. I think they've been pretty good.
The starting pitching has been great.
It's been dang good, and there might be some more. Help on the way. Starting pitching, don't worry about it.
Can I give you a stat?
Yes, please.
Because I've been having fun with Baseball Reference last night. And you know how they have like the plus stats with like OPS plus or ERA plus, where they try and take this stat and they break it down into like a more basic way where 100 is average, right? 100 is average. Below that is below average.
Yeah.
Above that, obviously, above average. When it comes to ERA plus, which again, 4-game sample size is going to skew this to some degree. The top team in ERA plus is the Chicago White Sox with 4.05 ERA plus. The pitching has been very, very. Houston Astros with a 3.04. Like the pitching has been astounding, and you see it. You see it with the way that they're pitching. In fact, even Ronel Blanco in that game yesterday was. I mean, I think the stuff was pretty good. Like you ask Joe Espada, and he'll tell you the stuff was pretty solid. He just the location was a little tough for him, and then really most importantly, when runners were on the base paths,
Right.
obviously walks can be an issue for him, and then you got the runners on the base paths, and he didn't control that all that well. But outside of that, he actually was pretty damn good, and then you put that on top of the first 3 pitchers that you had that had been incredible in their the starting pitching, absolutely is going to be fun.
A couple more. I can very comfortably say, don't worry about it. I think Jeremy Pena is going to be at minimum what he's been the last 2-3 years. Maybe not take off to an altogether career year, but I think he's going to be solid. I think he's comfortable there, etc. How do you feel about Isaac Paredes right now? I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, I still feel good about
Yeah.
it. And especially because his particular mechanics were broken down so much and analyzed in such a strong way. You see some of those things coming into play. You see the pull hitting. You're seeing the great at bats, the great discipline that he shows. And then he's another one that's getting strong exit velocity when he gets it, maybe just underneath it, not quite the right launch angle, which was I think that was the thing that got him on the double off the Crawford boxes, right?
Yeah.
I think that was just the got him on that was the launch angle. Good about him in particular. And a fair question is asked from the 832: are we looking at the season's offensive numbers more closely just because of last year's bad start? And I can't say that fully because this team, again, you can actually break down the number of extra base hits on your hands, or I believe maybe on one hand if memory serves me correct.
One hand.
I'll double checked it, right? So I think that particular thing is part of it, but I don't think that it's something to jump out the gym about.
Now let's get to some things where, as much as it's way early, incredibly early, you might still be going,
okay.
I don't know how much better this is going to be. Okay, remember all throughout the spring coming into the year, wasn't that long ago, it was last week, where we're like, all right, I think they're going to be a little more selective. I think they're going to be a little bit better with their plate discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now, they have 16 walks and 33 strikeouts. They are not the plate discipline team that we were hoping they would be. Maybe they're just kind of pressing a little bit to try to get their the good start and all that other stuff. They also they lead the league by a wide margin. I was channeling you. I was looking at some of these advanced numbers that are out there. They lead the league by a wide margin in ground ball outs. Like they're just swinging and hammering the ball into the ground, which had me thinking a little bit, or opposing pitchers, maybe figuring something out about the Astros and sinkers and breaking balls low in the zone and all that other stuff. We'll find out. But a lot of ground balls, a lot of strikeouts, not as many walks. I don't know if I feel real good about them turning that around.
Can I try and help you feel better about that?
Yes, sir.
The 3 strikeouts represent a below league average
33
strikeouts.
16 walks, 33 strikeouts.
That is not what I am seeing on Baseball Reference at this moment.
Mhm.
I am seeing 23 strikeouts.
Okay.
Which is below the league average of 29.
Mhm.
The walks that I'm seeing again on Baseball Reference is 13 walks, and that is just above the league average of 12.
Mhm.
And of course, I'm not saying that is the best thing in the world, but as of right now, and maybe this is just not updated, which would be weird because you had a whole game yesterday, but yeah, you're in a place where I'm looking at it and I'm like, I feel like you're still near. Okay, yes, 33 strikeouts. I guess it did not update the page, but that is still below league average in that way. And then the walks, when you look at it, are just at league average, 16, right? So yeah, man, you're still in that place where you're around average, and this is when it's very obvious that the offense has not started off hot. Like this has started off very cold offensively. It's very evident. So I think that once you find. Obviously, pitchers are not afraid to throw at you right now because you've not made them pay. If you've got Yordan swinging in a big way, and if you've got some of these guys, really putting the ball into play, getting hits, getting extra base hits, I think that changes approaches towards you where you maybe have more of the walks that help you.
It's something to watch. And then the other thing, I think this is every team in the league. It's not just the Astros, but we were keenly focused on the Astros relievers. Rafael Montero did not have a good night.
No.
And that is
that's
a
final
sore
reliever
spot.
to get out there.
That's a sore spot. That goes back to 2. So we'll see. Keep an eye on the relievers, especially back end, which made things exciting already.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just obviously coming from a more optimistic point of view, but it does feel like there's still opportunity for them to be better. How much better, I think it ends up being the more important question, because I mean, you're still looking at a lineup where you have damn near all righties, right? And you don't have a lot of variety there to kind of switch things up, and you're really depending on some guys, including Jordan Alvarez, who can be a little boomer bust. That is a fair assessment to make of him as well. So these things, and it is weird that they're all kind of slumping out the gates for the most part. But it's baseball, man. It's a long season. These are things where you can't afford to take the smallest sample and run with it, because you'll pull your hair out before you even get to Midsummer Classic.
And I guess it's just magnified more because you lost some very crucial players, and you're sort of feeling like, all right, are these new guys going to be able to pick up the slack?
And I think that ends up being some of the thing early, right? It's just you look over at the Cubs, and as much as we were like, opening day didn't look all that good. Don't look now. Kyle Tucker done hit home runs in back-to-back games. Like that. Those are the things where you go, oh, well, that would have been nice if you have a player hitting like that. Although to be fair, all the Cubs have been hitting really well, and maybe you just look up and you go, hey, you faced off against a Mets team that clearly was pitching pretty well, and then you got a Jordan Hicks, who is a Houstonian who apparently who pitched out of his mind. I know last year he had pitched in like his ERA was in the 4s and looked like a 4 ERA pitcher last night. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
He was smoking.
He was what they call shoving.
Yes, he was.
That's what they call it, I believe. But yeah, they'll be back at it again today, and we get a chance to see Hayden Wesneski. I'm super intrigued.
I am too.
By what Hayden Wesneski looks like, because the stuff looked really good, and he seems like there's been a lot of praise for him. What does the Astros fifth starter look like? We get a chance to see that today. Although it did stink to not get the win in the City Connect 2.0s. Like I thought that would be a nice thing to debut them in that way, but it is what it is. You keep moving. All right. Somebody said,
it is what?
It is what it is.
Oh, okay.
And you keep moving. I just wanted that to be very clear. Ocho, don't do that. Jordan Alvarez is the Jalen Green of the Astros. Don't do that. That's not even the same. With all due respect to Jalen Green, Jordan Alvarez is easily one of the best hitters in the league, and it's widely regarded. Don't do that.
That's a good line, though. I got to give him credit.
All right. I guess fair enough. A good line, but no, we're not doing that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including Kyle Tucker doing it. We'll talk about that more next.
statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Tuesday, April 1st.
Oh, God.
So first and foremost, hope the rent is paid, hope mortgage is paid, what have you. Hope that gets done for you. In fact, I say that as a reminder to myself because I do need to make sure that rent gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of it, I remember that it is indeed April Fool's Day, so believe half of what you read and none of what you hear or something like that.
I got a confession with this in about 30 minutes as well. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, we're already seeing the effects of April Fool's Day on the internets, as you know, various people like George Fant, former Texans offensive tackle. He posted on his Instagram a Tennessee Titans logo that says "Thank you to the Titans for the opportunity." And then immediately after it, he posted an image of a calendar that circled April 1st, as if to say April Fool's Day.
You're gonna get me going on this one.
And then the one that I think most people in sports kind of saw, which is funny because Figgy made sure to put it in our group chat, was from one Eldrick Tiger Woods, if you're familiar with the golfer. He tweeted out, "I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks after rupturing my left Achilles, the sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber, plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait. See y'all on the course." He posts that at 7:43 a.m. 6 minutes later, at 7:49 a.m., he quotes it and says, "P.S. April Fools, my Achilles is still a mess, smiley face."
All right. You didn't get me. You're silly, is what you are.
I don't know that there's been any good April Fools.
No, there hasn't been.
Particularly in these ways.
No, and that's, you know what, I'll tell you, it is what's popping. So I'll tell you my confession on that one right now. I don't understand what anybody gets out of this. Like, what do you get out of it? They're not funny. They're never funny.
It's very rare.
You know?
Very rare.
They're not clever. Basically what people are doing is trying to get, whether it's influencers or media or friends or whatever, to just bite on it, and then they go, aha, April. That's awful. It can be mean. It can be hurtful. It's, like I said, it's never funny. It's the dumbest thing we do. It's one of the dumbest things we do. April Fool's jokes. They're not jokes.
Well, I mean, I'm right there with you for the most part. Like, it's just, I don't necessarily get the benefit of what we're trying to do here, because very rarely is it actually a good joke. And especially like in the sports world, not saying that sports needs to be immune from such things. But like, I saw someone earlier like tweet out that the Texans had traded Davis Mills or whatever, and I'm like, no, I don't believe so.
I don't think that's true.
I don't believe so.
For a first round pick, it said.
Oh, is that what it said?
Oh yeah, that's believable.
Okay, yeah. And I was like, that's I'm not,
believable.
Not sure on that.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. Pranks, I feel like, might go to a different place. I feel like the April Fool's jokes seemingly land at a really, really low rate.
Yeah, I'm not a big prank guy, other than, getting a rubber.
All right. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if you're the one who can say this, brother.
One time, but that was just one time. But yeah, April Fool's jokes are the worst.
Yeah.
The absolute worst.
Well, tell that to Tiger Woods.
I will.
He thought it was very fun. All right. Some other things that are popping, and I guess in some ways this is popping in a bad way. Jerickson Profar was popped for using PEDs in baseball. He picked up a good old 80-game suspension. 80-game suspension for PEDs, and that it makes him ineligible for the postseason. How? I don't fully know. I just know that he is ineligible for the postseason. I did take a second and be like, all right, well, that makes me feel just a little bit better that you did not sign him to try and help your outfield, although your outfield still, needed some work, but glad, because I don't know what you do if you go and you pay big money. I mean, the Braves are still on the hook. I mean, I think that this could void some of his pay for this season, but they'd still be on the hook for the 2 seasons after for something like $10 million, if memory serves me, or what have you. And he just had a really great season, and it's reasonable to speculate that maybe that was PED induced.
Sure, absolutely.
And how good is Jurickson Profar actually when you just signed him to a big time deal?
Yeah, and the kind of good thing for the Astros here, they reportedly were in on him.
Mm-hmm.
They were like in on Jurickson Profar, and maybe they knew something, maybe they found out something. Maybe they heard something, and it just kind of scared him off. But 80 games, and can you imagine if he was here and he got that 80-game suspension? Things would look a lot different.
Oh, it'd be sick. I'm sure that the Braves are sick right now, man. Like, you brought him in at a significant salary to impact it, and not more than 5 games into the season, hey, buddy, sit down for 80 of those. Like, that is tough. So you did dodge a bullet in that way. I don't know if you could say this, you dodged a bullet in this way, and I'm very much in the lines in the line of fire when it comes to the take that I had in spring that Cam Smith and Isaac Paredes would out-homer Kyle Tucker, because he immediately started turning this thing up when it comes to swinging the bat. Like, he has had home runs in the last 3 games, mind you, and he is now back 23 with an OPS of 1.142. Like, he is immediately doing the thing that you expect of him as one of the better outfielders in the league.
Let's check in on Kyle Tucker, shall we? Let's check in on the latest from Kyle Tucker. This would be last night.
In the air, right field, and holy cow.
Holy cow, he got all of that one. Now, to be fair, that was against a position player because they were way up in the game. But 3 home runs in 3 days. Yeah, he's having a good start.
Yeah.
He's having a good start.
He's having a good start. I know there was a lot of people that were hoping that, oh, man, the trade would just look incredible, especially if he started off a little
And he was
slow.
struggling in the spring.
He was struggling in the spring. I mean, the first couple of games did not look great. And there he is. There's Kyle Tucker for you. So, I mean, more power to him. Like, obviously, he is a good player. It's the reason why you were able to receive the haul that you did in the get back. I imagine it would feel a lot better if Isaac Paredes had sent a 1 or 2 into the Crawford boxes to this point. How have you felt about Cam Smith at the plate? We have not actually talked about, and as much of the lead up that we've had about him getting to the bigs, we have not talked a lot about him specifically in the first 4 games here on this program.
Well, I think he's having what we thought might happen. Maybe not the keeping the sizzling bat sizzling, but I think he's kind of caught a break here because the entire offense is just bad. Like they're just getting mowed down. I think only 3 extra base hits, as we mentioned, but I think I still have it's in his because of his makeup, as we've talked about. But everybody offensively right now is struggling.
Yeah, he looks like he's dealing with what the same thing everybody else is, and not the types of things that you would look at a rookie and say, "Ooh, he's not figuring it out." Like,
he doesn't look overwhelmed. He looks like he's getting beat.
Yeah, he looks like he's confident at the plate. He's utilizing a good eye for the most part. But yeah, I don't have as much concern there. Of course, there will be time. I imagine there will be time where it'll become concerning. I think that was the question you asked, like, at what point does it become concerning? Do you have a time frame that you're thinking about in this moment when it becomes concerning for the Astros?
I think what happens is if you go a month into the year and he starts to look overwhelmed, because I don't think he's overwhelmed at all. I think they're just not hitting the ball. Pitchers have had their number. They've been a little impatient, as we mentioned. They're hitting the ball into the ground a lot, not squaring it up, as they like to say. But you go into a month into the season and it's obvious pressing, obvious a little overwhelmed, lost, whatever it may be. That's when you worry.
All right.
Maybe he needs a torpedo bat.
Maybe so. Shams Charania let us know that Kevin Durant, obviously, when he turned his left ankle in the game versus the Rockets on Sunday night. And now we got the reporting that Kevin Durant is expected to miss at least 1 week through the team's 3-game road trip with a left ankle sprain. So the Suns are a game and a half out of the play-in. Add a few more games that you imagine there's some probably a couple of losses in just because they're not that good, especially without him. Feels like it gives the Rockets an opportunity to have maximum value, either with the ability to select with that Suns pick or maybe even utilize it for potential trade in the offseason.
I think it does, but and you probably know more of the details of this than I do, but there is an incentive for Kevin Durant to come back and play at least, I want to say, 3 more games because of his contract. There might be some I remember what it is. he would qualify for. He still needs to
for awards.
For awards and such by playing, I think, 3 more games. So there is an incentive for him.
Yeah, he has
to come
played
back.
62 games. You have to play 65 games in order to reach the incentives. And yes, that is fair. Like you want to be an All-NBA and you want to qualify for the various other awards that Kevin Durant absolutely will be in that space for. So yeah, you can imagine that he will fight his way back to make sure he plays at least those 3 more. But it does feel like you're getting to that place where them Suns, even if he claws his way back, it might look like that game Sunday night where they kind of looked a little disjointed, like they weren't all excited to be there. All right. And then one more thing I wanted to note. This was something that kind of came down earlier today. The Houston Texans are expected to host interior defensive lineman, defensive tackle Alfred Collins from the University of Texas for a 30 visit. Big run stuffing kind of defensive tackle. Looked at like as a high floor guy, right? Like a high floor defensive tackle, probably an early day 2 kind of pick. And I think that's kind of interesting because that feels like that could be in that same realm. We talked about interior defensive line as a place where that could be a need for this team. I know they brought in Sheldon Rankins, but it feels like they still have room for that kind of one-tech kind of guy.
That's the one. You've been on that for a while. I mean, just a monstrous dude. Probably, 330, 340 in that range, and very, very tall, too, for an interior defensive tackle. And a day 2 consensus day 2 pick. So that might be where he falls if they get lucky.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. Add that to the day 30 or to the 30 visits list, top 30 visits list for your Houston Texans defensive tackle, Alpha Blue out of Texas. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of like some of those draft picks, I'm interested for all of our listenership, in fact, as we're getting closer and closer to the draft. In fact, just over 3 weeks to the first round of the draft kicking off on Thursday, April the 24th. What is your dream and nightmare pick at number 25? I'm very interested in how you view this. And also, I'm going to circle back around to a little bit of an either-or option that it seemed like they talked about this morning on the show. We'll do all of that next.
Seth's got the scouting report on new Texans linebacker. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. What are your dream and nightmare scenarios for the number 25 pick that your Houston Texans are allotted for in the NFL draft next month? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let us know, because funny enough, in the break just there, I was like, man, I'm having a hard time coming up with nightmare scenarios. Since Lopez, like, I got plenty of those.
I got 3 of those
I'm
right off the top.
Interested to hear what you guys have. Real quick, someone asked, with the Rockets having the Suns pick, what are the lottery odds? The Suns currently have the 12th best record, or 12th worst record, rather, so that would give them the 12th best odds. And there's a 7.1% chance as of right now that they would end up in the top 4 if the lottery were held today. But look, there's still only 1 game ahead of the Miami Heat, 2 games ahead of the Chicago Bulls. We'll see how the last few games of the season play out, because maybe that gets to where you have a 9.5% chance of getting to the top 4 or what have you. I don't know. All right, but the Texans, we've talked a lot about, particularly this 25 pick, especially now you're getting to the point where you're getting mock drafts that are multi-round and you have an opportunity to look at various different permutations of the way that this thing goes. But for a long period of time, it's just that first round pick. What does it look like? And we know Nick Caserio has a propensity or has the capability of doing any old thing, especially with the draft capital that he has, of moving up, moving down, or what have you. But what are the dream and nightmare scenarios for you in this NFL draft, particularly as it pertains to that 25?
I like this topic because clearly, we're not getting top 30 interviews with these guys. We're not scouting them at the combine up close and personal.
We have for yourself. I personally got a couple of top 30 interviews scheduled.
You got some lined up. But we do watch a lot of college football. We do follow this very closely, and we also are human. We tend to either fall in love or out of love with certain players.
Get you a pet cat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've got three dream picks at 25 overall. But I think the more interesting thing, because you said it was going to be difficult for you, three names immediately came to mind in terms of, that'll be a nightmare.
That's interesting because
immediately.
And I do wonder how many of these are nightmares because they're just outside of the realm of probability.
No,
because because I was like, all right, well, if they get up here and draft Jackson Dart, like that's a nightmare. But that's clearly not something that's within the realm of probability by any means.
Mine is I guess I'm all caught up in the swarm mentality and certainly having you and I watch a lot of college football and having seen these guys repeatedly on top of everything else that we've talked about, like Josh Simmons. That's a nightmare.
The tackle from Ohio State.
Yeah, that would be a nightmare for me. I think there's enough smoke that there's a fire down there in terms of his approach, his attitude, not necessarily bought in to doing things the right way. To me, I'm staying away from Josh Simmons at 25.
Yeah, the attitude concerns or what have you, however you want to term that, right? I know that's kind of nebulous, and I want to be careful about the things that I levy, particularly in a negative way towards people. But that exists, right? Whatever maturity or attitude, what have you put there. But then on top of that patellar tendon ain't just not there, right? Like that is something that, especially for a guy of his size, for offensive linemen, that's something that we haven't seen a lot of, and we don't know necessarily how linemen bounce back from, and those ones you got to hit. And I understand that you could say that in any draft class. It's one of those things like every election is the most important election of your lifetime, right? And every first-round pick is one that you just absolutely have to nail. But this one feels particular, especially if you go offensive line, because of the history that Nick Caserio seems to carry with them, the baggage that it seems to carry with them, especially as you just had to move an offensive lineman, a first-round pick. Now, you did get some value out of him, which good job, Nick Caserio and front office and Texans team as a whole, bringing back CJ Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green. But I don't know that you want to add another one of those, especially at this very pivotal point on the offensive line. That being said, I have a hard time not leaning on the expertise of the people that are just like watching the film. Because sometimes this time period, like they call it line season for a reason. All sorts of different things can kind of add in there and cloud your judgment to some degree. And of course, they're to be considered in some ways. But Josh Simmons, when you get him on the tape when he's playing, that dude is mean. That dude is a menace. That dude is good at football.
He's Laremy Tunsil light.
And so I could easily see the appeal. I could easily see the reason why you would go down that route. And I like the player. I'm just concerned about the other things. And it seems like I'm willing to get with you there on the idea of it being a nightmare because of the emphasis that the organization has made on the mentality they want in that locker room.
With the other two guys, I like the other things, but not the players.
Okay.
And that would be Walter Nolan, who might get picked before. He might fall in that category where he's got his top 16, 18, 20 type pick.
He's right around that range where the Texans are picking.
But this guy, he is an off the bus guy that looks like just an absolute stud. I've never seen any consistent production out of him. Like I feel like he's the guy that just looks like he's amazing. I mean, from the time he was in middle school, he was a 5-star, player. Prospect.
Off the bus all-star?
Off the bus. He has made some plays, will wow you, but I don't know if that guy is going to be able to fit in here. And then the other one, which kind of goes against my allegiance here, but all this talk about Shamar Stewart since the Senior Bowl. Shamar Stewart, oh boy, he's dominating. He's killing these guys. Did you see his production? And maybe that's...
Actually, it's very easy to see his production. The cut-up takes about a minute and a half.
There wasn't a lot.
Right.
Like, that guy is an Adonis. I mean, he is like 6'6", 6'5", whatever it is, just cut, fast, twitchy, as they like to say. every single ingredient you could possibly want in a defensive lineman, edge rusher, wherever they end up putting, because he's played all over the line too. He's been inside, outside, everything.
Correct.
Doesn't produce. Like, he just doesn't produce. To me, that would be bad.
Yeah, and that feels like, hey man, what is holding you back? Because it can't be like just a complete lack of talent. A&M has enough.
Oh, he's incredibly talented. I think he was a 5-star.
And do you go coaching there? Do you say, hey, they're not the right coaching?
Maybe that's where you end up being wrong.
That feels like you were setting yourself up for.
I end up being wrong.
Right, and now I'm not all too worried about that because he's an edge rusher and this team is just so me too hard, but I see where you're going from there. On the text line, Dream, Tyler Booker, Nightmare, anything other than O-line, and from 832, Ashton Genty being the dream, interesting, running back. Nightmare, tight end in the first round or trading out. How do you?
Neither of those is a nightmare to me.
Trade out isn't a nightmare.
Neither is tight end,
especially because here's the tough part. The tight ends that I think are like the ones that are beloved. Tyler Warren, I don't see him getting to you. Colson Loveland, I don't see him getting, for some reason, I think that both of those guys are gone by like 14.
And Genty will be gone by 6 or 8.
I've seen some places that have gotten him towards like 12, but the Cowboys, the way that they have neglected their running back position and the way that Jerry Jones loved just picking a running back that he think is going to be the next Emmett, I feel like that's right there in his wheelhouse. So he's not getting past 12. But yeah, if you get one of those guys, I really like the player to the point where and it would be such great value if you manage to get them at 25. I'd just be like, all right, like I see what the vision is.
Yeah.
But how about trading out? Like the idea of trading out of 25. You view that as a nightmare?
No, I don't. I could see it happening. Early on in this process, I thought they were going to kind of hold firm where they are and draft, one of those need positions. But then they've added some linemen. We heard D'Amico Ryans earlier. We'll hear some more from him later. He seems to be pretty good with if not making this the entire offensive line. So now you might be able to have some flexibility. Maybe move back for a tight end in the second round that isn't as highly regarded and add an extra pick, or maybe for a running back that you can get in the late second or early third round. That doesn't scare me as much. Do you have any nightmares? Nightmare picks?
I kind of, and I don't. This is the tough part. I was like, I kind of have a nightmare of moving up, and it's not necessarily because I think the player would be bad. I just feel like I don't know that there's a player that you go, this one is so specifically needed above other ones that I would want to give up the capital. Not to say that you don't have the capital. You have a lot of them. I tend to live in the realm where I kind of want you to throw a whole bunch of darts.
Yeah.
And it seems like, especially in this draft, and I know a lot of drafts kind of operate similarly, but maybe more so in this one, you get to like 15 all the way to like 40, supposedly. You have a similar caliber of playing. So, like, if you move up off of that 25 for a specific player, I feel like you might be in the same kind of tier.
A little desperation
of
mode.
Player.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess.
But they would love him.
In that instance, you would have to just trust your evaluation skills that you just really love the player. And I wonder who you'd be going up for. And here comes the dream, right? And I know Ocho has already kind of gotten in here as well. But Matthew Golden, wide receiver out of Texas.
I'm with you.
He's
on my list.
Dream. And I know that B. Scott this morning filling in for Seth said that was one that, that would be his most optimistic option. I think Sean has echoed that sentiment. Are you in that place where you'd be okay with taking a wide receiver, particularly like taking Matthew Golden instead of an offensive lineman in that first pick that you take, that first round pick?
Yeah, and I think Matthew Golden, if he falls, would be a perfect pick right there.
Would you move up for him?
Ooh, that
because there is some possibility that might
like
be
he
what
goes
you need.
to 21 or something.
Right, exactly. You move up a few picks.
Yeah, you make them. Yeah, I think I'd be good with that. That might be the guy that obviously fits a role on this squad. It might be the guy that they kind of fall in love with, and they would see the value of giving up some picks to get him up there.
That gets you into the place though where you're doing a little bit more trusting on the guys that you have in the room as of right now. Like going back to what D'Amico Ryans was saying and some of the things that you were trying to surmise from his talk from West Palm Beach at the league meetings. You're good with that? Because, I mean, obviously you still have more picks, and likelihood would be then one of your 3 other day 2 picks probably goes to offensive line. However, again, once you move to second round, third round, you change some of the expectation of the talent, just a little bit of the expectation.
The quality, at least perceived quality.
Right off the bat, especially for an offensive lineman.
Yeah, and my other 2 dream picks are pretty pretty, I guess predictable. Gray Zabel and Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks seems to be my dream pick because I'm having such a hard time just going, this is what it is, and you're not adding talent that can grow with this team that you can have as a level of a tentpole for this offensive line, especially because the versatility. Like, this team seems to really appreciate a level of versatility when you have talent. And Kelvin Banks seemingly has that talent, but also the versatility. People are questioning, is he a tackle? And that's what he played. But he can kick in at guard, and I do wonder if that's one of those things where, yes, you have Cam Robinson kind of slated on the left side, whether it's Titus Howard or Blake Fisher on the right side with competition or what have you. This gives you an opportunity. You could start Kelvin Banks at guard. He's strong enough. He's big enough, right? Let him grow, and then you can move him out to tackle when you need. And it feels like you're getting a guy who is beginning that process in year one. He has the capability of playing immediately, but then building towards having a line that you could be really proud of, that could protect C.J. Stroud for the next year and the next year, and you're not doing that.
Yeah,
you could do that in that instant. I really like the notion of Kelvin Banks, but it is a fair point to bring up on the 2A1. God forbid, knock on wood, Nico Collins and or Christian Kirk goes down, or if they go down at the same time, where does that leave you in the wide receiver room? And that's a fair question to ask. But you kind of ended up in that same place last year with a robust wide receiver room, and it felt like all of those guys were relatively ineffective, and you weren't able to raise the floor on anybody because your offensive line didn't play to a certain
Let me
level.
ask you about one that's kind of vexing me, so to speak. Don't quite know if he's a dream pick or a nightmare pick, and that's Luther Burden III.
I mean, I've seen evaluators look at Luther Burden as the best wide receiver,
maybe the best,
on here.
But
I think
it seems like there's been some skepticism as far as like his sort of makeup, et cetera.
That feels like more just because the circumstances that he found himself in that Missouri offense, where it was just him going for Dolo, him by himself really with the quarterback getting into the football, and so there was a lot of kind of short routes, but he is effective when he is running his routes. Like the actual route trees that the routes, they're effective when he does that. So I don't know that he's necessarily going to be like the deep route on the outside, but it feels like Christian Kirk gives you enough of that verticality from the slot where you might kind of utilize. It's possible you use him a little bit more like a possession receiver, even though he might play on the outside or what have you, right? I think that he has the versatility and he has the capability to play in that space. I'd be cool with like a Luther Burden, or I mean Matthew Golden. I don't think I hate it. I feel like I have boxed myself in mentally where, okay, yes, you have papered over offensive line, but it still feels like, man, I would love for you to address that in a strong way. And the strongest way to do that is in the first round.
And the biggest question being, is that first round pick going to be an offensive lineman? I feel like if either of those two guys that I mentioned, and that's why people always say, well, we're going to draft the best available player, which is total BS. It's the best available player that fits your need. And I feel like Zabel falls, Banks falls, all of a sudden that's going to become the best available player, no matter how good they feel about the offensive line right now. Just to have that extra guy, that extra competition, as they like to put it.
All right. 832 asked this, and I'll pass this to you, Lopez. If Texas got Golden, what do you think that means for Tank Dell? And I think that personally I would just look at it and say that you can't assume anything with Tank. It seems like you're in that place where they love Tank Dell. They do, and they hope that he comes back stronger, but you cannot assume that he's going to slot back in and be the same Tank Dell that you had prior.
That's it. You don't know when he's going to play. I was going to say if he's going to play. I think he's probably going to come back and play, but it could be a completely different player. You can't just assume that he's going to be back.
I do love this. In the dream scenario that we put forward, somebody said Luther Burden feels like one of those dreams I had after I ate some weird pizza. I guess not inherently like awful, but not necessarily straight.
I couldn't know. I didn't know where to put him.
A real nebulous. All right. That was that was definitely a dream. That was a dream. But I do feel good that there's a lot of options here. It seems
25 is a good spot.
It does seem like it's a good spot, but Nick Caserio, he liked doing the hokey pokey. We've seen him. We've seen him go up. We've seen him go down. We've seen him stay pat. So we'll see what it looks like April 24th when it comes to the Texans making their selection, or maybe they won't be making a selection on 24th. Maybe they'll wait till the 25th. Would be a
big womp.
Whoa! Yeah, that'd be a real big because they've already announced the draft
party. Yeah.
Oh, what does the draft party look like if y'all out there and you see the notice come up?
Well, see you tomorrow.
All right. Well. All right. Luther Burden I don't think is a bad pick either. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
All right, let's talk about the Franklin team. That means I get to talk about it.
Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Reggie, I got to give you some credit here. I think it might have been about this time yesterday. Somehow in this hour, it came up, the City Connect jerseys that the Astros wore last night.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, hey, what are we going to think of them after we see them on the field? Like,
right.
You know, what's the kind of the vibe going to be? Now, I will say this before I get to my confession. I do like them. I think they're pretty cool. They looked fine on the field, et cetera. But I'm watching the game, and I went, light bulb moment. I know what they are. I finally figured out where the influence on the Astros City Connect jerseys are. And I take you to a page that they can't see on YouTube or obviously see on listening to us. They look almost identical to the old Montreal Expo.
Yeah.
Like, it is pretty incredible. I'll tweet something out. I'll save this picture. That's Gary Carter, by the way. How about that?
There you go.
Is that Andre Dawson, I think, is the other one. But anyway, like, they are uncanny, like the old Montreal Expos uniforms, down to the hat, down to the logo, the font.
That's what I was going to say. Although it's a little bit different because the Astros, the Stros City Connect 2.0s, they got their logo that they have straight across the chest, and it really is a word mark straight across the chest compared to the Expos. They have the Montreal Expo logo with Expos written underneath it on the left side of the chest, and then the number on the right side, as opposed to the Astros where they have the number set lower. But all white jerseys, you got kind of the team color trim happening.
Kind of that trucker hat.
That front panel white hat. Yeah. Like, you do kind of have that same feel in some ways.
They look like the Expos.
But, I mean, to be fair, it's a baseball uniform. I mean, they if you're gonna be anything close to kind of traditional, you're gonna find these overlaps. But yeah, it does feel kind of Expos like. I will admit, I will grant you that.
And by the way, I don't mind it.
No,
like, shout out to the Expos. It's always good to bring up that old squad, and they're pretty cool uniforms.
Yeah, it was clean. They did look clean. I will say, and maybe this is just me nitpicking. It felt a little bit, almost a little like too quiet. Like, you know, like I was like, you might have been able to afford more,
not plain, but maybe
more things
straightforward.
happening.
Yeah,
you might have been able to have more things happening. In this, and maybe I was just asking too much. And you know what? It didn't look like there was too much happening or too little happening when you had, what was the inner socks or whatever, when you actually exposed the socks tucked in the pants, like Jose Altuve is wont to do. But no, I mean, it's a cool look. I am good with it. I am not going to complain about these in the same way I complained about the Space City City Connect 1.0 joints.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, and I must confess, I am not very happy about one of the things that came out, at least one of the things that came out of West Palm Beach in the NFL League meetings, and that is that we are definitely going to get not just a Christmas Day doubleheader, but a Christmas Day triple header next year, as Christmas falls on a Thursday. And so they're going to have, and I think Netflix has the rights to at least one game on Christmas. I believe they might have the doubleheader again with another, they might have another one on, like, what's the right word? Linear TV? Is that the way that we would say it?
Traditional?
Yeah, or what have you. Or over the air if you choose to deem it that way.
Right.
But yeah, I don't like it because I feel like I have to watch football in a different way than I would typically watch basketball on Christmas. And Christmas just feels like a holiday where I want to chill a little bit more.
Yeah, and it still comes back to basketball kind of gets short end here, but
we knew what time that was.
What are you going to do?
And of course, that even if I'm going to try and find a way to watch both of them, which just feels impossible. It's a lot.
Yeah.
But it's also, for me, less about just, oh man, football's taking the block, but just football feels like a different type of watching for me personally. Got to watch it a little bit more intently compared to, like, the basketball where I've kind of a little more casual. It's leaning forward as opposed to leaning back. And on a holiday like Christmas, I want to lean back a little bit. Like, I feel like I want to have a little bit easier watching for me personally.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I did not enjoy this news. However, I'm sure there's a lot of people championing the idea of, I got this day off, football accompany me morning to night all the way through it.
If nothing else, you're gonna have some good background noise there with all kinds of games happening. How about Byron wants to do a confession?
These are my confessions.
Yeah, so one of the things coming into this year, I wanted to read more because I don't really read that often. And so I know some people might say this might not count, but I was doing something for my video game, and so I was trying to create like a new nickname, and so I was trying to do a superhero name, and I'm like, you know what? I've never read a comic book, so like, let me get into that. So I bought my first
comic book.
Never read a comic.
So I bought my first Superman comic book, and I am hooked. And I can't wait for tomorrow because I think Volume 2 will be shipped from Amazon to my house, so I'm ready. I'm hooked.
I'm interested, and I don't know why I'm asking this. Like, I know all of the various runs of like Superman, which I'm one of the oldest comic book heroes.
You're doing a good thing. Superman is one of the most traditional, best stories, etc. Go ahead.
Do you know what run you're looking at? Have you kind of
so
done the
I'm reading the
research there?
Rebirth DC one by I think his name is Joe Tomsey. I want to say my cousin and his dad, they read a lot of comic books, so like he kind of guided me through it. But like since I've read this first one, the first issue, I've already added probably like 8 comic books into my Amazon cart. Finishing. But yeah, I thought it was honestly the coolest thing because one reason why I chose Superman is because the only villain I know is Lex Luthor. So now I know the Eradicator. So it's like, I'm still learning, and so I'm excited for the second one because Batman and Robin are in it, so I'm excited.
I think the big confession is this is your first comic book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, see, my cousin years ago, she bought me some comic books. It was X-Men and Transformers, and I was excited. But on the box, she wrote a note saying, my mom said, read the note, and it said, these are going to be worth a lot of money someday. Don't open them.
Oh,
and
that's
so
that's no good.
Yeah, so it was one of those things. I was like in first grade, but for me, mom was like, put them in the box. I'm just like,
hate that.
Why would you do that?
I don't even know where the box is now because I was going to see, but X-Men's one. The Marvel, I'm trying to get into Marvel. I just don't know which comic to pick. So, like, for the chat, if y'all have any recommendations, just send them.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to do research on TikTok, everything.
Yeah.
I haven't read a comic book probably since I was 12 years old. But what comic books did you read? Because I was just sitting here thinking, I read Superman. Superman's a good one. And the Archies. Remember the Archies?
I am familiar with the concept of the Archies.
I read the
Let me
Archies.
say that.
They had a whole series of comic books back in the day. What'd you read?
I was not super big into comics, but I picked up a couple of runs in the later runs, which, I mean, apparently Superman Reborn was a run that was done in 2018, so that's a relatively recent run. I know that I got interested. A guest writer jumped in, or not a guest writer, but a newer writer jumped in comics and did one of the newer Black Panthers that I was very interested in. But yeah, I bought Watchmen, by the way.
Okay.
I have that, and I just never got around to reading it in the same way. But yeah, I'm interested to see how you jump into it. But yes, I absolutely hate the idea of, here's some comic books, child. Don't look at them.
Not for real, because I was really trying to find them, but this was like years ago, but I don't know where they are. Because like I said, I was in first grade,
Don't buy a child collector's items.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no.
If you're going to buy the child comic books, understand that they're going to, like, you might as well
buy them two.
Exactly. Buy them 2 pairs. Like, hey, these ones we're going to stash. These ones are for you to read. Because otherwise, like, why would they even care about them? Because they've not developed an attachment to them.
I remember I gave my nephew couple of decades ago, I used to have a lot of baseball cards, and I gave them to him, and they were all open, they were all used, they all had frayed edges, but I had like Hank Aaron, rookie card. I had, I think I had somebody else, really another Hall of Famer, like it might have been Pete Rose, and I'm like, I probably should have saved that, but it loses the whole concept. I mean, the concept is, look, you're on the playground, look, I got a Pete Rose, I got a this or whatever, but yeah. I don't know.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got one more here. Regarding April Fool's Day, this is not the confession part. It's stupid.
Okay.
That much we know. It's stupid. We established that. Here's my confession. If you're going to be stupid, if you're going to do some kind of silly thing on April Fool's Day, like Tiger Woods did, like several other people have done, being into it, if you're going to tweet something out like Tiger Woods did, don't say, ha, just kidding, 2 minutes later. Like, if you're going to do the prank and it's stupid and it's silly and you shouldn't do it, Just let it sit there. Let it sit there. You're looking for a reaction. That'll get your reaction. You know what I mean? Like, somebody else tweeted something, and then like 5 minutes later, just kidding. I don't know, it was George Fant, or, I mean, it was.
Yeah, George Fant was on Instagram, but it was kind of, in pretty quick succession. But I also think that it is fair to, especially in this fast information age, it is fair to, very quickly let someone know, because you could turn around that information and it could become disinformation very quickly.
That's the prank. That's the stupidity of it. If you're going to do it, just let it ride.
Maybe that's what it is. It has become more and more tenuous, the way that we handle information and the factual nature or the lack thereof of information, to where just getting out here lying and calling it April Fools does not really feel as good. Doesn't feel as good to get over, just because the getting over happens.
You're
in
not getting
ways.
over. Yeah. You're changing it in just a matter of a blink of an eye. So if you're gonna do it, just do it. Lean in.
That is fair. I don't know if I've ever been a huge April Fool's.
I've hated it.
Fan, but I don't know if it feels different nowadays. Maybe I'm just a sucker in this way, and it's just, I don't know, I'm not finding a way to have fun. Maybe I'm a killjoy, but it just
you're not.
It's a hard time to find the ones that make me make me happy, make me laugh.
A lot of comic books.
Yeah, shout out to all the comic book folks coming out and helping our guy Byron. So Byron, you're gonna need to get in there on the text line and.
All right, bet. Thank you, guys.
Look, I appreciate the listeners, our Sports Radio 610 listeners, for supporting, especially when you have a particular interest that comes to you. Also, shout out to our guy Andy, engineer Andy, who said the hat is too close to Arizona, the Diamondbacks hat, when it comes to the City Connect. He said that the batting helmet definitely looked like the Expos.
Yeah, it does look like the Expos.
And then someone else mentioned when it came to my Christmas Day confession, when it comes to the NFL, also worth considering that in football, you're in crunch time of the season. In basketball, you're still relatively early into this. We're just getting to where it kind of gets, I guess, somewhat interesting for some folks. There you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to the Men's Clinic for presenting Lunchtime Confessions. All right, coming up next, the Cougars, they're on their way to the Final Four this weekend, this face off against Duke. And you put on your coaching hat, your basketball coaching hat.
Well, my connections hat.
Okay, fair enough.
My connections hat.
But you did get kind of like a coaching
I
perspective.
talked to a major former college basketball coach, and I had one simple question. How do you beat Duke?
Okay. How do you beat Duke? We'll find out next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a super intriguing season for the Astros, especially.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. There's a little bit of a college basketball fever here in Houston with the Cougars. One of the Final Four teams in the NCAA still vying for the national championship in men's college basketball. And they face off against probably one of the most widely, known programs, one of the most decorated programs. And the dude who is widely regarded as the number one overall pick in this upcoming NBA draft later on in the year, that dude, Blue Devils, it's going to be tough. And let some of these analysts tell it.
Let's hear from them.
They are insurmountable. How about Wally Zerbiak of CBS Sports talking about him? Wally, how do you view this game?
I said they could be the greatest Duke tournament team of all time. They're winning by a margin of 23.5 points in this tournament. It's up to Houston to prove that they're not. And I don't think they can do it. I think Duke's going to be too big, too poised, too strong, and too talented. And I think they're going to win by double digits.
All right, Wally.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was quick and to the point. All right. I guess you are going to be a hater. All right. What about Seth Greenberg, former coach in NCAA at ESPN? Seth, what you got to say about this game?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Duke, you look at their defense. So Duke, Houston, number one defense in the country. Houston, Duke, the number one offense. Oh, by the way, Duke also has a top 5 defense and the ability to protect the front of the rim. Duke's just so hard to prepare for because you got to stop them defensively, and then you got to also stop them in terms of them turning you over, them protecting the front of the rim, them taking you off the three-point line. They got a lot of dudes, but to me, it's their defense, their offense, their ability to create matchups, the number of different guys that can make plays, and then you just can't score them. Malawach is like a human backboard right there. I mean, his ability to protect the front of the rim is absolutely ridiculous. You can't get to the front of the rim, and then they can close out and run you off the three-point line. But Malawach, he's a human backboard.
All right, you made your point.
We get it. We get it. Double digits, human backboard.
So they're not giving.
Yeah.
By the way, Seth Greenberg, you mentioned that Duke has a top 5 defense in addition to their offense. Well, I mean, the Cougars have a top 10 offense.
Yeah.
Right? We're not going to pretend like they're just little sisters of the poor here, what have you. And so while people are not giving the Cougars a chance to win, even though they are still like one of the better teams in the nation, how do you view this? What do you view as the path for the Cougars to win this?
Well, look, it's funny because I have to give credit to Ocho Texto, one of our favorites, who asked me this question, off air on the text board yesterday, and I thought, and I gave him an answer, but I thought, you know what? Let me ask someone who knows a lot more about me. So it clearly wasn't Seth Greenberg, but I texted a former coach, former college basketball coach. No, not Josh. I know that's what people are thinking.
Who passed me?
Yeah, but and I just kind of started exchanging. I said, "How do you do it? How the Cougs going to do it? How is Kelvin Sampson? Because he's going to have him ready."
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you do to beat Duke? 4.5. Maybe it's increasing favorite.
I'll have to double check what the line is now, but last time I checked, it was 4.5 point favorite for the Duke Blue Devils.
And he texted me back. He goes, "Duke beat Boston College by ultimately 25 points, but Boston College had the right idea." I said, "What?"
Oh,
okay. So what he was saying is Wake Forest had. He's watched all these Duke games. He said Wake Forest had some success doing this. Boston College, even though they lost in the second half, they didn't have the depth. Had some success doing this. And he said because they switch everything so well. He says Duke is so long, so athletic. They have 5 guys that can play 5 positions in essence. Okay. No, I mean, it's true. I mean, that's why they are what they are, and that's why they're favored, and they're winning by 25 points a game in the tournament. He said, so don't, if you start trying to beat their switches, it's a fool's errand. You're going to have some success, but more problems than not. He thinks the whole secret to it all is that Cougars inside players offensively, not inside players defensively, attack the inside. You heard him say Mulawach, but they got a lot of inside guys. He said start inside out, not outside in when you're trying to play Duke. If you have the depth, which the Cougars do, you can really maybe get them in foul trouble, but have some success, because then the perimeter guys that are switching everything outside so well are going to have to crash, are going to have to come down and offer help, etc. He got really into detail. I don't want to bog anybody down with details on this, but he said, because Duke can switch everything outside, you got to start on the inside. And then I bounced my idea off of him about, defensively stopping Duke. Maybe just extend everything, try to trap as soon as they cross the half-court line, try to, get the ball out of their hands, get them to start their offense a little late, which is what I told Ocho. He said yes, but he said the key is really offensively. As great of a defense as the Cougars have, they've got a great defense. You've got to get the ball up floor before they set, and when you start in a half-court game, pitch it to the bigs inside out, and he said the team that doesn't have a lot of flaws, their only flaw is to start on the inside, because they'll beat you on the outside. They'll beat you on the outside offensively. They'll beat you on the outside defensively. So, which is an interesting concept, that the Cougars with Cryer and all these guys, you want to get the ball in their hands.
That is tough, though. Like, you talk about the guys that have kind of carried this thing relatively of late. Milo Suzanne, LJ Cryer, Emmanuel Sharp. All your perimeter guys, and then, Juwan Roberts, obviously the 6-year senior, he's a big part. It seems like the idea is, hey, can Juwan Roberts Can you start there? The only thing that I asked then is, all right, if you're going to go Juwan Roberts post-ups, what this team is absolutely okay with doing, one, can he win one-on-one, which I think he's shown he has the post moves and the ability to get there. But then on top of that, what happens if Duke comes out like Purdue did, where they trapped and they doubled the bigs and then tested their ability to pass out, which did not go as well as you would hope against Purdue.
From what I could gather, they're not going to expect to do that. They love their big guys. They don't want to get beat on the outside, and they're so long compared to, the thing about the Cougars' backcourt and perimeter players. Obviously, that's where they've made their hay, and that's where they made big shots. That's where one day it was Cryer, and the next day it was someone else. That he says they're going to have a hard time getting around Duke's switches and length, and doesn't mean they won't. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be an NCAA tournament Final Four game, and it's going to be tough. He says, but ultimately, that's where they want the Cougars to do that, to try to test their switches, test their length on the outside. So you got to go the other way.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's interesting. We're looking forward to Saturday, man, when it comes to Cougars Duke. Last I checked, 5.5.
Yeah, it's going up.
Yeah, it's gone back up. So we'll see what it ultimately looks like. But, the betting odds aren't what dictate this game. It's the preparedness and their ability to get out there. And especially for the Cougars, like if they can fluster Duke early, not allow them to immediately jump in and get to scoring, that's one of the things that they've done really well. Just the Cougars are great at limiting the number of possessions in a game generally. And if you can start off by making the opposing team throw away some possessions just because they're not used to the defense that you're throwing at them, that can be really beneficial. All right, so I know that you said that you have a buddy that is going to travel out to San Antonio, already has a plan, even though they have to come back to work literally the next morning. And so, that led to the question of the day earlier, which was, what is the furthest lengths that you've gone to see your team or just to see a game in some ways? And people started sending in all sorts of fun texts. And then we got even more. Like from the 281, they said in the 80s, while in the Navy in Virginia, drove to New York City on a Friday night to see a Yankee World Series. On Saturday, drove back to the ship going out to sea on Sunday. Made it by 30 minutes.
Well, hey, salute, permission to board, and you're good to go.
Right. Yeah, what happens, though, if you're late?
He was seasick, too. Not because of the sea, but because of the motion and what he had the night before.
Yeah, I bet so. I bet so. But I'm like, how do you explain if you pulling up late to the boat? I just wanted to go. Man, my bad. Yeah. I thought that was allowed.
I got a hunch most of those guys get as close as they can to when they have to leave. They spend as much time as they can.
I bet so. That's fair. That's fair. It's like I'm not checking in many hours early just because. All right, from 713 in school in McAllen, clinical rotations, called in on a lunch break, said my car broke down and couldn't return, drove 6 hours from South Texas to Minute Maid for Game 7 of the 2019 World Series. Obviously, the Astros lost, unfortunately. Drove 6 hours back south for the next shift in the morning. That was a heady play.
Ooh.
You went to real great lengths. You risked your employment. Obviously, you got yourself out here on the car. I wonder for people that do this, is there any concern that maybe you get caught on the TV and somebody sees it?
Oh, yeah. These days?
Right? Like
100%.
And I have a feeling, I mean, we're in 2019. It's not like this was 1995 or anything. You had to be very careful with your social media stuff as well. Like, you can't have yourself coming back to work and they're like, actually, step into my office. Can you explain this particular post for me and what happened there? What's happened with this geotag?
I think that happened in this building a few years ago. It might have been 2017, 18, somewhere in there, playoffs. I want to say someone like called in sick and was like, we were in the studio and you could see him on TV. An Astros game. It's like, hey, that happens a lot. Like, okay, your secret's safe with me, but there's a lot of people that are watching this game. There's a lot of people watching this game.
All right, late 1960s. Ooh, when in second grade, a friend and I rode our bicycles about 5 miles, crossing a major highway, riding through the, quote, bad side of town to see the Cowboys. And this was just to get off of a bus and walk into a hotel. It was awesome until my parents saw us on the nightly news. There you go.
Yeah.
But I'll always remember it. There you go.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. How many Cougs are going to be in San Antonio? Cougs fans.
Ooh, there's so many.
Are you going to do that? Would you rather just kind of watch it from here? I think a lot of people just want to be, Riverwalk around the stadium, all that stuff.
Also because this feels like the team that has the best chance to do it.
Yeah.
And like this, you've had a level of buildup, right? Like you have had, and I don't want to make the direct correlation that came to mind here, but you've had a lot of buildup. You're waiting for that. You're waiting for the time to actually make that thing shake. And it feels like this could be the time. And if it is within driving distance, you don't have to to, book a flight or anything.
No.
That feels like something that a lot of people are going to make it for. And on top of the fact that the round prior, if you were just like, I just want to see the Cougars in this, was 1,000 miles away. So the next best opportunity is mere 100 plus miles away. Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to make that drive.
Let me give you guys, Cougs fans, I'm talking to you. Listen up, Cougs fans. Let me give you a little Final Four hack that can work like a champ.
Sleeping in your own bed, drive to San Antonio, drive back?
No.
Okay.
Go down to San Antonio for the game, watch it at a bar in or around the Alamo Dome.
Okay.
There's a lot in downtown, etc. If U of H wins Saturday, go directly to the stadium and start hitting up Duke fans as they're leaving.
Oh, for this
you can get face value or less.
That's a good call.
I've seen it happen. I've been to probably 15, 16 Final Fours over the years. That is the best value in sports. You can get to if you're hitting up the losing team's fans as they're leaving, they'll get rid of them for $100. I'll give you $100 for your Monday ticket.
Look at that.
That's the hack of all hacks. So if you were contemplating it, I'm saying you think they're going to win, you're hopeful they're going to win, catch those Duke fans when they're walking out because they have the packages. They have the Saturday, Monday package.
Right.
Just buy their Monday tickets.
I'm glad that's the package you were talking about. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Super excited for the weekend, obviously, that is coming. But coming up next, let's stay in the now before we get into the future. Let's go back to West Palm Beach. There's more from D'Amico Ryans joining Texans All Access. More than just the offensive line. He talked about some other things, including C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We'll talk about that and more next.
The OG has thoughts.
Prevent any disease or illness.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday is going wonderfully. Happy to you choose to celebrate in such a way. Don't do it. I know you're about to say something snide.
Nah, man. Oh, you go.
He said you go.
You be you. You be you.
He said, do you, boo-boo.
And no matter how silly and stupid that is, you do you.
Speaking of silly and stupid, many things coming out of the league meetings there in West Palm Beach. In fact, we'll talk more about that here in this segment as we revisit some more audio from out there, including D'Amico Ryans' sit down with Texans All Access. But I did mention the silly and stupid, and that filling that role, Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones, who said about Micah Parsons and getting that contract done, right? Getting an extension done for one of, if not the best pass rushers in the league, if we're going to be completely honest. Quote, I don't view it as urgent at all. Close quote. When it comes to waiting, I'd rather pay more and get it right.
Well, and he's also taking shots at David Mulligetta. Did you see that?
I missed that.
He said he's only his discussions have been with Micah Parsons because he's
that makes sense.
Because he's the one. No, it doesn't. Because he's the one signing the checks, is what he said, and I'm paraphrasing. And Micah's the one that's going to be making the decision. Here's where there's a big issue. David Mulligetta is one of the most powerful agents and well-connected agents in the game.
Ski mask man. And I say that with all due respect because he is out here ripping and running, baby. He's signing big deals for his clients.
He not only doesn't like this, he hates this, and he's going to be bitter about it.
Yeah.
He's going to be bitter. Mulligetta is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think
that's Jerry Jones' mistake.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you fully. Smart thing. Or it makes sense. I think it makes sense from his perspective. Also, it does kind of make sense for him. It's not as an organizational kind of decision because he is a charmer. He does have a history of managing to negotiate directly with the player and get them into a space where it works out well because the player is under his charm. But you're right. That's not going to work with no David Mulligetta.
That ain't going to play. He's not going to play around.
He's here to secure the bag, as they say.
And he's on Micah's side. You know, he's the one that talks to Micah every day, Mulligetta. Yeah. So it's this is going to end ugly.
More power to him. Paying more to get it right. What a dumb insinuation. Meanwhile, you got Nick Caserio getting to the table. You're getting your guys done. Stingley getting his money. Did you see his Instagram post where he had a video of all the kind of naysayers and stuff? He is on his link himself, is letting the naysayer know. He seems like he is hype.
That's kind of uncharacteristic for him.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's why it was interesting to see that happen. So he is hyped for the season. Another man who seems like he is pretty excited for the season is D'Amico Ryans, as they continue to work through the offseason and get this roster together. And we talked obviously about where they are with this offensive line and rebuilding it, and that is going to continue to be a part of all of these things. But D'Amico Ryans joined Texans All Access, joined Mark Vandermeer, which, by the way, make sure you keep it locked to Texans All Access all week, all the time, because that is a great place to get more Texans information. You'll hear from Nick Caserio tonight at 6, and then you'll hear from tomorrow.
All right.
So, hey, man, that is you keep it locked, man. All sorts of good things happening there. But this is cut 6 here. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about the defense and the strides that they made, and then also now adding C.J. Gardner-Johnson and E.J. Speed to what was already an electric defense.
The safety position was one we tried to get Eric Murray back. Really like how Eric progressed, had a really great year for us. And, congrats to Eric. He had a great year, and he was able to get a really good deal. That left a void for us at the safety position. So we were able to find a way to trade with Philly to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That one wasn't on my radar because he wasn't a free agent.
Right.
So to be able to get a caliber player as him, like he's another Swarm player. He plays physical. He loves the game. You can tell the passion. You can feel the passion from him as he's on the field. So I'm excited to work with him, and I know what he'll bring to our team. Him next to Kalen, I feel like Kalen's game is going to improve for him learning from C.J. and the way he plays.
He loves it. He loves him some C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that's for sure.
I don't know. Am I wilding when I say this? I know D'Amico speaks with a smile inherently. That smile sounded bigger.
He was giggling. like literally giggling. Now, I know he has this sort of, I guess it's a tick or a nervous habit of he always kind of goes, when he's talking about, but he wasn't doing that necessarily. He was like literally giggling. Like a lot of times in his answer, you hear him kind of just like, like just sort of as a but this was he was happy.
And he
He's a
should
happy
be.
dude.
He should be.
Yeah.
Right. I know I saw a video was it yesterday of C.J. Gardner-Johnson working here locally.
Yeah.
But I mean, this dude, he's right. Like the experience that he brings, and I know Jimmy Ward has been here with that level of experience, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson brings a different experience, a similar type of edge, but I mean, just with a little bit more wiggle, if we're going to be honest. Like just a little bit more, I don't know if athleticism is quite the right way to say it. But
he's got an edge.
He does. He absolutely has. But I also don't want to say an edge because it makes it seem like Jimmy Ward doesn't, and we know that to be the truth. Jimmy Ward got an edge in himself. But you get more of those. And I think that he frees, like, they added depth in a way. They added depth at the top, which is the way that I would love to add depth because now you have the CJ Kalen Bullock pairing, which, by the way, both of those guys ball hawks, so I think that gives you it gives me at least a little more solace on. I know that the growth was happening for Kalen Bullock. I was not necessarily afraid that more of those deep shots that kind of plagued him early on last year were going to continue to be a huge issue, but it's reasonable to say, how quickly does that come along? Are opposing teams and quarterbacks going to still be able to maybe get one over on them? I feel even better about that if you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson also there to kind of help in some of those regards. But then on top of that, it frees up Jimmy Ward to move around. And I do wonder, does that at all change your mind on, or maybe not change your mind, but does that at all make you ponder how likely a Petrie extension is if Jimmy Ward is sliding down? And I know he's a relatively he's an older player compared to Petrie's youth, but does that at all shift any of that thought process?
Not much. I think Jimmy Ward is a reluctant nickel. That's true. But he'll do it, and older. So I still feel like, that's the depth at the top that you're talking about. To have Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie is going to be just a luxury.
Yeah, but I'm super excited for that. It goes without saying that is going to add even more terror to what this team is doing. Obviously, we talked a lot about it, but it was fun to hear just the giddiness that D'Amico Ryan's brought to that. Now, that's the back end. The front end is the place where we haven't talked a ton about it, but that defensive line, we know it to be very good. However, they want to have more pressure up the middle. Here's D'Amico Ryan's talking about the defensive line with the return of Sheldon Rankins and with Mario Edwards as well.
Yeah, getting Sheldon back was a big one for us. Hated to lose Sheldon last year. Right. Thought he did some really nice things for us. Did a really good job of bringing that D-line together, being a leader in that room. So happy to have him back. Know he'll thrive in our system and what we're asking him to do. Also, Mario, he was a free agent we got the previous year. Benefited from playing our style of ball. Had a really nice year, productive, in the backfield a lot, disruptive, getting after the quarterback. So getting him back is definitely a huge plus for us as well. And
doesn't he just feel like he likes this defensive, the defensive tackles, the interior?
He does. I did find it interesting, and let me know if you also felt this way, that he started with leadership when he talked about Sheldon Rankins, right? Like, doesn't that find interesting? Because leadership and kind of that mentality is one of the things that they've talked about a good amount. But we were looking at that interior and we're like, hey, the production, the ability to push the pocket and those things. But he starts immediately with just the leadership that he brings. And I know that you have a guy who is a leader in, the experience that he brings in Daniil Hunter. On the other side of that, you have Will Anderson Jr. But being in the middle, adding another veteran guy, another guy who knows what he's doing, but specifically a guy that seems to exhibit especially what D'Amico Ryans wants on this defense, that can only be a good thing, right?
I feel as if they're going to approach the interior defensive front the way they're approaching the offensive line. They feel good about what they have.
And if they
think they have the leadership, but if we can find, and maybe that's in the first round. I doubt it, but maybe, they find some guy that falls to them. All of a sudden, they'll bolster that interior the way they'll bolster the offensive line.
Yeah, and one of the things that we learned today that maybe adds into that is Alfred Collins, interior defensive lineman from Texas. He's coming in for a top 30 visit as well, and that feels like that very much could fit in that same vein where you're talking about, like the offensive line. You feel good about what you have, and you drop in a young, talented player who can add into that. And the top 30 visits matter, right? Because this team cares about guys coming in, as evidenced by D'Amico Ryans here, talking about how it feels like more players than ever have been coming into the facility this offseason with the Texans.
That's what I've always wanted to establish, and that's a tight team, a connected team. And seeing guys in the offseason, some guys there in February, and they're working out together. It means a lot to them, and you can tell that bond definitely growing amongst our team. And that's the makings of a really good team. Yeah. And I love to hear that. The guys are together, not only football, but at the rodeo, different events. Guys are hanging together outside of football. They're becoming really close. And with them being close, when the ball is kicked off, like those guys are going to play for each other. It means a little bit more when they're out there on the field. So that'll show up in a ton of positive ways when we hit the field come this fall.
How do you feel about that? I think it matters. I'm wondering, does it matter that much? Is the value it matters to them that much? I think that's obvious. Talking about how, they're trying to create this mentality on the offensive line, the defense swarm and all that. It matters a whole lot. I feel like this team being close, is it going to account for a win? I think it makes them better overall. But is it going to account for a win? Maybe. I just feel like this is. I think what I'm getting at is D'Amico's such an old soul. He's just an old school. It's about, y'all go to the rodeo together. Go hang out. Just go have fun. I know it matters. I'm not trying to say it doesn't, because it does in every it matters in our studio. Us all getting along and the station, us all getting it makes us better collectively. I'm wondering if it's just weird because he just seems like such an old school guy. Like he puts a lot of value on that.
Yeah, but I do think that it matters, right? And I know that you're not denying that, but I think that you'll see the various ways, and even just thinking about it in that moment, right? When things get tough, obviously those are those types of interpersonal relationships that keep together when it's not just winning and all good times that keep you going in the right direction. But then on top of that, I think that there's something to be said for individual motivations fading away and becoming collective motivations. Oh yeah. Because that allows you to be more malleable, right? If you're in an instance, right, and we mentioned Jimmy Ward, so let's circle back there. You talked about how that dude is not, he's a reluctant nickel. He does not want to play that. He wants to be a more true safety. However, I think when you're not just playing for your paycheck, when you're not just playing for a particular person or coach or whatever, when you're playing for all your guys, like that feeling of obligation to each other, and not obligation strictly because, but obligation like that you want. Yeah. All right. I think that then you end up in a place where you're more willing to be sacrifice of yourself and in order for the greater good. And I think that ultimately helps, especially with the type of defense that he wants to play. One where it's like, yo, all right, you're not just looking at, he's got that covered, I'm doing my job, and as long as I do my job, you do your job, it's fine. Everybody comes together, and if we win together and we fail together in some ways, right? And I think that creates the swarm mentality that he talks about. I think that those are all part and parcel. So I love that he has that, and I love that you're seeing that impact really land with the players. You know what I mean? Like, I think that that's coming through. Or maybe this is all hokum. Maybe it's just like, all right, we're making a lot out of a little. But I imagine that at the very least, it makes those dudes more excited to come to work.
I also feel like it makes you feel obligated to do certain things, like, because it's almost like, well, they're all going to the rodeo, they're all together, they're all doing this. I have to be there, and I think that's where it helps you, collectively. Like, if somebody's like this, I'm going to work out in whatever, Arizona or something.
And then you can push each other. Competition comes in various different forms, right? Yeah. There's different ways that competition can help you. All right. Before we move it along, actually, no, I do want to stick with D'Amico Ryans. I'll get to some of the other coaches that we're talking in West Palm a little bit later. But D'Amico Ryan's talking about this offense was something that I found to be interesting. This is him talking about Christian Kirk and the addition of Christian Kirk to this team. Oh, is it not up? All right, don't worry about that. You know what? We'll hold on to that one. That's what we'll do. We'll hold on to that one. And I'll circle back around to that. I guess we would call that a de facto tease.
That's a tease.
In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And coming up, this is typically the time where I hand over to Figgy Fig.
Little combo
Figgy's
platter.
Mixtape. But Figgy Fig is not in today, if you did not know. He was reading to some children in HISD, being a good role model to the children. And so I, Reginald Alatula, will do my best impression of Figgy's Mixtape. We're coming up next. As it is April Fool's Day, I went and tried to find the best April Fool's pranks or jokes in sports. Let's see if I can get Lopez on board. We'll do that and more.
its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is Figgy's Mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's John Lopez, Byron Matthews on the ones and twos. As you'll notice, Figgy Fig's name was absent there because he had the day off. He was reading to some kids out there. Seemed like he had a good
Wade
time.
Smith's big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's very involved.
For sure. And I'm so happy that obviously Figgy has the opportunity to go do such things. Although, if he wanted to take the day off for other things, it'd be fine as well. But it is cool that he has that level of civic duty to himself that he's like,
Pride.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, right? So he took it upon himself to go and read to the kids, and I'm glad that he did so. And so we hold it down on the mixtape here today on this April Fool's Day. Text in to the Jim Alley of the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. What is the best April Fool's prank or joke that you were able to pull off? And let's see if we can make curmudgeon John Lopez, smile or maybe appreciate.
I am not a curmudgeon.
Byron,
I just hate April Fool's Day.
Byron, I need your help here.
My mom did a bad April Fool's prank on me years ago, so I'm with John on this one.
Yeah. They're dumb.
All right.
They're awful. They're bad.
Well, let's see. I tried to search up some of the best April Fool's pranks and or jokes from the world of sports to see if maybe any of them would get the John Lopez thumbs up.
A seal of approval?
A seal of approval of sorts. So we will do that. I will begin with this one here. This is in baseball. Baseball is a very pranky type sport. I feel like baseball is one of the ones where you get a good amount of pranks, especially they spend the most time
together.
together.
Actually have fun pranks sometimes. There's some funny stuff.
Look, we're cracking the ice.
Okay.
We might be warming him to it, right? He's already in on the premise that a baseball prank could be fun. So, they spend a lot of time together. They're on the road a lot, or they're in the clubhouse together. You find time. You spend that much time together. Eventually, you're gonna have a little fun together. And in this situation, Mike Pelfrey was a former MLB pitcher. He's now baseball in his native Wichita, Kansas. But in 2013, he was, working on his ability to give motivational speeches in some ways because he is a Wichita State alum, mind you.
Yeah.
He was asked by then Twins manager Ron Gardenhire to fire up the Wichita State basketball team because, April Fools hit you right in that was it Wichita State Shockers, including then Fred VanVleet.
All right. Good. I'm a season ticket holder, so I was there for most of the home games. Still live in Wichita.
Hey, they don't need your life story. They want you to pump them up. Let's go.
So we're rooting for you hard. You guys always remember how good you are and what got you there. And you guys just do what you've done all year. And that wins ball games, no matter who you're playing against. So good luck and go get them.
Oh, no. I know what's coming.
That's all you got? That's all you got?
What else you want me to say?
Give them something, man.
Hey, well, I watch you guys all year. You guys go out there and do the same thing you've done all year. Take the shots proud. We'll just go out there and win it.
All right.
And that'll make everybody happy. So go get them. Go get them. All right. Woo!
You know what? We appreciate that. The funny thing is, we're out in the clubhouse right now, Mike, you Munson.
Oh, hey, you guys too.
Perfect. That was the perfect answer. Perfect. I knew what was coming, and I didn't even know you were going to play this. I knew they were playing it to the players on the team.
Yes, they were playing it to the players in the clubhouse, and he let them know. And, of course, I do love that his attempt to escalate, he was like, that wasn't good enough? Well, I'm going to drop an F-bomb in there. Not just go get it. Bleep and go get it, brother. How about that?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Thumbs up?
Absolutely thumbs.
Yeah, we got him.
But was that an April Fool's joke, or was that just...
I mean, it was a prank.
It was a prank, yeah. Baseball pranks, they're creative. most April Fool's jokes are just like borderline dangerous, or at least they can be very upsetting for people. But baseball pranks can be fun.
All right. So we got one thumbs up. I'm already cruising. I felt like I wasn't going to get any. All right. How about this one? This one, Mark Cuban is now a minority owner of the Mavericks, but at the time he was freshly the new owner of the Mavericks in 2000. And a couple years later, in 2003 or a few years later, he decided on April Fool's Day to try and orchestrate something for all of the fans. So there was a stoppage of play during a game. Cuban stepped on the floor because, he likes sitting right next to the court or whatever. Made him weird. And then he stepped up to an official, and he started gesturing wildly, shoved the official. Then the official retaliated, and they started kind of wrestling. Come to find out, according to the PA announcer, check your calendar, remember that it's April Fool's.
Yeah.
Starting a fake fight on the floor in the middle of a game.
Has to be the right people. And that was the right person. Right? Like it was plausible.
With Cuban?
Yeah. It was plausible that he would walk out on the floor.
That is fair, because he was out there always yelling at refs.
Yeah.
The thing I found incredible was that the ref was willing to do it. That's something that I feel like would not fly anymore.
Most refs would not, I feel. I do like and maybe this has been done on April Fool's, but I do like when, baseball players, they're the most creative, start fighting with a mascot.
Yes.
Those are the best.
All right, so a fake fight will get you as well.
Well, with like a mascot, like whomever, Orbit or whatever, and they start throwing hands, that's always fun.
All right, and the final one that I have for you, this is college basketball as well, but this is actually college basketball. Billy Donovan, now he's the coach of the Chicago Bulls, then was the coach of the Florida Gators. And Billy Donovan, in 2006, when they won the NCAA tournament, Florida hosted, it's Midnight Madness event later in October. So not officially an April Fool's prank, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
The preseason hype night featured, the Crystal Trophy.
Okay.
And what he did was he was holding it up. He lost his grip.
Oh, no.
Trophy tumbled to the ground, and the crowd gasped in shock. However, of course, it was a fake trophy.
Or did he say it was fake?
Oh, you're like, that was all the prank, guys.
That was a prank. Look at the calendar.
I got another one at the house. I'll bring it in on Monday.
Yes, on Monday. No, I'm sure it was. Those aren't too bad. That one's a little sketchy. It's the April Fool's jokes that are like someone saying to their boyfriend or whatever, "I'm pregnant." That's a common April Fool's. Hey, just say, two things can happen, both of them bad. One, you tell him later, "Oh, I'm not pregnant," and he's either really mad or he's really disappointed because he wanted the baby. Like, that's the word. That's what I hate about April Fools. Like, it's like
playing with your emotions.
Just mean, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah. I got some thumbs up on some of those sports.
Absolutely.
By the way, 713 said best April Fool's prank that they pulled off: dipped an onion on a stick in caramel, passed it off as a candy apple to their 10-year-old nephew.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that to my dad next year.
I hope you're proud of yourself. You made a 10-year-old
That's a good one.
bite an onion.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one.
All right. As we continue in the mixtape, I think for one, I have found what is going to be the single best way to ensure student attendance at a college sporting event. Because, the big colleges, they have no issues, right? You'll fill Bryant-Denny Stadium or whatever, like the big house, whatever. At like Texas State or what have you, right? It can get a little tough to fill up the stadium or what have you, especially if you're not particularly good. But what do college students love more than anything?
Food and drink.
Particularly when it is free. That's right. And Coastal Carolina absolutely is coming with that. Check this out. This is Coastal Carolina and what they are doing in order to try and get people into the building for their football game.
What's up, boss?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's the damage?
Free.
Free. Well, what about for this?
Free as well.
Free.
All of it free. You want some nachos?
Yeah.
Free too.
All free.
All free.
Free. Can I get 50 of these?
Yeah.
Free.
Free.
What about a drink?
All of it free.
Free.
Have 2 drinks.
Drinks?
And
all
a hot
free?
dog. Yeah.
Hot dog's free too?
All free. There you go.
Free.
Free.
Sweet.
That's right, Teal Nation. This fall in Brooks Stadium, every fan, every game, always free. Free concessions, popcorn, nachos, hot dog, fountain drinks, and water for every fan this fall. Come out to Brooks Stadium, get your tickets now, and cheer on the Shots. Go Shots.
This is awesome. Like, very, very awesome. By the way, I had to look. I thought their mascot was the
Chanticleer.
Chanticleer.
He said Chants.
Oh, he said Chants. I thought he said Shots.
No, Chants as in Chanticleers.
I thought it was Chanticleers, and I'm like, well, okay, but that's neither here nor there. Here's where I think we can almost, kind of draw a line to. I think this is going to help the team.
Sure.
I think it helps the team. Coastal Carolina has been an okay program, up and coming at their level.
It had some good years.
Had some good years. But keep in mind, and my son, who went to U of H, was reminding me of this the other day because he's so proud and happy about the Cougs being in the Final Four and being a number 1 seed and all that. When he was in school, they were giving away free tickets to the basketball game.
Yeah.
They wanted to do anything they could to get people into the game. They were walking around the campus, including Kelvin Sampson, giving away tickets.
Yes.
Can you imagine now? These things matter. Like, these things matter.
Sure. And the tough thing about it is you give away a free ticket, and it's stupid that our brains work this way, but if you give me something for free, why am I supposed to value it?
Yeah.
Right? I have a feeling that everybody can value food, and Magic on the YouTube is like they about to run out of money. Broke college students some free food.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, they do have something in place to try and limit this. However, I do wonder how much it'll work, and I want your opinion if you believe this will actually work. So with the CCU kickoff meal deal, every football game, every fan always free. The ticket allows buyers to get 4 items per concession stand visit from a selection of hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, and fountain drinks. So you can get 4 free items of those 4 different things, right? There's no limit to the number of in-game visits. However, you must scan each trip through the line.
Yeah.
So like you got to stand in line each time that you go get your 4.
That's fine.
Your 4 things on the app. So specialty items outside food vendors, outside of like the Aramark food or whatever, or alcoholic drinks still are available for purchase. But just hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, and fountain drinks, you can get those for free. You just have to get in line and scan through.
I think it's awesome.
Do you think that is actually going to work to slow people down, or you think people are just going to be like circling around getting this?
I think both, but I think it's going to work just getting butts in seats, and I think it's going to. I do think it's going to make for an interesting fourth quarter rush toward the concession stands. Every student saying, "I'll have 4 hot dogs, please," and then stuffing them in their pockets so they can have them for dinner.
I'm glad that you went here because my next question was going to be, put yourself in the mind of, I'm assuming broke college student John Lopez. I don't know what
absolutely
okay,
broke.
Very good, because I definitely was
completely broke.
I was very much broke college student Reginald Adams.
2 jobs and full schedule broke.
Look at you.
I mean, it was nasty broke.
All right,
this is the play.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what is the game plan? What is the game plan for making the most out of the Chanticleer free food program at the stadium?
First visit, first quarter, 1 of everything: hot dog, nachos, popcorn, and a drink.
Okay,
right.
I think you can get rid of the popcorn. Popcorn is an empty.
That's
a useless
a
food.
you thing.
It's a useless food.
And then second, third quarter, same thing. Unless you just want whatever, more nachos.
I think you double up on the hot dog there.
And you get your drink. Round about midway through the fourth quarter, you do 2 laps through. 4 hot dogs, and then 4 hot dogs.
You just taking 8 hot dogs to the house.
Taking 8 hot. Is that 8 hot dogs in your pocket? Yes. I would do that. I'd do meal, 8 hot dogs.
Okay. I don't think that's a bad plan.
Yeah.
Let me know what you think about Lopez's plan there, or if you have a different one. Yeah, I can't wait. I will be eagerly watching this particular area to see if we come through and midway through the season and like,
how
actually,
would you play it? Same way?
This has been similarly.
Yeah.
I think I would get nachos once, but I think we are glizzy gobbling, with all due respect, and getting all the hot dogs that are possible in this, because that feels like it's the most filling, right?
Yes.
I think popcorn is not useful. I think nachos are cool, but like for taste, but I don't think that they're filling. I'm trying to get these hot dogs, brother.
Yeah.
Somebody says that 8 hot dogs in your pocket, you're just happy to see me.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
not both? Somebody said you grab that popcorn bucket for more space. I don't know if it's a bucket. I'm guessing it's a bag. In my head, I saw it as like the little popcorn.
It's one
bag.
of the boxes. At least in the video is the box.
Okay, all right.
In the video is the box. Which, you know what? maybe grab one of those. 7 hot dogs and a popcorn. You got the box of popcorn? No?
Popcorn's cheap. You can get popcorn for the low.
I don't know
What are
why
you doing
hate,
here?
I don't know why you hate popcorn.
That's not even me hating popcorn in that instance. I mean, I do, but that's not even that factoring in. I'm just saying, if you're talking about bang for your buck, walking out with popcorn does not seem like it's smart. Now, does it?
Yeah.
I feel like you can get popcorn for the low. You can get you the Orville? No, the Orville Redenbacher are even expensive. What's the real cheap ones? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking
about. The real cheap ones.
I do love the acting in this, which is horrible.
Yes. I feel like it shouldn't.
Yeah.
And this is a fair point. 619. Got to get one drink for the road. I think that is fair.
Yeah.
So maybe 7 hot dogs and a drink on your way out.
Okay, 7 hot dogs and a nice.
You missed the whole fourth quarter, by the way.
Of course.
You're in the football game.
They're
I
not
had
good
no
yet.
idea.
You'll get to that later.
And yes, 832 is a fair point. We need to get that clip of Lopez asking, "Is that a hot dog in your pocket?" 100%. That is something that we need. And that means I did my job well.
Yes, sir.
With Figgy's Mixtape right here on In the Loop. Every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit him up. He'll be back tomorrow on the show. But coming up next, let's crosstalk with the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron. And before we get there, a couple of other coaches talking at the league meetings about Texans and Texans-related things. I'll get that to you next.
Did somebody say crawfish season? Join the Drive.
term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed your Tuesday to this point. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Show, coming up here in a second. Before we get there, a few things that are happening in sports. One, worth remembering that the Astros go again with the Giants tonight. Hayden Wesneski on the mound. I'm excited to see that. However, I completely forgot who's on the mound opposing him in a way. It is Logan Webb, the number one starter for the Giants. They're skipping their fifth starter. I think their day 5 starter, or their fifth starter, will pitch tomorrow.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. It's weird. They're starting Logan Webb here, but he didn't have.
Tomorrow's an afternoon game. I wonder if that factors in.
I don't know why that would factor in a whole bunch. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever, man. Like that's y'all got it. Ultimately, I'm really interested to see what Wesneski has, but I guess he didn't have. Logan Webb didn't have a great, opening day. So maybe that does bode well in some ways for the Astros. Bats, man, I just need those bats to get going. That'd be very helpful.
That would be very helpful to get the bats going. Absolutely.
It would be. Also, we mentioned the Jerry Jones out here talking reckless about the Michael Parsons deal that they need to get struck, which is surprising that it has not been done to this point. Although with a man talking like this, I guess it's not all that surprising. You mentioned that he had disrespected Dave Mulligetta.
Immediately.
I have seen the disrespect, and the disrespect was Jerry Jones, again, owner and general manager of the Cowboys, saying, the agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. What does that serve? Like, what
help
purpose
anyone.
does that even...
No.
And here's the problem. Jerry Jones old as hell, right? Jerry Jones in his 80s, right? Or 70s at least. I don't remember exactly.
Pushing it anyway, yeah.
But he might not know his name. You got to know better than to say that out loud.
That's right.
Right? Like, you got to know better than to say that out loud.
Or not run the squad.
And making that, well, yeah.
Maybe
that's a
maybe
great
do
point.
that.
That's a great point. Michael Parsons saw that, tweeted, and responded not more like 30 minutes ago. Facts. David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without @David Mulligetta involved. Like anyone with good sense, I hired experts for a reason. There's no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no back doors in this contract negotiation, period. And oh, buddy, that feels like it's gonna.
We saw it right away.
Yep.
Like, this is Jerry Jones being a little bit just weird even for him, because he knows he's been negotiating contracts for 35 years,
That's right.
40 years.
But he's also been backdooring contracts for 35 years, and that might be a double entendre. I just don't know. It feels like it's a possibility. I just want to make that clear on the front end. All right, let's go back to West Palm Beach for NFL league meetings where all sorts of people have been talking. It's worth noting. Nick Caserio talking to Texas All Access tonight. Make sure you check that out. Go ahead and stick with the drive 2 to 6, and then you'll be right ready for Texas All Access when that happens. That's how you do that. But Sean McVay of the Rams was talking at one point, and there was a level of interest in that for your Texans. Why? Because there's a couple of guys that are coming from that building to have a strong impact in what you do offensively with this Texans team. When you talk about Nick Caley and Jerry Shaplinski, who was a senior offensive assistant, this is Sean McVay talking about those guys being added to the Texans.
I think their background, these guys see the game from a big picture lens. Nick has an infectious energy and enthusiasm. He's going to bring it every single day. Jerry's got just a great demeanor. I think they'll balance each other out. He'll be a great, addition to be able to be in that quarterback room with CJ and some of the other great coaches they have. But I'm fired up for Nick. He'll do a great job. I think he and D'Amico are really great personality fits, and fired up for my guy Nick.
Okay.
Oh, there's an okay. All right, let's see what you got.
So they have great demeanor and energy.
Check.
What else?
That's a good question. Because I was also looking for more, and I was like, I guess I'm going to have to settle for they have great demeanor and energy. I did find it interesting, though, that he mentioned with Jerry Shaplinski that he'll be a great asset in that quarterback room specifically, where I was like, oh, okay, another voice in the quarterback room. I don't know if that's inherently a good thing. I don't know if that's inherently a bad thing, but another cook in the kitchen, so to say?
I don't know if it's I don't think it's a bad thing.
Okay. All right, tell me why.
I think this is an offense that even under Bobby Slowick, they had several offensive minds working with the quarterbacks. I do think it's still going to be largely Gerard Johnson, and then he's going to implement whatever it is that Nick Caley wants to have offensively in the passing game. Nick Caley's calling the shots. I think I'll put it this way. Gerard's relationship and connection and history with C.J. Stroud, nothing is going to affect that, and I think they trust that.
No, I do believe so. I don't think that, and that's why I say more cooks in the kitchen, because otherwise, like, it would just be there's another cook. He's just new, right?
Yeah.
But I do wonder, like, and not saying that McVay has any institutional knowledge of like how the Texans are going to work their team or their business. I just was interested in seeing, so Jerry Shaplinski specifically in the quarterback room was one that he mentioned, and I'm interested to see like how that manifests itself and what that relationship comes to, because we know that Gerard has been CJ's guy and CJ's been Gerard's guy, and they have
kept him.
In addition to the remainder of the coaching staff outside of a couple of people. But I did find that to be particularly interesting. But Sean McVay confirms what we kind of already heard and surmised about Nick Caley. And I guess we did not know a lot about Shaplinski, so if that adds. But there's going to be energy. There's going to be passion. Those are things that we knew. The things that we don't know still remain in there, and they're the ones that you kind of want to know, which is what is the offense maybe going to look like in those types of things.
As far as I'm concerned, the more voices you have, another guy that stayed from the previous regime or previous staff offensively is Bill Lazor. And I think he's the older guy. He's not old, but an older guy that has been around, been a coordinator. I think the more voices and opinions and thoughts you can have when it comes to the passing game, the better. Because we do have to be honest here. It's something that we've mentioned, occasionally. Nick Caley's history is as a tight ends coach, which is offensive line, running game, and obviously tight ends. He doesn't have a big history with the passing game. So the more you can get from and trust Bill Lazor and Shaplinski and Gerard Johnson, I think that can only help him. He doesn't have a big history with the passing game, so I think that's all good.
But he was the passing game coordinator with the Rams, though. So
I think that was, hey, we want to give you a raise. Here's a title. That happens all the time.
That's
my
understand
opinion.
The titles.
Just my opinion.
All right.
Because he worked a lot with tight ends. You could tell
his passion for tight ends jumps out. Absolutely. All right. So another coach talking about this Texas team, coach of the Vikings, primary offensive play caller of the Vikings as well. This is him talking about new left tackle for the Texans, Cam Robinson.
He started, and now he's a Texan. What kind of football player do they get with Cam?
First of all, you notice just the sheer size and length and the physical traits that he has. But I don't know if it's been talked about enough. A guy that comes in, one of the best left tackles in football, and Christian Darrisaw goes down, and Cam Robinson comes into our building on a Wednesday, and we win the next 9 football games we played against some great pass rushers. I just don't know how many times in the league that's happened, but I think that's a credit to Cam and what he's been able to do. He's played a lot of football, and the one thing about the tackle spot is, there's not very many snaps you're not blocking that defensive end. If you aren't, it's probably a run play to the right if you're the left tackle, and those are plays you've had reps at 1,000 times. So I think his transition, he's obviously stepping in for a pretty legitimate player in Laramie that's had a ton of success. So I expect Cam's going to do well, and knowing a little bit about D'Amico and kind of Nick and what they've built there from a play style standpoint, I think they're going to like a lot that Cam has to offer.
So does that make you feel better?
It does not. It does not. That was it. He was like, he came in, and I don't think enough people are talking about that. We kept winning games when he came in. I was like, that's
he's
not
a tackle
a direct
that
correlation.
is a tackle. And he plays tackle.
Yep.
Games
correct
with him at tackle.
All technically correct. I cannot refute those things inherently. I don't think that they all mean that I'm going to definitely love what you get at tackle.
I kind of caught the same vibe with McVay on Caley. They got great demeanor, great attitude.
Yeah, but
good personality.
If that one lands a little bit more with me because the personality and the demeanor and all those things, they jump out to you. They seem exceptional. I don't see the exceptional with Cam Robinson. Exceptional size.
Yeah.
Right? And you can't teach that. I have been told. And so, I remain cautiously optimistic, and I was hoping that I'd be more optimistic hearing from his last coach. In a setting where guys are incentivized to speak glowingly, that the glowing talk was, hey, man, we brought him in and we just kept winning.
Hey, like if somebody asked me about a show, and I said, hey, what do you think about this guy? And they said, hey, he's a tackle that, is a tackle. I wouldn't say anything like, he's a radio guy. He does radio.
Mm-hmm.
He's on.
Yep.
Every day, 2 to 6. Radio guy.
Oh. Nah, that you would speak more glowingly. You would speak a lot more glowingly, I imagine.
Let me ask you guys this.
As we jump into our D&M leasing crosstalk with the fellas, Clinton Show.
About Cam Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Right, Cam Robinson's going to be the starting left tackle.
It does appear so, yes, sir.
I feel that's the case.
Who else that could be a starter the rest of the line?
Of what they have now?
Yeah, like of what you would think. Or even if they get somebody in the draft, right?
Yeah.
Who else do you feel better about in their position more than you do about Cam Robinson?
Oh, that's a great question.
You know what I mean? Because I can hear you guys listening to what Kevin has said and what people have said about him, and there's like some nerves of like, oh man, he left Jackson. But who else on the offensive line that potentially starts do you feel like? Do you feel better about Juice at center than you feel about him at left tackle? Do you feel better about
Titus
Laken
at
Tomlinson? Like
I was going to go Titus at guard.
Maybe Titus at right tackle. Do you feel better about? I don't feel better about Titus at guard than I do Cam Robinson. I'm just saying, like that's the thing that you got to at least check up about is Cam Robinson is someone who has warts, right?
He does, but who else? I've probably been advocating for him more than anybody at the station. I think it's more Darnold when he was in Minnesota than anything. I think there's something there.
He is the least person on the offensive line that I'm worried about, and I'm not saying that that's a good thing.
No, and that's what I was going to say.
Like I'm not saying it's a great thing.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like right now, man, they looking at Tomlinson, they looking at Ingram, they looking at like them three in the middle. The hell with Cam.
Yeah.
Cam has shown like he can be on teams that have been in the playoff. It's a left tackle.
And to hear
it's them other jokers.
To hear D'Amico say it yesterday, he almost sounds he's good with the 5 that are up front.
And again, I think Cam is like an average left tackle.
Sure.
But I mean, when you compare him for what he's got 101 starts in his position, like the rest of the guys are.
And I think that's my thing is that, you're right, but it speaks more to the idea that you have a lot of question marks than the idea that, this is so solid and that you just don't have anything better for it.
We're going to get into this, guys, but it is very interesting. And this is, I think, where D'Amico, it's easy to say from this perspective, but to me, it's real. This is where D'Amico is learning how to be a head coach. Like the biggest conversation in Houston right now is the offensive line. It's been that way since the end of the season, really since about week 4.
Yeah.
But D'Amico's messaging has done a 180 as it pertains to the offensive line. We have to protect our quarterback from the inside out. We've got to get that fixed. How do you gauge offensive linemen? We start with their ability to pass protect. Now all of a sudden we bring in some guys that are veterans, that are physical, and we create competition. Right? Now, is that a result of they missed on a bunch of guys and they didn't get accomplished what they wanted to get accomplished? Or is this Nick's way of running an offense of doing more with less and a bunch of Band-Aids and a bunch of guys that are on short-term deals? That's the tune has changed any way you feel about it. There's no denying that.
Yeah.
The whys and hows and where we go from here, that's a conversation. But the tune has changed.
Do y'all hate April Fool's Day as much as this dude does?
Oh, yes.
It's so stupid.
When I get got, it pisses me off.
I hate it so much. I hate it so much.
Oh, I hate
Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion already got me.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got him.
I can't wait to hear about this and more.
I've reported stuff on the air in the past.
Oh, yeah. I got close. I don't know if y'all saw the one today about Davis Mills.
I'm not reporting the damn.
I got a half second. I was like, ooh, wait.
I mean, I know Omar Khan's got a lot going over there in Pittsburgh, but damn it, he ain't trading no first-round pick for Davis.
All right. So don't expect no reporting today on April Fool's Day, but expect a fantastic show. It's from all these 3 fellas. We're done on the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, I see you, Sally. I see you, Magic, the regulars. Andrew in the building.
But do you see me? Because I got a surprise for you.
Oh, and it's shaved. It's shaved. Yes. There's them nipples, them them dime nipples that Tyler has right there.
Fresh cut.
Kick Rocks is saying that. Marcus Burns. I didn't mean to put
Dirty,
your
you
last
got to
name
turn
in
your
there, but
mic
I will.
on there, bro.
Yeah, he's on.
We got you now.
Yeah, you got to turn that mic on. I was talking about them nipples in there. Hell, turn it on.
I want to hear it. I want to hear you talk about my nips.
713. We appreciate you. Come rolling in with us. You get nipples when you see them. First time Reggie's been able to see them nipples. It's going to be a good day. Tyler's excited.
You think it's a strong suit? You think them nipples do it for him?
Hell yeah, man.
One of them.
You think in the streets right there, them nipples have pulled him a few?
Honestly, yes.
Them little bitty
I'm
ones?
disappointed in that.
Well, I don't know if it's the nipples themselves as much as just the cojones to pull them out on command.
It's one in particular, Northgate, like 2011.
Right,
yeah,
man, you ain't never got no. Well, I almost said you ain't never got. You ain't never got nip. Now you lie.
I do not doubt that he didn't pull his shirt up, fresh shaven, with little bitty nipples, and that started a conversation that then led to at least heavy petting.
I ended up betting this semi-intoxicated lady she wouldn't lick it.
Tyler, they are. I mean, show the nipples. They're worth stopping and having a conversation about. That's a grown man. That's a grown man with dime-sized nipples.
No, hey, a good. That's not a pickup line. All right.
The pickup line was him pulling his shirt up and showing her, and her stopping and making eye contact with his itty bitties.
He had to do work to get there,
and then she didn't want to lose the bet, so she licked my nipple.
Well, all right.
That's true story.
I didn't know that. She licked it.
Yeah. I don't know how we got there, but it ended with one of my buddies like, I bet you wouldn't lick that nipple, and she did.
She probably said my tongue's too big.
You can't blame her.
I mean,
if resist these tasty nips.
I mean,
I stand corrected.
That is a little bitty nipple, man.
I was just gonna say it's more of the mouthpiece, his conversation, just showing of the nipples didn't get it done. Because he does I'm just. You've never had a 6-pack, have you? Right? You never had the body where it's like. Damn.
I mean, I've never had like bulging biceps, but I've been skinny enough most of my life to where I did have a 6-pack.
I'm saying you've had.
I was so skinny, my stomach.
But I'm saying have you ever had the body where you lift your shirt up and they're like, damn, look at that.
No, I mean I've been a string bean since I was little.
Yeah,
that's why it works. I mean, it's a douchebag move if it's some muscled up dude standing there and he's just showing off his 6-pack.
Yeah, but
if he's pasty white, skinny, with dime-sized nipples and a freshly shaven chest, then it's funny.
But a dude with a 6-pack pull his shirt up, he can get draws dropped. Like right now, Jeremy Pena just was in here and with the ladies, and then he pulled his shirt, and we didn't know he was Jeremy Pena. He was just Ralph Jones, and if he pulled his shirt up and showed his 6-pack.
There's no doubt. I think our female viewers would appreciate Jeremy Pena's nipples being shown on the regular on our YouTube channel. There's no doubt about that.
That might raise our
personally,
viewership.
I would think Jeremy was a douchebag if he did it all the time. I've never once thought Tyler's a douchebag because he pulls his shirt up.
Not enough ladies though would think he's a douchebag, and that's what we're talking about.
Well, that's fair. I mean, that's
the ladies love team.
713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler to Texas Hammer text line, do you think Tyler has ever gotten any because of his nipples? Do you think Tyler has ever gotten any because of his nipples?
Just one.
Sally said, "Oh Lord."
The question for Sally.
You have no idea.
The question for Sally
Did it
is
do
if
it for you at all, Sal?
Sally, if you were in a bar somewhere, you were walking into a bar, and you walked past a couple of guys standing at the bar late in the evening. Everybody's a tad bit drunk, so it's somewhat appropriate. And a guy raises his shirt. He's pasty as hell. He's got stubble from the black or dark brown hairs that he's recently shaved off.
Do have some dark coarse hair.
And the nipples are like remarkably small. Would you maybe let your guard down a bit?
The Fed says absolutely not. Go ahead.
The Fed.
The Feds on YouTube and Twitch says absolutely not.
I got to believe it'd work on a woman. It'd work on me. I mean, I ain't letting you get in my britches, but I'd damn sure be like.
It would start the conversation.
I would be like, wait a minute, hey, bro.
This is a hell of a Tuesday start. I'm digging.
Wait a minute. Did you see the size?
Yeah, but it's got to start but his nipples aren't going to bring it. He's got to start. He's got to bring something
that
with
would
the
stop
mouth.
Me. That would stop.
It might stop you, but as you said, it ain't going to get in them draws. In order to get in them draws, Tyler has to Tyler has to bring it.
He's got to have good follow-up and follow-through.
Yeah, it's great follow-up.
The nipple's a good icebreaker, especially when they're tiny. The itty-bitties.
Yeah.
Someone texted and said, hell yeah, I love me some Ralph Jones.
Some who?
Ralph Jones, remember that was the fake name I gave Jeremy Payne.
Oh, okay.
If he came in here and if we didn't know he was Jeremy Payne, he was just Ralph Jones. Does Tyler really show his nipples? I listened on the Odyssey app.
Hold on, let me check.
He did it again. It's twice today.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Frisky on it.
I think you should try. Next time you're down at Kirby Ice House, I think you should.
That's going to be tonight.
I think that should be your pickup line. Do you or any of your girlfriends have smaller nipples?
I'll do it tonight. Ask Ron. I'll do it.
Sally from YouTube.
I'll get Ron to video it.
Sally from YouTube and Twitch said,
Anything
so sorry.
for content.
I'm so sorry, Clint. I was talking to a patient. Will you please repeat that? No, Sally, went in on a patient here for a little bit.
So Sally's a nurse.
No, I don't know what Sally is.
Hey, Sally.
Hopefully she's not a therapist.
Yeah, you say she should. Listening to the drive during a session.
Telling her patient, hold on just a second. Could you repeat that again?
These guys are asking me a question.
All right, I'm sorry, okay? I just wanted to show off my fresh cut.
Sally, you can join us. Melissa said maybe after 3 tequila shots, maybe she'd give you a run with those nipples.
I'm fine with that.
Shout out to Melissa. Sally beat you to the punch, Melissa.
3 tequila shots. That's a nightly basis on in the Heights, ain't it, T?
Sally was able to beat Melissa to the punch as our first female listener of the day. So
damn, she's gonna be so mad at you.
I'm just speaking honestly about what happened. But Sally, Melissa, the rest of you, guess what?
No, y'all screenshotting these nipples.
Ain't nobody doing that. The drive is going to be on the road again. And going to be on the road again what looks like weekly, coming up on Fridays, because we are starting near and dear to Clint Stoerner's heart and Tyler's heart and many of yours hearts, the Crawfish Circuit. Brought to you by our great friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Cold drinks, good conversation. And them mud bugs will be there.
We're coming out to drink some bullets and eat some bugs.
I want you to come out, too, because you used to drink and eat some bugs with us, too, John McClain. But the first stop on our Crawfish Circuit will be this Friday at The Boot. The Boot this Friday from 2 to 6. Come on out, hang out with us at Sports Radio 610. Y'all remember we used to do this thing. We used to hang out, we kick it. I remember I lost a wedding ring eating bugs once.
Don't advise that, but
and for me, it was the first time that I'd ever had it. First time I'd ever done it. I remember a lot of people showed up to try to give me lessons, to teach me and everything. So it was a good time.
Yeah, come on out. We've had them at the Boot before up in the Heights, and tremendous place. Small, I believe it's the small little watering hole type bar with a large outdoor area, which it ain't gonna be long. It ain't gonna be long when that summer hits, where eating crawfish outdoors is gonna be, now it's still enjoyable, still one of my favorite things to do, but it's gonna be a different commitment, right? Right now, April, May, you're talking about we're a couple of months into crawfish season, and it's not too hot to where you get actually boiled yourself in the sun, right? So these first few that we have are going to be absolutely tremendous outdoors.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
Well, he's deep off in it, you know. We got to pace him a little bit. But yeah, come on out, man. These first few, probably 2, 3, 4 of them are going to be phenomenal weather. The bugs are right, and the Boot is a hell of a place to. We've had it multiple times.
1206 West 20th Street in the Heights, as Clint talked about.
Yeah,
come out Friday with us, the Boot, and it's our first stop.
Are we giving anything away, or are we just partying and eating crawfish?
I don't know, but I'd imagine with our good friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors is probably, and Bud Light. You know, we've partnered with both of those great companies, and usually they hook us up with something. So we shall see, but we will be out there Friday. Come on out, hang out with us, get some bugs at the Boot, and it might be something.
Hey, this graphic, in case you don't know, Tyler does a great job with all these graphics. You can check on all the different social medias outlets here at the station. The graphics are tremendous. I'm just now realizing. I mean, is Tyler really? I mean, it's every bit of. Is he 6 inches taller than you?
At minimum.
I mean,
not hate. Ron's just vertically challenged.
I was bending my knees.
What's going on? Is that a real picture, Tyler?
Bending my knees.
Yeah, that was us in front of Minute Maid Park October a few years ago.
How tall are you, Tyler?
5'11".
That's
I mean that has got
that's not real life.
That's got to be you standing in the back or something, right?
That's not real life.
I mean, he's got 6 inches on you right there.
It's really all about the depth perception.
How tall are you? 5'5"?
It's like a
5'6"?
camera trick.
I mean, how many inches is that on this?
It's all about them angles.
No, I'm serious. How tall?
I am 5'9.5".
5'9.5". That's more.
You're a lot taller than Figgy.
Hey, if you ask me, inches, that right there is about 2 inches.
I almost threw a drink in your face.
Don't do it. I just. Look,
I would have.
Can you believe Tyler
I would have
did that?
thrown a well whiskey. I would have thrown a well whiskey and Coke in your face. Right now.
not a Crown, just in a well whiskey.
Yeah, I drank the Crown.
I've seen that picture a million times. I looked down at that thing while
I've always noticed that it looks like it is very disproportionate. That is not.
I mean, that was at the height of your weight loss. So
I'm also kind of doing this weird head tilting thing. Like my chin's kind of tilted up in it. That's probably it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just didn't realize that there was such a height difference in you two.
Yeah, it's not that big. It's not that big of a distance.
I'm a tall drink of water.
You're not.
You're not.
I don't know what we had to do there. All right, the Rockets, they lose. Let's start there. They lose a tough one last night in L.A., and we talked about yesterday multiple times. This was a big game for the Rockets.
Yeah.
And it felt like not just a playoff game. That looked like a 90s playoff game. You know what people always say they love to get to? Nobody can shoot. Nobody can make shots. Under 100 points, at least the Rockets were. But it was a competitive, physical game, playoff feeling game. And the Rockets, they did some good things. They held the Lakers to 39% shooting. They dominated on the boards. Now, however, they gave up 16 threes and only 10 threes, and they shot 31% from the line. Both teams struggled shooting last night. But in the end, they lose. And Clint, just as we talked about yesterday, now in their last 11 games against teams with winning records, they are 2-9. They have only won 2 of their last 11 against teams with winning records. What was your feeling about last night's game?
Well, I think there's 2 things, and I'll start with the positive for all my sensitive folks out there. The fact that the Rockets were in that game down the stretch and it was as tight as it was is very promising. Very promising, because there ain't no doubt about it. LeBron and Luka and company, they were getting it. That, like you said, that was a different. They turned it up. That game meant something to them. That's as close to a playoff game as you're gonna get in the regular season. So the fact that the Rockets were in it, given what I watched, I think is a testament to the hustle, the defense, the physicality that they just flat out embody, right? But the problem with last night is the one thing that couldn't happen is what happened. Jalen Green not being on the floor in the final minutes of that game I mean, there's like, I don't know what in the hell Ime Udoka is thinking, doing. I don't know what kind of message he's trying to communicate to Jalen Green. But in that game, you're down 3. It's a 1 or 2 possession. You got one guy that can create and one guy that's been the most consistent, 3-point shot out there. And he's sitting on the pine. And in the instance when he's sitting on the pine, your guys that are dominating the ball are Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. Like it's one thing to not have the LeBrons and the Lukas. It's another thing to choose to go Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and not have a true threat on the floor. Like I didn't get.
Reggie Miller continued to ask about it.
Yes.
Who is going to be the one? Who's their go-to guy? And damn, Jalen Green, I'm surprised. He said he probably said it 3 or 4 times in the last 4 minutes.
You're right. I had the volume now because I was trying to put my little one down, and then once I got her in bed, I turned the volume back up, and the first thing I heard Reggie Miller say, he said, I cannot believe that Jalen Green is not on the floor.
And TNT made it the storyline. They kept putting the camera over there on him.
They should have.
Weird.
And again, as a Rockets fan, look at this thing one of two ways, right? Either Ime Udoka had a feel and he wasn't, because obviously it wasn't a great night for Jalen Green. He started out 0 for 5, 0 for 6, I think, in shooting. But whether he didn't, if he didn't feel good and felt like it was an off night for Jalen Green, then that tells us a little bit about how he feels about Jalen Green and how they feel about Jalen Green, right? I don't possess – what would make a coach go, I'm going to have this guy over here on the bench for me?
Yeah, we got to get deeper into that. That
blew my mind.
That hurt.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That took some of the wind out of my Rocket sails.
See, you seem to be outside of that point. You seem to be more positive about what you saw last night. Outside of the Jalen being benched for the last 4 minutes,
the problem
and then bringing him in with 11
the
seconds.
The problem is you do everything that we've talked about. You do everything to give yourself a chance at the end, and we know you're already shorthanded without a Luka or LeBron, and then even when you're shorthanded, you choose to put your best guy on the bench in the critical moments. I don't know if the wrist was hurt. I don't know if it was the cold night.
No, he came back in with 11 seconds.
Correct. Right. So I don't know if it was just it was a cold night. I don't know if he thought defense was more important in the ways. I don't know, man. It was
weird.
It doesn't make sense. And as a Rockets fan, I walk away and I'm like, I thought Jalen Green was coming for those moments, to give us a chance in those moments, and he's sitting on the damn bench.
Give me your thoughts, because I'm going to give mine on the other side. Give me your thoughts about what you saw last night. What are you feeling about the game? Because I think there was a potential positive spin out of it, or you could look at it another way. Whatever. What was your thoughts about last night's game? I'll give you my thoughts coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy.
fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seeing the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text lines, I said, give me your thoughts. How are you feeling about last night's game? Clint talked on the other side. It seemed that Clint felt good about how the game went, with the exception of the very odd issue with Jalen Green not playing at the end of the game. Some people texting in, someone said, meh. Someone texted in and said, the Rockets need a bucket getter down the stretch. I think you agree with Reggie Miller then, who kept saying that. Man, your backcourt can't go 6 for 25. I know the team is young, but that isn't good enough. Shot Green wasn't in the game. Someone did address that part, Clint, saying that no, Clint, Jalen was not aggressive, and when he was aggressive, he turned the ball over. He had 2 turnovers.
I don't care if Jalen Green's got one hand tied behind his back. He is more of a bucket than anybody that was on the floor with him.
He turned the ball over.
With the exception of maybe Amen, and he's playing. Amen Thompson was playing third fiddle to what's his name? What's the little point guard's name?
Oh, Fred
Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks and him. Like, yeah, we've talked about this, Ron. I've had the same conversation with Brandon Scott multiple times with the Rockets, and it's fine. It's fine. It's fine and dandy to make excuses, and I don't mean that. Make it sounds a little bit harsh, but it's fine and dandy to dismiss it or minimize it until all of a sudden it happens in a game that's a bigger like this kind of game, and then all of a sudden you want to know what the. We've talked about this all season long. We've talked about it many times. Dylan Brooks cannot take more shots than Jalen Green, or he can't take more shots than Şengün. He can't take more shots than Amen Thompson. Like, that can't be. And it's all fine when he goes and scores 38 in a midseason kind of deal. But then when you get into a game where it's a 3-point game late in the fourth quarter, and Dylan Brooks and Van Vliet aren't even remotely close to dynamic enough offensively to get good looks, or to even be enough of a threat to where the defense sags off and they can create opportunities for other people, then all of a sudden it's like, well, what the heck? No, it's been a problem. Like, there's been spells in the season with the Rockets where it's been blatantly obvious that it's like, who's going to be the guy down the stretch?
Yeah.
Like, who's going to be the guy?
So to finish off the text, he turned the ball over. He only turned the ball over twice last night. He turned the ball over. The coach did not have confidence in Green's ability last night.
And fair, that's fair, but that's the problem. Like, as a Rockets fan, like, I would have liked to have seen the statement coming from the organization of, I don't think Luka, I don't think Reeves, and I don't think LeBron James could have had a bad enough night for down the stretch with 3 minutes left in the game, and it's a 3-point game.
They all had bad nights.
Right. They all did. Great point.
They were all on the floor. That's my thing with the game.
Which is not good enough.
I thought it was last night was disappointing. All right, last night was disappointing. I know the excuses of it was a back-to-back. You blew out the damn Suns. Nobody played really more than 27 minutes in the game, so you were as rested as you could be for a back-to-back. You're a young team. I'm not saying it's nothing, but I mean, come on. Over the top again. You're not beating good teams of late. And not just of late. The last time you beat a team over 500 was damn near Valentine's Day.
2-9 in last 11 now to stack up on what you were mentioning.
The Bucks, February 20th, 20-something. The last time you beat a team over 500. And damn it, you got to win that one. Clint, you just went and talked about it. Luka, 20 points. Missing, inefficient, missing all over the place, missing open threes. LeBron, 16 points. Missing shots all over the place. Reeves, who had been over 30 the last 2 games, balling out, 12. You got to win the Luka goes for 20, LeBron goes for 16, and Reeves goes for 12 game. Now, I know Finney Smith and Gabe Vincent went off and scored 40 between the two of them. Still, they still only scored over just a bit over 100 points. You got to win that one. My man Kick Rock said right here, love him. Text in every day, big part of the show. Lakers ain't getting 12 three-pointers from the bench on a regular basis. I'm not saying they're going to get 12 on a regular basis, but I know damn well Luka ain't going to score 20 on a regular basis. LeBron ain't going to score 16 on a regular basis. Reeves ain't going to score 12 on a regular basis. You did a lot of good things. That game was played in the pace that the Rockets want. It was played in the physicality that the Rockets want. It's played in your game, and you lost it in your game. Like, going to the playoffs, you're not beating good teams, and this is over a month stretch. And, damn, man, you can look at it as like, oh, yeah, the Lakers ain't going to get that many. Generally, it's more likely that the Lakers are going to get 60, 70 points from those three, as opposed to what they got last night.
Yeah.
I just like that one was disappointing last night. I'm looking up there and listen, Luka didn't cross the 20-point mark till about 2:50 left in the game. Like they weren't playing well. They were, and it wasn't. And listen, a lot of it was the Rockets' great defense. I'm not saying but they also just missed open shots. Luka missed multiple threes that he normally hits. That is a game. They had a huge advantage with Şengün inside, but they couldn't figure out how to get it to him. Smith had it going.
Yeah. Well, the value, too, beyond everything you just mentioned, Ron, like, again, I'll go back to the Jalen Green thing. This is about moments, right? I as a Rockets fan, and I'm willing to bet you that even the ones that don't like me, which there's probably a lot of them out there, the 99% of Rockets fans, win, lose, or draw, would have loved to have found out last night on that stage under those bright lights, down 3. It had been a rough night for Jalen Green. Can Jalen Green just be clutch in the last moment? Can he overcome a bad game, rough night shooting by being huge in the big moment at the very end and tie that ball game up when they were down 3 or whatever, give him a shot, right? Like that moment was stolen from us. It was stolen from him, and I just don't understand why. So yeah, it's frustrating night for me as a Rockets
I know it
fan.
was. I know you probably, and many of you probably lost your mind as we're late in the game in a tight one, and the shot clock's going down, and somehow Dylan Brooks is shooting a deep fadeaway on the baseline. Like, and Reggie was saying the same. That can't be it.
That's not it.
That can't be it. Down 4, 11 seconds. Dylan in the corner for a 3. I'm not sure if that was the initial option, but somehow that wasn't it. I listen. This has been a successful season, and I think they're a game and a half in front of the Nuggets right now. The Nuggets play tonight while they're off. So if the Nuggets win, they'd be a game back. But you're in the 2 seed. You're going to be in the playoffs. You're not going to be in the play-in. And it has been a fantastic season. But to get to where you can make a run, and they're going to have a chance. I think they got the Pelicans next, but then everybody else is above 500. They got to figure out how to win some of these games. They've got to do that. This is not going back to that time when they beat Cleveland and Boston and stuff. Man, it's February 25th is the last time they beat a team with a winning record. It's got to get better.
I'm gonna put it like this: with the Texans, you can make that defense as good as you want to make them. They're only going to be as good as C.J. Stroud is. They're only going to go as far as C.J. Stroud can take them. With the Rockets,
especially against certain teams,
it's just the reality of it. The Rockets, you can play great defense, you can hustle, you can be more physical than everybody else. You're only, and last night it was blatantly obvious, you're only going to go as far as Jalen Green can take you. Şengün's great, man. Amen Thompson's great, but when it comes down to it in the waning moments of a game, when it's a tight ball game, There's one dude right now in a Rockets uniform that can just flat out get it done.
And I would even argue, because LeBron and Luka was what they were doing, if you let Finney Smith and Gabe Vincent just get stand alone, were able to get, because those two were driving the ball like that. They may not hit 12, but those are NBA players that specialize in doing that. They're going to hit a fair amount of them. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryan spoke about a player that Clint is starting to have second thoughts about his initial feeling when he came to the team. We'll let you hear and discuss that coming up.
trusted home show pros to help you. Saturdays 9 to noon and Sunday mornings 8 to 11.
And anytime you want.
At homeshowradio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, D'Amico Ryans is where really most of the brass of the NFL of all the teams are, and that's the owners' meetings. And he's there enjoying himself and doing the things they need to do. We heard him yesterday talk about a lot of different topics. He was also on with the fellas who follow us each night, Texans All Access, discussing some things as well. And he talked in particular about one of his biggest signings. I would arguably his most accomplished signee of the offseason, and that is wide receiver Christian Kirk. He talks about Christian Kirk and punt returner potential receiver Berrios, who they got as well in the offseason, Braxton Berrios, who they got as well in the offseason. Talks about both of them in that wide receiver room. Here's D'Amico talking about those receivers.
Starting with Christian, I was always very fond of Christian from his time in Arizona, watching him play the right way. He plays hard, he plays relentless. He's a swarm player. Yeah. I've seen that up close and personal, make a lot of good plays. Berrios has that ability to return the football as a punt returner. Also can go out, play receiver in a slot position and get open. He's just a matter of him getting back healthy and staying healthy. And Watson, he's Mr. Consistent. Mm-hmm. He shows up, he makes tough catches, he plays fast, plays physical, just a consistent player, and hopefully he brings that to our team.
All right, there's D'Amico talking about his new receivers, Justin Watson, who caused a chuckle for him when he was saying Mr. Consistent was the last guy he was talking about. But Christian Kirk in particular, Clint, yesterday he also spoke about him talking about his speed was one of the first things that jumped out to him. His speed and twitch was one of the first things that jumped out. I felt like you, and I think there were a lot of people, Clint, that felt this way. People from the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, kind of when that broke when we were on the air, we talked about it a bit. You seem to be in, okay, all right, mode, but you're getting swayed a little bit.
Well, look, I still stand firm on he can't be the guy. Like, I know Nico's the guy, but I'm talking about the guy in no Tank, no Stephon Diggs. It looks like Dalton Schultz isn't who we thought he was. Mechie's not come along. That is a huge void in the pass catcher, positions, the offensive skill positions for the Texans. Like, I still don't budge off of Christian Kirk can't be the guy. Like, that can't be the guy that you bring in and all of a sudden you feel real comfortable about your wide receiver room. But I will say this. I feel like I've probably done a disservice to Christian Kirk and the Christian Kirk get by D'Amico and Nick. I do think I was very high on the get. Because I think, what I try to do is we listen to a ton of audio of the coaches coming out of the organization, general managers, coaches, the voices of the Texans. And so when I hear them constantly, the messaging is the same, it's obviously a coordinated effort of what they've got to do. And I think a huge part of protecting C.J. Stroud, as I've said, it's a layered approach. It's not just the offensive line. It's not just the play caller. It's not just the wide receivers. It's layered. There's several facets there. Like, I do immediately, and I still feel this way. I think Christian Kirk can be absolutely vital in being a right now answer for C.J. Stroud when pressure is dialed up by a defense. I think the twitch, the change of direction, the cerebral way in which he plays that slot position, seeing the game through a quarterback lens, noticing safety rotation and backers coming down and knowing just by alignment where pressure is going to come from. I think he is a huge weapon and a huge asset in that department. Where I think I've sold Christian Kirk and the get of Christian Kirk probably a little bit short is his ability to quote-unquote hit his head on the goalpost is there. Like his ability to, in man coverage, not necessarily pressures, but versus man coverage, to get a lesser defender and strike down the field, I would say is beyond just a good slot receiver, right? Like Danny Amendola ain't hitting his head on the goalpost. You know, Wes Welker.
Explosiveness
there's a level of explosiveness there that, and speed, and I think his what am I looking for? Ball skills, but his tracking ability of the football is different. You know, when I look at all those, I'll use New England just because they were notorious back in the day for always having a true slot receiver. Like that's not. I don't want to sell Christian Kirk short. Christian Kirk is better than that. He's more explosive than that. He's faster than that. I got D'Amico's right. D'Amico is right here in a sense of, man, this guy is really a big time, not just an option and a now answer for C.J. Stroud. This guy, you know, in a perfect situation, is a guy that helps you and can threaten a defense deep as well from the slot.
To me, when he's healthy, he's like a poor man's Amon St. Brown.
That's probably fair.
Like a not to his level, but a lesser version of that when he's healthy. Somebody that's not just when you think of slot guys, most of them you think of just kind of dependable.
Yeah.
Like dependable guys where they. Now, I think he is more than just dependable and going to move the chains to the point you're making. I think there is some chunk playability out of him.
He's got a make you pay component to him, right? I mean, he's not just a guy that can create that separation and boy, your pressure didn't get home, so you gave up a 6 or 8 yard gain like a typical slot, right? He's not just a smarter, more cerebral receiver than most because he plays inside. I mean, there is a component to him that is, hey, if them safeties get a little bit too wide on cover 2 and you don't give the slot receiver the credit, the respect that he deserves, and he gets up the middle on a seam route and he's hit in stride, your safeties might not catch him. Like there's a different level of get out, get away, speed, explosion with Christian Kirk that I think is worth getting excited about. I do believe it. Like I said, like that you sign and you go, okay, with him and Nico we're good. Like I can't get there, and you and forget about Watson and Barrios. Those are good depth guys to get down there and piddle around with Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and kind of see who emerges there as I'd say the fourth guy. But there's got to be more to what they do at the wide receiver position. But I want to make sure and make it clear, like there's a little more to Christian Kirk than I think.
Yeah,
I probably gave first notice to.
I'm looking at the first year of D'Amico and CJ, the year they went to the playoffs and lost to Baltimore, and like their production was, you know, Nico at 1297, almost 1,300 yards, right? Then second was Tank Dell, even though he was injured and he only played in 11 games. He was still at just over 700 yards, 709. Then third, they had a much better output that year than they did last year from Dalton Schultz. And the third wide receiver was Noah Brown with 567 yards. If they get some better play from Dalton Schultz in the tight end spot than they did last year, and then they find another receiver that is a third receiver that is in the range of, you know, solid, above average, I think that could work and probably even be better than what, or at least comparable to the receiving core that they had. I think is better than last year's, even though Diggs and Tank and them were there, although they didn't play a lot. But if they get more out of Dalton Schultz, obviously, than they did last year, and then get another, whether that's the draft or whatever, another solid outside threat. Because I do agree with you with the thought of Kirk probably is one that stays in the slot. Not a lot of moving him around. So they get somebody on the outside of that. I think they can challenge, or if not surpass, what that group was 2 years ago when Nico had 1,300 yards. And that was a group that I don't think we really looked at, especially healthy, as an issue in the passing game.
Well, I think in this instance, less is more, right? I mean, because as you're built right now, again, I just need some speed, to be honest with you. I don't need a name. I don't need it to be a first-round pick. You just got to find some speed, some flat-out track speed. You got to find that. Other than that, I'm fine, man. I think more Nico Collins, assuming he can stay healthy, is a huge plus. I think just by nature of having fewer targets, I think more Dalton Schultz is a byproduct. I think you're going to get that no matter what. CJ wanting to go to Dalton Schultz, looking at Dalton Schultz first, checking the football down, you're going to get a better version of Dalton Schultz in the pass game. When it comes to pressure, I think now having Christian Kirk in the slot, with everything that I just said, I think you have a answer for pressure. I think if they figure out the backup running back position, I think Joe Mixon gets involved in the pass game more. Plus, so I do think coming on the heels of the five-headed monster, we're going to be more explosive, we're going to drive the football down the field, and that not working, I think on the heels of that, we can look at this now and be really confident that less is more. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but less is definitely more, and I can buy into that real quick with the Texans.
All right, I'm riding around dropping the kids off from school this morning, listening to Payne and Pendergast, and Brandon Scott said something that I said, oh, man, I need Tyler to cut that, and we need to discuss and talk about what he had to say earlier today. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, you're
Texans play here on Odyssey Sports Station.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone on YouTube and Twitch said, if Ron's 5'9", then I'm 6'7".
Maybe they are 6'7".
Yeah.
And I said to him, you must be 6'7".
Maybe they're an old hooper.
5.
And then it would laugh emojis that really almost got to me afterwards.
Yeah.
There needs to be a throw a well whiskey drink in your face.
That'd be a nice one. It kind of splashes up. I drank that Crown or
yeah, you ain't gonna waste that.
No, I ain't gonna waste that.
One more $2 whales. You can go ahead and
I deposit that one.
That's well worth
hey,
it. No pun intended.
3 of you. Any of you had drinks in your face, thrown in your face before?
Never have.
I've had a drink thrown at me, but it didn't contact. It didn't. But it was the whole cup. It wasn't just like the disrespectful water in the face. It was across the room thrown. I've had beer bottles thrown at me too.
Yeah,
I've never been contacted though.
I've had one.
That does not shock anybody in this room, in that room, or listening.
It doesn't.
Was it when you were haggling with the stripper over the price for your lap dance?
No, she didn't have drinks. And you know I didn't.
I don't think I've ever provoked a woman.
I will say this. I will say this. I deserved it, and it was a lady.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever provoked a woman.
The Spot, Nashville, right about roughly 4 or 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, after hours Spot. I'm pretty sure some old teammates were backers in that. Started that
4:30 in the morning.
Was that one of those juice bar bring your own alcohol and they provided you the juice and you brought the alcohol?
Champagne.
Is that my boy Ron?
Champagne that was thrown in my face.
Oh,
yeah,
champagne.
I'm a gentleman and a scholar. It never happened to me.
What'd you do? Did you touch something you weren't supposed to touch?
No.
Sounded like you.
Listen, I was
brushed something. You weren't supposed to brush.
I was 22. I was a young fella. I'm not proud of it. It was in the spot right in the middle of this bad boy. There was almost like a stripper pole, right? And you know, a lot of ladies mostly would dance on or whatever. And you know, you kind of stand around. And I did. I had a champagne bottle, and I was drinking right out the bottle. You know, just having a good time, man.
Yeah.
And they was just dropping it like it was hot, just dropping it on the stripper pole in front of me, standing up, dropping it. And I may have
you didn't sit it down.
I may have set the bottle down.
That you deserve. You deserve to get hit with the bottle.
She turned around and she was like, I can't remember what she said.
I'm sure she said, "Why would you do that?"
Doesn't sound like you. Why were you being an ass, man?
You 5'9" POS.
She threw that drink in my face, and yeah, man. I'm not. Hey, every like, and I believe I'm a good guy.
You are,
and I 100% usually treat women with respect. That one got away from me.
Well, I was in full. I think
was in full vocal gear. I don't know if you remember that. That was that little. You know, all the rappers had a
I got
clothing line at that time. That was Nelly's. I was in the full go of it. I mean, I was clean. I was feeling myself.
Until that drink. What kind of drink was it?
It was she had champagne.
Oh, it was champagne.
She threw
you
champagne.
said that already.
Yep.
What now you? I mean, all you did, to be honest with you, so people don't just trust you.
I deserve it.
Like, I'm sure you weren't the only human being, man and woman, in the place. That thought that would be funny. But you were just the one that the.
I think I probably seen it.
Decided to go ahead and do it.
I've probably seen it in a video.
Oh damn! So
probably seen it in a video. Probably seen it, and I was just thinking about, oh, she dropping it. Here, it's a good thing to do right there. Drop it on this.
Drop it on. What kind of bottle was it?
It was a champagne bottle too. I'm drinking champagne. The champagne bottle. Probably, if I know myself, it was probably Andres. But it wasn't no damn sure. Wasn't no Cristal.
No, not little Dom Perignon.
I have never had Cristal. No Don.
Could you imagine?
22?
I know Tyler can, but I mean, could you imagine being right now?
I'm not proud of it. It is.
No, I'm not even.
Like, if I could see that lady right now, I'd apologize to her.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
I think I did. I think I snapped out of it and apologized to her.
Did it matter?
No.
Could you imagine?
The girls wasn't happy either.
Could you imagine last night? Just put how would you feel right now, 3:00 on a Tuesday, if Monday night?
We'll be there in a little bit.
If Monday, what happened?
I'm just saying we're gonna meet that point later on tonight. Go ahead.
Well, if you were in a late night spot till 3 or 4 in the morning drinking champagne and loose enough to where you may do something silly like Ron did, right now at your age, how you would feel today? Not for doing the action. I'm talking about the alcohol.
About 2 inches tall.
Consuming
we started. That was that time.
Well, that part's good.
We started at midnight.
I wouldn't be here. I'd call in.
You'd have called in today?
I would have called in maybe before I even went to bed. I'd have shot a text. Hey, Park, I ain't making it tomorrow, cuz. I'd have done it from the bar.
From the spot.
Right before I put that bottle under that old guy, I would have texted, hey, Park, I ain't going to make it tomorrow, bub. I may be hungover, I may be in jail.
That's a shame.
Yeah, man, them days, it'll hit you. It'll hit you.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, it'll hit you.
Text line, Ron was probably still a virgin when he tasted that drink, LOL. Okay.
He may have been.
Sure.
When he tasted
What's wrong with saving yourself? Friend.
Sure. That's sure.
Nothing wrong with abstinence.
Yep. That adds up.
How about don't judge?
Yeah, I threw that bottle underneath the at 5:30 in the morning.
And he'll drop it like it's hot.
Was saving himself.
As the sun comes up, he's saving himself.
Could be, man.
Saving himself.
People need to not be judging out there.
Let me shove this ball in there before Sunday sun comes up.
It was Sunday morning. It was early.
It's indeed. Before I head to church in an hour.
I did. I took my ass to church. We all did. Washed that champagne off. Took a quick shower.
Awesome.
Yep.
He rained from heaven above.
All right. D'Amico Ryans, he was on Texans All Access. I want to get to what Brandon Scott had to say, but this was him first talking about his offensive line and what he was looking to accomplish with some of the guys they've added.
Yeah, with our offensive line, I'm looking to just, when I say reshape it, revamp it, we still want quality. We got adding Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. These guys have played. They've started NFL games. They have experience. Now, I'm hoping that experience, along with our young guys and all the guys competing, we can find the best 5 guys for us. And the biggest thing for me is the mindset of our offensive line is making sure we instill that pride that we're going to protect our quarterback, right? We're going to play tough. We're going to play physical. We're going to play nasty. And that's what I want to see from our offensive line.
All right, so that is D'Amico Ryans. He went through all of the guys they went and acquired. Obviously, we know they moved on from Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason, and then obviously the big one, Laramie Tunsil, in that trade. But he talked about the guys and the expectation of this O-line. Brandon Scott, he was filling in for Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast today. And this is what he had to say about the potential of the starting offensive line for the Texans.
They'll almost definitely draft an offensive lineman at some point in the draft.
Sure,
almost definitely.
For sure.
But in terms of the 5 starters, week one, I think that they are on the team now.
Okay.
We know their names. We just don't necessarily know the lineup per se because they got a couple of guys that can play a couple of different positions.
Wow, dude. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you agree with that? And Clint and Tyler, you guys can jump in on this too. But do you agree with what Brandon Scott just said? We just listened to D'Amico talk about the guys that they brought in. Do you agree that the starting 5 offensive linemen are already in-house and already on the roster? And not what else happens in free agency or what happens in the draft. We've talked a lot about pick 25, Booker from Alabama, different guys. Do you agree with Brandon Scott that the starting 5 offensive linemen are already in-house?
That would mean done in free agency, no first-round draft pick for sure, because D'Amico's on record of saying it's a plug-and-play first round. Yep. Man. No, can't be. Absolutely can't be.
And they say no.
And by the way, here, real quick.
Absolutely can't be.
Real quick, I'm texting Brandon while he's on the show and catching a bit of break. I said, if you believe that those 5 are here, what do you think it is? What would be your prediction? His prediction was Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Juice Scruggs at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, and then he had Titus Howard at right tackle. That was his prediction. But he did say he doesn't, as he said in that clip, doesn't know exactly where the pieces will fall, but he does think the 5 are here.
Yeah, there's no way. I'm going to tell you, there's no way that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, as sharp of football guys as they are, can start a season with those 5.
Or really any of the 5 that they just have here.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, I don't know how you can have as strong words as D'Amico had as soon as the season was over, which I think are the realest times that you hear from a coach is immediately following a game when they are transparent and immediately following a season when they are transparent. I just don't see how that they can say they put an honest foot forward to protect C.J. Stroud if this is what they start the season with.
Especially even if the case is, if it is, it is hard for me not to see it did not including Titus at guard. And I'm telling you, if you've listened to me, except for last year when it became very, very obvious that it was dire with the guard position, that they just didn't have anybody, that Titus needed to move over there. And I thought you had a better shot with Blake Fisher at a tackle and Titus inside. I still don't think, me personally, believe that Titus is a guard. But I think that they do. And even if the 5 are here, I think it would have to include Titus at a guard. I would be surprised if Titus is here starting at a tackle position and they haven't added anybody else.
It's crazy to think that your starting 5 are here and one of them's not Blake Fisher, who started a playoff game for you last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past these guys. Like I said before, I think this is a Nick Caserio approach to offensive football, and I think Nick is very, very comfortable going in and piecemealing offensive line and saying the quarterback's got to make everybody around him better.
That doesn't sound like what they were saying.
We got to be able to run the football. No, you damn sure doesn't sound like what they were saying at the end of the year.
I'm talking about at the end of the year, leading into.
Yeah.
We got to find a way to protect our quarterback.
Yeah, there's just, to me, again, the emphasis was put on interior offensive line play, and you've signed a guy in Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson, and then you're gonna roll with the rest. I just don't know how that is. I don't know how that's improving. Here's the thing. Here's the thing too is maybe I'm wrong with this approach, but this all was fine and dandy when you're trying to get to that 8 or 9 win mark. You're trying to establish, a foundation, a culture, however you want to couch it. But you're trying to arrive. You're trying to get there. You're trying to build. You got to do more with less. You got to recoup this cap space. You got to, as a Texans fan, that time's behind us. For me, it's we're talking win now moves. We're talking win now moves. And
you trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're adding linebacker depth like speed.
Yeah.
You go in
Sheldon Rankins, EJ
$16 million
Gardner-Johnson,
Kirk.
You add a year to Danielle Hunter's deal.
We got to knock the door down.
Those are championship moves. This stuff on the offensive side of the football is
on line in particular.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's conservative, do more with less, piece this thing together type moves. And so I just don't see – I could see B. Scott being very right. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, but I can't let myself go there based on what they've said and what I watched.
From the text line, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, coming in on this thing. Do you agree with Brandon Scott? Brandon Scott says – he believes that the Texans' starting 5 offensive line is already in the building, saying they will at some point draft offensive linemen in the draft coming up later on this month, but his belief is that the starting 5 is here. Do you agree with that? Some people texting in. I think it will be better than last year's I hope not. We need a guard. I agree, but I don't think it should be that way. B. Scott might be right, but I see the Texans picking up another vet offensive lineman if the right one becomes available. Y'all said the same thing about the D-line last year, and it did pretty damn good. I would tell you, D'Amico sounds a lot like he's talking about last year's D-line. They've started some games and things like that.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate in response to the comment about the D-line.
From last year. Yeah.
From last year, yes, there's no doubt about it. Mario Edwards overachieved. There's no question. But I would like to immediately following the season, D'Amico Ryan said we've got to be better on the defensive line. Like we've got to improve the defensive line. Like D'Amico Ryan's actually reiterated what we talked about with yes, the defensive line was a major concern for me. They exceeded expectations to a certain degree, without a doubt. But it's still a place where when you look at a championship caliber defense, especially now, it's the one place where if you want to add a game changer, there's room to add a guy. Still today, much less last year.
It is. They seem. I don't know. They seem to be comfortable with that, but I'm with you. I can't get there. I gotta believe whether it's pick 25, they move up, whatever. I gotta believe there's one more piece that isn't here yet. That's going to be on that start 5. All right, I want to play a little game called Real or Fake. I make a statement, telling me if it's real or fake. We'll discuss that. We'll have some fun with that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Is this real?
Did somebody say crawfish season?
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into this drive.
Setting the tone.
Setting the tone. A little, feels like a little 70s porn music right here.
Nailed it.
Yeah. See you there. Peter Thomas and company.
Best kind of porn.
There it is. Yeah, Vanessa Del Rio. You can see her doing her thing. Let's do a little. I like this in the background. Let's do a little. You can play along on the Jim Antler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610, and you on YouTube and Twitch. A little real or fake. I'll give a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake, and you give your thoughts on it as well. As I said, you can participate as well, those in the show. Real or fake, fellas? Ime Udoka should make Rockets fans nervous come playoff time. Udoka should make Rockets fans nervous during playoff time. Real or fake?
It's fake for me. It's fake for me. As hard as that is to say and be confident in saying right now, it's where I'm at. Last night was an absolute joke. I can't,
confusing at the very least.
Well, I can't wait to hear, what, why, how. That's how that thing unfolded. But I'm confident in Ime Udoka, man. I'm glad we got him. I think he's an asset. I think he's a weapon. I think he's gonna be the reason why at some point this team breaks through and has a chance to win a championship.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. It's fake. Last night was just, what'd you say, a joke? I was sitting there saying, boy, it's weird. It's just really weird decision there.
Well, to your point, to put him back in the game with 11, Jalen Green, that is, to put him back in the game with 11 seconds left is the part that made it really weird.
Yeah.
Like, I could have bought hey, he's just cold, man. Hey, he's got the wrist is bothering him. I could have bought that. But when you put him back in there, it's like, that makes it weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. But I trust that he knows this group. Now, listen, there were moments last year and maybe even earlier this year in which he benched Jalen, and I didn't ever check up. It was like he's just learning. I think we're in a different space now. I think we're in a different space on that situation. But overall, I trust he has the feel of his team and he'll have them ready and game plans well. We know he was a good coach and helped get the Celtics to the finals. They just ran into Steph Curry. So I think his experience is a real thing. Real or fake for you, Tyler Udoka in the playoffs? Should be nervous. Rockets fans should be nervous.
I'm going to go fake, just purely off the feeling that I don't think this young-ass Rocket squad is near the level of play they're at, and there's still work to do, but I don't think they're where they're at without Udoka. I think he is kind of the straw that stirs a drink, for lack of a better term right now, especially with these young fellas. So I'm going to say fake.
All right, real or fake, the Texans receiving core will be better than last year's. The Texans receiving core will be better than last year. Remember, it started as the five-headed monster, and this year, right now that we know, it's Nico, Christian Kirk, Dalton Schultz is in there, Kate Stover, John Mechie, Hutch. Certain that they will probably add somebody else, Justin Watson, Berrios. But the Texans receiving core will be better than last year. Real or fake?
I think it's fake. I think they'll be more productive, but I don't think they'll be better. Like, I guess you got to define. Okay. You got to define better. Right. I mean, because
I agree. I was going to say I think they're going to be more productive.
Yeah, I think they're going to be more productive. I do. I think that you're going to see a better version of Dalton Schultz. Again, I think there's a chance John Mechie takes a step. I do think Christian Kirk is the kind of receiver. We really haven't seen that true slot with that kind of ability here in a while. Nico, we're going to get more of Nico, which I think is better. But do I think that this receiving core overall is going to be better than a tank? I can't go there. I can't get there.
Yeah, but the only thing is, obviously, that crew wasn't healthy, right? So they didn't play a ton.
Yeah.
Now, if Nico stays healthy and Kirk stays healthy, I think they got a chance depending on the third, whoever else is in the mix, and what they get out of the tight end position, right? And to be honest, Clint, a lot of this will be determined by what they're able to do up front.
Yeah.
Right? Like the big conversation. I think especially when all three of them are healthy, like, and even whenever, some of it had to do with they just didn't really have time or the opportunity to run a lot of the stuff I think they wanted to run because of the issues up front.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they got a real chance to be more productive. Look, I think with the Texans, if the offensive coordinator is more creative, if the offensive line communicates better, if the quarterback focuses on getting the football out quick as anybody in the league, and if the physicality overall is better, generally speaking, pass protecting or run game, then I think the overall offense is more productive. I think the receiving core is more productive. The offense is more explosive. They score more points. So yeah, look, I better. I need context because I don't think they're ever going to be better than talent-wise than what they had last year.
Text line coming in.
More productive, absolutely.
Obviously not done at wide receiver. I think they can be better and will be better.
In order to be better at this point in time, there's not a free agent that's out there that if you signed right now, I would personally say they're better. You got to think that they're going to use their first-round draft pick on a wide receiver, and that guy's going to hit and start and contribute immediately. To your point, I mean, obviously, health.
I think their passing game will be better.
Oh yeah, hell, it better be.
I think it'll be better.
It better be,
especially if everybody's healthy. All right, Tyler, let me start this next one with you. Real or fake? It's good to have a planned, dedicated sex night in your relationship.
In
your relationship, if you're married, you got a fiance, a girlfriend. It's a good idea to have a planned, dedicated sex night.
I'm glad it's a sex question. Wasn't expecting that, but when you first presented this whole real or fake idea, I thought we were talking about something else. So this is cool. I would say in response to that, I would say that you plan on dedicating each and every night to a good sex session. And if you don't get to it, if the plans don't work out, schedules aren't going to always line up. If it doesn't, you just double up and make up for it the next night.
So you like it? Real or fake?
More sex, the better, man. Yeah.
Real or fake, Clint? To have a planned sex night, to know, like, hey, every Thursday
we getting down.
We know we have a planned night every Thursday.
Now, look, I would definitely be down for it, but I think it's
text line coming in saying no, it's not good. It takes something away.
No, it could add a little something to it. Now it's I'm going to say fake. But damn it, I'm real close to saying real because with kids involved and you never know what each night's gonna.
Why fake?
Well, because I mean, just in my world, like I think my wife is still attracted to me, and I think it happens often enough, and I think it's the spontaneity of it is a big part of it, and it's if it ever were lacking, like if that were a problem. In our relationship, I would not be opposed to saying, "Hey, man, on Thursday night, let's knock it out, man." I think the better way, not to rephrase your question, but I will. Okay. Is a planned nooner.
It's a little afternoon delight.
I think every Thursday at noon, I think we should have us a little lunch date in the back bedroom. You know what I mean?
think it's real.
You think it's real?
Yeah, because I think
good. You got one now?
I think no, we don't have one now. Have we? Maybe. I think I think it's real because you can plan. You could plan a whole thing around.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
It's not like it doesn't have to be just like
get the Kama Sutra
out. We know we got to get it in at some day. We've agreed to this, so no, man. You can have dinner. You can have the house.
Make sure you're well hydrated.
Like it's a planned, almost romantic.
Well,
moment.
Since you couch it like that, I should probably try to. Since you couch it like that, I should probably adopt it. I mean, my wife would probably tell you that a little more romance from her old man would be a good thing. I'll be honest.
If it becomes a deal of like, all right, it's Thursday, guys. All right,
let's get in here. Let's knock it out. You got about 5 minutes.
We got to keep the streak.
Who am I kidding?
We got the
5
streak.
minutes is good. Good.
We got the streak to uphold.
Ask her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
I had a coworker that he was a producer. It'd be like every Tuesdays are night.
Tuesday,
and he would kick off the show with the celebration music every Tuesday, and everybody knew, oh, Ryan's going home. Ryan's going home to get it, baby. So one text in, hell yeah, plan time to take that Bluetooth. No, don't take that Bluetooth. You better take your ass on down to the men's clinic and have that thing ready. Take that bad boy right there and have it. You want to have a little good time? Smaller dosage. You want to have a real good time? Bigger dosage. Do you think? I don't think it's a bad thing.
You want to give her a bigger dosage? You take a bigger dosage.
Okay.
You're gonna get hard.
All right, let's dive in a little deeper too, and I want to get people's thoughts on this as well. Let's dive in a little deeper to the big thing from last night. Udoka has been, I would say, the number one reason this organization has changed itself from being a bottom feeder, an embarrassment at times in the NBA, a laughing stock at times in the NBA, to being the number 2 seed in the loaded Western Conference. Udoka has been the number one change. But did you have a problem with how he handled Jalen Green last night in the fourth quarter? Jalen Green, in a tight game, was benched the last 4 minutes. How he handled things in the fourth quarter with Jalen Green. We'll take a deeper discussion on that coming up next.
All right, if you
Needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, last night the Rockets lost a tough one, a real tough one last night in L.A. as it was a tight game. They lose by 104-98 in L.A. And listen, the game was played at their pace, their physicality. That looked like that was played much more on the Rockets' side of things as opposed to the Lakers, who probably want to get up and down more and have it more high scoring. That's a team that almost scored 140 points on Saturday against the Grizzlies, and they were struggling. Both teams were struggling, honestly, offensively. But I think the big talking point, and we've talked a little bit about it today, but the big talking point coming out of this thing, and it's not hindsight either, Clint. If you were watching the broadcast, TNT, it was a clear story. Reggie Miller, I would say, at least made 5 or 6 comments about the fact that the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week, Jalen Green, during money time, the last 4 minutes of the game in the fourth quarter, was sitting on the bench.
Went full Patino.
And he really did. I mean, he went full Patino all the way, and instead, in the game, he had Alfred Şengün, he had Jabari Smith, he had Eason in the game, he had Fred, and he had Dylan Brooks. And he had who right now has been their best player thus far, and like I said, he's player of the week, so he has been on a roll here. He had him on the bench. But I know many of you fairly trust Ime Udoka and trust his thoughts and decisions. But did you have a problem with how he handled that last night with Jalen Green? Real quick before we get in there, Jalen Green struggled last night. He was 4 of 13, 1 of 4 from 3. He actually only had 1 turnover in the game. But he had 9 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. Do you have a problem with him the final 4 minutes not being in the game?
Absolutely, 100%. To me, watching that game, it's the one thing that couldn't happen, and it did. Right? The one thing, like winning or losing, obviously the goal is to win, but winning and losing at this point, you're a 2 seed. You've given yourself the luxury of not having to win these games, right? You just want to play well. You want to be competitive. And if you're the Houston Rockets, you want to play to your identity. You hope like hell that identity keeps you in the game and gives you a chance at the end, which it did. And then you hope at the end of the game, the biggest question with the Rockets is who is Ime Udoka going to put the ball in the hands of when it's a tight game down the stretch in the fourth quarter, in the last 5 minutes, the last 3 minutes, the last 1 minute of the game? Who's that going to be? And I know there's a lot of people that are high on Amen Thompson, as am I. There's a lot of people that are high on Şengün. You should be. He's an all-star, right? I'm high on those guys. But in that moment, we're really talking about the Rockets winning a playoff series and being competitive as they are built right now for a championship and being competitive with playoff caliber teams. There's one guy on that team that has to have the ball in his hands. If we're talking about creating for himself, getting to the rack, if we're talking about pulling up and shooting long distance, if we're talking about a good enough player, a big enough threat on the floor to draw the attention of the defense to kick and actually create opportunities for some of your other guys that can shoot it and that can create, there's one guy on the team that brings all that to the table. And it's not even close. And that guy's Jalen Green. And in that moment, the biggest stage of the year, the brightest lights of the year, when it was a game where the moment presented the closest thing to a playoff series that you're going to find in the regular season. And that guy, Jalen Green, was not given the opportunity to go out there. And although it was a tough night, show, hey, man, you can fight through a tough night and hit a clutch shot when it matters the most. You can create for your teammates, right? He was not afforded that opportunity, and I think it was a major mistake. And hell yeah, it as a Rockets fan, it frustrates the hell out of me that I didn't get to see. Win, lose, or draw, whether he's successful or not, I don't give a damn how many turnovers he had. I don't care how many shots he made or missed. I don't care. We're talking about the caliber player that when the game's on the line, it doesn't matter what he did the first 3 quarters of the game. He's your best option. I think Jalen far, and he wasn't afforded that opportunity for some reason last night.
Yeah, it was something where I was like, yeah, we need to have some answers.
Yeah.
We need to have some understanding, because it's not like, hey, man, a lot of people had it going last night. I mean, let's be honest. Dillon Brooks was able to remain in the game. He was able to remain in the game and able to get up shots late. And hell, Dillon Brooks, he was 5 of 14. Jalen was 4 of 13. Dillon was 5 of 14. Şengün didn't have it rolling last night. He was 5 for 11. And Fred VanVleet most definitely stayed in the game and played the most minutes of anybody, 39 minutes. He was 2 for 14 in the game. So it's like if those 3 guys are playing 39, 35, 34 minutes, staying in the whole way. I mean, Amen Thompson had it going a little bit. I'd say Smith had it going a little bit. But Tari Eason can't keep him off the floor. Not a combination of Tari Eason, Dillon Brooks, Fred VanVleet. All of them keep him off the floor. Right? That was weird. Like, as you said, the player that has the best chance to probably get his own shot and get somebody else's shot to get through the defense is Thompson. They don't dare his ass to shoot, so they don't allow him to do his strength. Right? A lot of the times. He was able to drive to the basket, but I'm just saying ultimately that's the case. It just made no sense. Hell, LeBron and Luka and Reeves had off nights. They never thought to take any of their asses out late.
That's the part of this, man, is like the hopes are that Jalen Green, and I think he's ready to be that guy. Like we was talking about Amen Thompson and all this other stuff. Like I think Amen Thompson has arrived, and he is going to be a great player for the Rockets, and hopefully he's untouchable. I agree, but he hasn't reached a level where we look around and we go, hey man, we trust Amen Thompson with the ball in his hands and clutch. Like no, if somebody kicks it to him, cool, shoot it, be aggressive, drive to the bucket. But that can't be the plan. Like there's one guy on this team that has the ability to create for others, to get to the rack, as well as to knock one down from long range, and that's Jalen Green. And I don't know how you get to that point and you justify him being on the bench. I don't know how you get to that point at this point in the season, and how you even remotely get close to connecting the dots to him being on the bench. That is a
Reggie and Kevin, they were stunned.
Yeah, the commentator
Reggie Miller and Kevin Harlan, they were stunned. That camera kept following him over there, and like It was so bad for me, and I don't think that Jalen needs to be, an a-hole or anything. But I wouldn't be upset at all to hear in some sort of way Jalen kind of expressing he didn't love that.
Yeah.
In some way, man, I really wish I was out there. He ain't got to be an a-hole about it. But, yeah, I really wished I was out there to be able to help my team. Hey, I know Coach knows what he's doing, but I really would have loved to have had that moment to be able to help my team go out there. It was to a point where, that I think they need to have a conversation. I think there needs to be a conversation with Jalen. I think something needs to be explained because that was a real weird thing. Someone texted, let's be honest, guys. Udoka and Green both like punks real well and are probably what? All right, let me go past that.
Yeah, if he said that didn't sound like a good start.
That sounds like an idiot out there.
Let me pull through that. How about you take this over? What you got coming up at the floor?
D'Amico Ryans, he's talking offensive line again, y'all, and his tune is changing. And again, don't like what I'm hearing. All you sensitive folks out there, you might want to tune your ass out because you ain't going to like this. I don't like what I'm hearing from the Texans head coach at the most important position of upgrade, of need, with the Houston Texans moving forward. That is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, man. Look,
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com.
Why are your nipples so small, man?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Talking about Tyler's nipples. Let's go on record. Y'all big nipple guys, little nipple guys. Big nipples, little nipples. Which do you prefer? Big nipples, little nipples. Not that you would turn any of them down. I'm sure now you have no option, but just back in the day. Big nipple, little nipple.
Tiny little pink ones are nice.
Big nipple guy.
Big nipple, little. I'm
a big nipple.
We got variety on this show, you know?
Yeah, because I literally, all joking aside, I'm kind of the middle of the road guy. Tiny little pink nipples. Tyler, that's concerning, son.
This is
one thing I've done in my time.
You're not really into the sisters, huh?
See.
Well, that's not true. I didn't say only.
That would be a different look, I guess.
These are power rankings, and there's no bad answer, to be clear.
You put yourself in that.
Yeah, you went that extra mile and put that pink in there. You cornered yourself.
I like the ones that get hard. How about that?
There you go. Good save, bud.
Tony marked herself off the list when you said that.
Guess you don't want to see these puppies.
I'll discriminate against any nips.
Hey, man. No, look, I think it's probably safe to say anybody listening knows that ain't nobody on this show kicking them out of bed. But at the end of the day, just wondering, I'm kind of a middle of the road guy, man. Kind of middle of the road. Beautiful day, man. Dirty's Daily starts off with a little nipple talk. Again, like the big voice guy said, powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Got some little housekeeping here, y'all. That old crawfish party that we had a few years back, it's back. It's back on the schedule. This Friday, y'all come hang with us now. Come hang with us live from the Boot up in the Heights. The Boot, we've been there before. Tremendous crawfish, great little watering hole, cool little bar, outside area, patio area. It's April. The weather's going to be absolutely tremendous unless that rain moves into Friday. But right now, I think we're going to be all right, and it's going to be nice and cool. You can sit out there, drink some cold beer, and eat some crawfish. Live from the Boot this Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. It's the first stop on the Skin Crawfish Circuit that is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and prices that you'll love, and Bud Light. Cold drinks, good conversation, and as many mud bugs as you can handle. Come on out, y'all. Hang out with us. Also, want to thank everybody.
I haven't had any in a while.
You hadn't had any in a while, huh?
Yeah.
I've had them twice this year.
Since last year.
We got a really good spot in Baytown, as I've told the people before, that I absolutely love. Crawfish Hideaway does a tremendous job. And we're going to make another tour out of this thing, man. So y'all come out and see us when you can. Let's start this Friday, have us a little party, get out and enjoy the good weather. And get out and enjoy the good weather with the fine fellas of the Drive, if I might say so myself. Also, the Odyssey app. Look, I want to make sure everybody out there, look, I greatly appreciate everybody listening on that old AM dial, FM dial, FM HD dial. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, however you listen, you consume your radio. I guess you're not doing it via Twitter, but
you only get my nipples on YouTube and Twitch.
That's right. That is right. So make sure you tune in over there. But make sure you download that Odyssey app, man. A lot of features there. Rewind feature. There you go. And all of the podcasts, whether you're talking about the segments of each show, broken out for you, titled and podcasted, so you can pick and choose what the hell you want to listen. I know there's times we hear from y'all where y'all don't like a topic. Well, you can exclude that when you listen on the Odyssey app and you listen to the podcast. And you can do your own. Down the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Take us everywhere you go. You can also find all the episodes of all the podcasts that are associated with Sports Radio 610, along with everything else. You can find the latest episode of that old big orange wagon with Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton. They are rocking and rolling. There you go. That guy right there. So make sure you download that Odyssey app, Audacy. All right, y'all. Look, this offensive line for the Houston Texans, we've broken it down 6 ways to Sunday. It is the proverbial dead horse that we will continue to beat. The most recent problem that I have with the Houston Texans is your head coach has changed his song and dance. When the season was over, and I don't have this audio for you right now. We're having some some technical difficulties where we can't get to that audio. But there's been many a time. We're talking D'Amico Ryans. We're talking Nick Caley, I believe, said it. We're talking Nick Caserio. The messaging coming out of the organization, which, again, a lot of times I believe that this stuff is the messaging when it's 3, 4, 5 different guys saying the same thing, then you can take it to a bank. That's what's being discussed inside them walls. That's the messaging that they want us to hear. Whether you're talking about the marketing arm and new uniforms, or you're talking about the stadium and their renovations, or you're talking about football, when the same message comes out of 4, 3, that's what's being discussed behind closed doors over there. And the consistent message has been, we got to fix this offensive line pass protection from the inside out. Hey, D'Amico, how do you view and evaluate offensive line? Starts with pass protection, their ability to pass protect. That was the messaging. Inside out, pass protection first. Clearly, that's not what we've gotten. Clearly, that's not what they've executed. Maybe it was the plan and it just kind of fell flat, but that is not what they executed, okay? Now, you got your coaches' meetings going on. All the coaches in the NFL come together. They got all these different meetings. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, by the way. But the coaches meet with the media. The coaches spend some time with the media. And here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the moves the Texans have made on the offensive line and what they've created.
Yeah, with our offensive line, I'm looking to just, when I say reshape it, revamp it, we still want quality. We got quality players, right? Adding Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. These guys have played. They've started NFL games. They have experience. Now, I'm hoping that experience, along with our young guys and all the guys competing, we can find the best 5 guys for us. And the biggest thing for me is the mindset of our offensive line is making sure we instill that pride that we're going to protect our quarterback, right? We're going to play tough, we're going to play physical, we're going to play nasty, and that's what I want to see.
I have no problem with the message itself. I do believe that D'Amico's spot on. That is exactly what I think they have created. In fact, I've said as much, right? They've created good depth. They've created better competition. They've brought in experience, some pelts on the wall type of guys that have at least started games. They kept some young, promising guys. They're creating that competition. There's no doubt about it. I've said this before. I don't like it, but I do believe that offensively, I think the Nick Caserio way of doing things is, hey, the best 5 guys for us, the best 5 guys that we can put out there. Find the best 5 guys. Let's be tough, physical, and nasty. And while I don't have a problem with it, I think it's spot on. I think they have more than likely accomplished every bit of that, Ron. I feel like all of that we just talked about, bringing the experienced guys that started, mixing them with young guys, creating competition, best 5, tough, physical. I feel like those are all things that we're building a foundation. We're building an identity on offense, and we're trying to arrive. We're trying to get there. We're trying to get to 8, 9, 10 wins. We're trying to get into the playoffs. And my expectations for D'Amico Ryans at this point in time, speaking from the owners' meetings, it is what that is, right? The owners' meetings, right?
Yep, that's where they are.
Speaking from the owners' meetings, my expectations for the Texans were for D'Amico Ryans to step up there. We were really close. We've got a really good quarterback. We've got some playmakers. We did not protect our quarterback well, and we brought X and Y in, and damn it, we are going to protect better because those guys right there are just flat out better.
Yeah, it seems like, Clint, that their strategy is instead of, hey, how are you going to address your protection and offensive line issues? It seems up to this point, their strategy, and I'm not even going to just say up to this point. We've reached a point here where
right.
I don't know if there are any more difference-making free agents. I don't know that there are any difference-making trades left. And at 25, I don't know how much there are difference makers in the draft that are going to like step in and that you're going to be like, all right, this dude is a killer.
Yeah.
And you feel it right away. So it looks like to me that they have made the decision of fixing this situation instead of going with, we're going to go and get dudes that we feel like. It's the thought of, we are going to create the mindset and create the culture, so to speak, of what we want our offensive line to be, and we are going to coach it, and we are going to bring our guys in here to fix it in that manner, as opposed to what the Bears said. We're going to go get some dudes.
Surefire starters.
We're going to go get some dudes and then hope to coach them up. But we're going to get guys that like old guys.
Yeah.
And the Texans are just going with, to me, what it seems like, that space. We're creating it instead of bringing in those.
Yeah, I tell you what this is for me, Ron. This is a fixing a problem. This isn't a championship caliber approach. This is the Houston Texans have taken the approach of, man, we just got to fix the offensive line. Whereas I expected the Texans to take the approach with the offensive line of, we got to go win a championship. We got to bring guys in here that we know we're not going to have a guard center problem week 8 of the season, right? And that's the expectations that I had for this team. I guess I was wrong. After watching them do it with Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon, Daniil Hunter, and bringing those kind of guys in, I thought that's what we were looking at on the offensive side of the football. But it's clear, with Houston, on the offensive side of the football, we are just trying to fix an offensive line problem, whereas my expectations were, let's make championship caliber moves. There's no doubt about it. The offensive line is going to be better. They can't be any worse. The offensive line is going to be better. The offensive line is going to be good enough to win this division again. The question is the offensive line going to be good enough to get you beyond winning a poor division and winning a first-round playoff game? Is the offensive line going to get you beyond that? If they're just successful with 2 or 3 of them, it's going to be a drastically different, drastically better offensive line. Is that offensive line going to be good enough to be a difference maker against the top 5 or 6 teams in the AFC? That's the question. I thought I would feel a lot better about that right now than I do. I thought the messaging would have been completely different at this point coming out of the organization.
Text line coming in, yes, because this team isn't looking to win a Super Bowl.
That based on what they're doing on offense, I could totally agree. How many teams?
Because you described it as it feels like they're in we're growing and taking steps mode instead of
exactly what I think
getting to the ultimate.
I think there's a lot of safe decisions on the offensive side of the football, starting with the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach. I think there's a lot of safe decisions that are more geared towards fixing a problem instead of being championship caliber on the offensive side of the football. And I think it's
weird because defensively they look like they're trying to build a dynasty.
Bingo. Bingo.
Like they're trying to win.
Yeah.
They're trying to build.
Yeah. It's interesting. And look, so this nothing has changed about the. I'm sure people are tired of the conversation about the interior offensive line. But when DeMeco Ryans speaks from the owners' meetings about the offensive line, you got to bring it to the table. We got to acknowledge, like, hey, man, the messaging has changed. Right? It's about protect the quarterback at all costs. We're going to work inside out guard, center guard. It is. We're going to create competition. We're going to have some guys that maybe have not been great, but they've played a lot of football, and they'll at least be physical, nasty, and tough. That to me, that is a disappointment in the what I thought we would be saying right now about this offensive line.
Yeah, we talked about it. I didn't think this is how it was going to be built, but they have certainly, as we've just talked, they have gone with the strategy.
Real quick, Ron, there is on the Astros front, and this doesn't have anything to do with the Astros game. We'll dig into that, I think, later on in the show. I've always talked about Hunter Brown and how I like Hunter Brown, and for whatever reason, I believe he's going to be great. Spencer Arrighetti, I don't know how great he's going to be or isn't going to be. He had a hell of a first outing. But Spencer Arrighetti has a real chance to be one of my favorite just follows, if you will, with the Houston Astros. And it's not difficult. It's really simple. It's audio like this that if Spencer Arrighetti can let his hair down a little bit when he talks to the media, be good for our business, good for our show, and I could damn sure get down with it. Here's Spencer Arrighetti.
I attribute it to a couple of things, maybe a change in mentality, a shift in my focus, maybe taking it away from the stuff model and kind of just trying to go out there and really compete my nuts off every time I take the ball. I feel like that's really the biggest thing, and then like you said, just kind of changing the attack plan a little bit, switching the mix into predictable.
I love it.
What did he say, competing my nuts off?
That he didn't check up a bit.
Not one bit.
That's a normal phrasing for him.
Keep my nuts off every.
Did he say the stuff model?
Yeah, the stuff model.
So go out there and try to have good stuff and try to do this to just go out there and compete. So I like the overall premise of what he's saying. So I greatly appreciate that, and the way in which he delivered it in terms of just. I mean, I think I'd rather compete my ass off than.
No,
compete my nuts off.
No, I don't know.
Well, I'd rather compete my nuts off.
Compete my nuts off.
I'd have to work.
That's emptying the tank.
I'll be honest with you.
That's emptying the tank.
The way I'm built, I'd have to work a lot harder to work my ass off than the other.
That's emptying the tank.
Well,
he's letting
like
it all
me
go.
Got an ass to work off.
He's trying to
fair. So you should probably go the COD route.
Yeah. I'll work my
anyway,
nuts off for somebody.
Spencer Arrighetti's got a real chance to be one of my top follows, boys.
Well, the Astros are going to look to compete their nuts off tonight as they face the Giants, game 2 of the series here at
hell of a transition right there.
It was at Dyken Park.
Was good.
The lineup is out, and we get to play the game. Where's Altuve? Where's Altuve tonight? He's in a different place than he was last night. We'll give you the lineup and discuss a little bit of the Astros coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, quit playing these games.
on the Odyssey app. Every game in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Really, really happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where's Altuve tonight? Well, as the Astros look to even up the series against the Giants.
It's hard to find him. He's so little.
It's not hard to find him. 27, you can see him out there easily.
Sorry.
They're facing, I believe, the Giants' ace, Logan Webb. Altuve is leading off. He's back in his new home, away from his old home from yesterday. He is back in left field, but he is leading off. Paredes, again, continues with a walk and an extra base hit. Yesterday drove in the 2 runs. He is in the 2 spot. Alvarez is the DH. Walker at first base behind him. Diaz behind the plate. Again, Pena, Cam Smith is in right. Rogers is in. Brendan Rodgers is in at second base tonight. And Chas McCormick gets the start in center field as Jake is out tonight. And we get to see old Wisniewski for the first time. He gets his first start for the Asheville in that Kyle Tucker trade. He gets the ball tonight, but that is the lineup. Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Walker, Diaz, Pena, Cam Smith, Rogers, and Chaz is the lineup tonight. All right, Clint, they lose, though, last night 7-2, scored 2 runs. And, Clint, they have scored a total of 8 runs in the game. Hell, the Giants scored 7 last night. They've scored a total of 8 runs in their 4 games this year. 3 of them have been 2 runs or less thus far. And, look, I know it's early. And I also, though, know, Clint, that there was walking into the year concern about this offense. Right, when you lose Kyle Tucker, who, by the way, is getting hot here. Kyle Tucker's got 3 homers on the season. He's homered in 3 straight days for the Cubs. But you lose a Kyle Tucker, you lose an Alex Bregman. Right, those were 2 cornerstones in the lineup. There was some concerns about the offense walking into it. So yes, it is early. But Clint, are you starting to have concerns at all about this offense? You starting to get nervous about potential trends with this offense?
No, I don't, not yet. But I do want to at least acknowledge that the one thing that we heard coming out of the organization this offseason overall was, paraphrasing, we want to see more pitches at the plate. We want to be more disciplined at the plate. Right? Now, we know that that approach does not include Altuve. Altuve's going to do whatever the hell he wants. One of the things that we just got to live with, which I've been vocal about, is this: Altuve's going to swing out of his shoes. He's going to swing early at pitches. He's going to take a little bit more risk at the plate. And with his greatness, you just got to learn to live with it. Right? Frustrates the hell out of me sometimes, but it does. It happens. Right? His approach was never going to change, no matter what Joe Espada said. And he's hitting .429, ladies and gentlemen. He's 6 for 14.
Big skill.
He started the damn season on a tear. Your 2 through 7 hitter? Really, you can say 2 through 8 hitter? I mean, and if Jake's playing, you can say your 2 through 9 hitter? They're hitting closer to 100 than they are 200. Yep. Right? Paredes is hitting 167, but everybody else is closer to 100 than they are 200.
Yeah, but at least Paredes is getting on base.
Right. So Paredes is doing exactly what they wanted to do, which is seeing a million pitches, right? So, again, not concerned. It's early, but I do, as I watch the Astros, and hopefully this becomes a moot point, and we're not even talking about it, but the fact that the struggles are everybody not named Altuve ultimately, and there's some pretty good hitters in there, right? With the exception of Altuve, everybody seems to be coming out of the gate slow. And I do wonder, are some guys not responding to the thought of or the messaging being, let's overall be more patient at the plate. Let's work the count more as hitters versus the aggressive approach that they had gotten to last year. Yordan Alvarez, again, small sample size, but he's struggling. He's chasing pitches out of the zone. He's just – it's not the Yordan you expected, right? Christian Walker –
he struggled in spring training.
Christian Walker, you can say he's knocking the cover off of it. He's just hitting it right at people. Yeah, apparently the exit velocity's through the roof, right? Yainer Diaz, again, 1 for 11. Jeremy Pena, 2 for 13. Cam Smith, 1 for 8. Brandon Rogers, 0 for 6. I don't even know what is Jake. I don't even. I'm scared to look at what Jake is.
He's hitting 200.
I screwed it up.
So he is hitting 200. The fact that he's not in the lineup is saving him, right? Is actually hurting him. So that's what I'm watching, Ron. For me with the Astros is that overall messaging of let's be more patient at the plate. Is that part of the problem potentially that these guys are off to a slow start, or is it a typical slow start? It just happens. It's a small sample size, and guys will come around. I do want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, listen, I think more than in the past, there was concerns about, if this offense would be able to score enough runs, right? When you look at the potential of the bottom of the 6 through 9, right, with Pena, Smith, whatever is it, Rogers, Dubon, or however that is, Chaz, Jake, however that shakes. Some concerns there. But to me, I don't think there's major concerns because, as you said, Altuve is swinging that thing. And Paredes is doing his job. Even though he's hitting 167, his on-base percentage is still 375. So he is getting on base, seeing a lot of pitches. This thing just really comes down to the guy behind him. Like, if Yordan Alvarez is going to struggle, and if Yordan Alvarez is going to struggle, the Astros are going to struggle. Like there's just not enough proven things in the lineup behind him, right? And the odds are, if Altuve, who I don't know if he's going to hit 400, but Altuve's obviously an all-time great and is still rolling, he is still going to perform well in front of him. And Paredes, like his approach, he's just going to get on base.
Yeah.
Those guys keep getting on bases. It's a matter of time before Yordan starts rolling, right? And that's the big key. Yordan's hitting what, .83? Like, with those guys on base like they are, Yordan behind him, he starts to hit, it changes the whole thing. And like you said about Christian Walker, he finally got one and found a hole yesterday in that game. He's been hitting the ball at people, as you talked about. But to me, it is Yordan. Do I think Yordan is going to suck?
Yordan.
Is he going to continue to suck? I don't think so. And to me, that's not that big of an issue. I don't think if he were swinging the bat, it would make part of the 1 for 8 with Cam Smith, 2 for 10 with Jake. Struggles with Dubon and Rogers and those guys. He hits, it will cover up a whole lot, and it will make life easier for Walker and Diaz, right? So to me, it is always going to be in that lineup. How does Yordan go? And the guys in front of him are getting on base and giving him an opportunity to do things.
Well, Yordan, I tell you, he would damn sure make it a little easier to stomach them ones at the bottom, not
yes,
or be like it'd make it easier to be patient with them boys at the bottom.
He might want to slip into one of them torpedo bats.
Hell, I think they ought to. I mean, whoever's making them things, they ought to be. They ought to have a load headed to Houston immediately.
I don't know how Jake hadn't gotten his hands on one.
Hey, well, the MLB's going to end up outlawing them jokers.
You think so?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Hey,
15 home runs in 3 games with the Yankees. I mean, they're good.
Now, by the way, I know Tyler's favorite, Aaron Judge. He is. He was
the turd.
He was going off. He did not use one.
He wanted everybody to know he didn't use one.
Well, he's got that ogre strength.
He did. Yeah, he didn't use one. But
straight out of the swamp.
De La Cruz from the Reds yesterday. He picked one up for the first time, 7 RBIs. He hit a home run. 3.
Yeah, they need to have a whole truckload of them jokers backed up to Dyke and Park right now. Ain't no doubt about it.
Jake, Chaz,
everybody,
every last one of them.
Hey, throw a dart at the lineup. Hell, every one of them.
If I'm a baseball player, I'd at least try it.
Well, hell yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, shoot.
Hopefully they don't get rid of it like the old tush push.
I'm telling you, man. Torpedo bat? God, dog, man. Ain't no way I'm going to look over there at Jazz Chisholm and just keep swinging this regular. Jazz Chisholm over going upper decks. I say, what the hell's going on? All right. Clint's feeling differently about a player, and somebody on the text line said, dang, Clint, why you walking back? Why are you backing up on this guy?
Change your heart now.
Change your heart. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, listen up now. It's
pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we are all here. Continue to roll through. We appreciate you hanging out with us. As Clint said earlier, remember, guys, Friday coming up, we will be live at the Boot, and we are starting our The Drive's Crawfish Circuit. It is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light Cold Drinks. Good conversation, and the Mud Buds will be flowing. Just like the Bud Light. Should be a good time. Our first stop is at the Boot in the Heights. The Boot in the Heights. So come out with us 2 to 6. We will we'll have a good time. You can hang out. Might have some prizes and things for you to take home as well. But it will be a good time. We're starting that up on Friday, so come on out with us. The Boot. The Boot in the Heights. The first stop. 2 to 6 with The Drive. Come on out and hang out. Kick Rock says, will y'all post the schedule of the tour? I am certain you will be able to find that at SportsRadio610.com if it's not there now, soon. And so, yes, we will get that out. And we will also, if you're listening, promote that, push that for you on here as well. But appreciate it. Kick Rocks, good question. We'll let you know. Clint, we talked about Christian Kirk earlier, and somebody said, why are you backpedaling? Clint, why are you backpedaling on Christian Kirk? Saying you feel a little different. Now, D'Amico, while he was at camp yesterday, at the owners' meeting yesterday, talked about the fact that, hey, when he thinks about him, he thinks of speed, he thinks of his twitch as well, but he talked about him, and he really talked about the rest of the receiving corps also yesterday on Texans All Access, expanded about Christian Kirk as well. Here is him with Vandermeer and John Harris talking about the receiving corps yesterday.
Starting with Christian, I was always very fond of Christian from his time in Arizona, watching him play the right way. He plays hard, he plays relentless. He's a swarm player. Yeah. I've seen that up close and personal, make a lot of good plays. Berrios has that ability to return the football as a punt returner. Also can go out, play receiver in a slot position and get open. He's just a matter of him getting back healthy and staying healthy. And Watson, he's Mr. Consistent. Mm-hmm. He shows up, he makes tough catches, he plays fast, plays physical, just a consistent player, and hopefully he brings that to our team.
All right, talked about a lot of the receivers, but the big get there, Clint, is obviously Christian Kirk. He comes over. This is a guy that when the Jags went to the playoffs and played the Chiefs similar season as the Texans did last year, went to the playoffs, won the South, and pushed the Chiefs in the second round to the limit in their second round playoff matchup. He had 1,100-plus yards that year. He was their most productive receiver there, their top receiver. So he has had some years, and as he talked about there in Arizona, he was really good as well. But, Clint, I don't know, I'll let you put it out, because people said, why are you backpedaling? Because I think there were a lot of people who agreed with your thought process. When you first saw the move and heard the move of Christian Kirk, what was your reaction, and how has it changed now?
Yeah, look, I don't feel like I'm moving the goalpost here at all. If it seems like that, I damn sure don't mean it to be. I feel like in maybe look, Christian Kirk. I wholeheartedly believe this. Christian Kirk cannot be the only move that this team makes in terms of offensive skill player. And I'm not talking about Watson and Berrios. I'm talking about guys, plug-and-play starters, difference makers. Last year you saw Joe Mixon. You saw Stephon Diggs. They re-upped Dalton Schultz and brought him back. Like, you saw some guys that were damn sure starters, and we're talking about difference makers. I still don't feel like Christian Kirk is is the piece. Like that can't be the move offensively that you think is going to get you over the hump. Now, I just feel like maybe in the conversations that we've had about the Texans wide receiver room in general, be overshadowed, and maybe influenced my opinions on Christian Kirk a little bit too strongly. I just want to be loud and clear. When the Texans went and got Christian Kirk, I love the get. And I love the fact that the twitch, the change of direction, the explosion, the slot skill set is not just going to be a target and a pass catcher on this team. I think it's going to be a real answer for C.J. Stroud when he gets pressured, right? And I covered all of that. I feel like in our conversations, I've not leaned into what I do think Christian Kirk has the ability from the slot to make big plays as well. I do believe that. I think they need more. I think they need speed. I don't think the NFL, especially the top defenses in the NFL, are going to fear Christian Kirk, but I do believe that Christian Kirk is not just a slot receiver. That I guess that's really more of where I want to go with this. Like, he is a slot receiver with game-changing explosion and speed. I do think that he has the ability to change the game. I do believe he has big play ability.
He's not just a chain mover.
Yeah. A lot of times we talk about this Patriot-like system where they always had a true slot, and it's Wes Welker and it's Danny Amendola and none of the Julian Edelman, like none of those guys had the speed that Kirk has. Like in the moment. They may when they ran the 40. I'm talking about in the moment. Like I think Christian Kirk does have that next gear from the slot to really be a weapon that can make big plays. I don't think he has the speed that's going to strike fear into defensive coordinators like I'm talking about this team needing. I don't think he has enough speed. I don't think Nico Collins has enough speed to view this offense as a team that doesn't desperately need more speed. But I don't know. I just felt like when I heard D'Amico's comments, I was like, he's spot on right there. I've probably not given credence to all of what Christian Kirk is, and I wanted to clear that. Not backpedaling. Still need more.
And I do think he is better with more, like the stuff around him, right? I think he is better with a Nico on one side, and then if there is another, I think at least, and I think you agree. And you were talking about a speed threat on the other side of him. I think that's a big deal, especially if now you say defenses coordinators don't fear him. Depending on the matchups, if you have to allocate better resources to other players with speed or something, and you get in the right matchup, I have watched him multiple times make house calls.
Yeah, he made me righter than right. Now that's the deal. Like that's where I don't. Well, it's a mistake. I'm glad you brought that up though, Ron. Like that, I don't want to make like what we watched Christian Kirk do out here. What was the kid's name? Tyler Thomas. Like if some of the teams that the Texans play this year, if they trot Tavier Thomas out there in the slot, then damn it, Christian Kirk's gonna look like Usain Bolt running by him, right? I mean, like he did we saw here. That's gonna happen. Again, for me, when I'm looking at the Texans, I look at this offense right now and say, is this an offense that could be smothered by a top defense in the league? And the answer is absolutely. Right now, they need another piece.
Yeah,
they need another piece. They need another piece. They need speed desperately, and they need Nick Caley to be a game-changing creative coordinator. That's what they need. Yeah. And from a free agent draft acquisition perspective, they need speed, big time, big time. And I don't know. I just think in all of that, maybe I didn't sell Christian Kirk the way that I should have with the speed. I do think he's got game-changing ability. They just need more.
Yep. Before we get to 5 o'clock fire, little news here, college basketball. R.J. Lewis Jr., the Big East Player of the Year, first team All-American, second team All-American, excuse me. has entered the transfer portal. You may remember him because Rick Pitino. What did you say, Tyler? Rick Pitino. That's what Emo Udoka pulled a Rick Pitino last night.
With Jalen Green.
Is to R.J. Lewis Jr. and R.J. Lewis Jr. said, "To hell with that, I'm out."
Yep.
That's college sports now. I don't think, honest to God, I don't think R.J. Lewis had any thoughts of not playing at St. John's next year until that happened. I like.
Hopefully, he's made a trip to Arkansas.
He's going somewhere. That'd be a hell of a thing too if he
we
went
got
to
some
Calipari.
money.
If he went to Calipari. Tell you what, I know the people in Lawrence got a little cash too. But that is college sports right now. Tell me, boy, you piss these cats off, they are out of here. And I mean, and that's a huge get. Like, he's a game changer to a program that potentially he may be the best transfer portal right now, second team All-American out there. So, whew, boy, these coaches, them bad boys, they got to recruit their own guys every game out, and you got to be willing to play the game.
Yeah,
got to be willing to do the game, football and basketball especially. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for this Astros game as they look to try to get things even with the Giants. Also, looking at last night's tough game for the Rockets, as well as the NFL. The vote of the tush push went up today. We'll give you the latest on that. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, are you looking to build your dream home? Are you looking to build a custom home? And
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
A succulent Tuesday.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty, the show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire. And the Rockets, who are off tonight, they had a back-to-back, and they had I thought a big game for them. National TV game on TNT, but more importantly, they have had some struggles here of late over the last couple of months now of beating teams with winning records. They have done a great job of taking care of the teams that they are supposed to win. And listen, I don't want to poo-poo that because they're that are in this league that have struggled doing that. But ultimately, they are coming into yesterday's game 2-8 in their last 10 games against teams above 500. And with yesterday's loss to the Lakers, 104-98, they are now 2-11, or 2-9, excuse me, in their last 11 games against teams with winning records. If you missed it, this is how this puppy ended last night, courtesy of TNT, the great Kevin Harlan.
And good if it goes, it's over. The Lakers have won. And they go to 46-29. They've won 3 of 4.
All right, there it is. The Lakers win that game, and the Rockets take a tough one last night. I thought there was a lot of good things, Clint, that happened in this game for the Rockets, but ultimately couldn't win. And for me, that was a really, really tough loss, especially what a lot of their defense was able to do to the Lakers stars.
No, look, I think it was a tough loss for damn sure. You know, this I know a lot of folks don't want to take note of kind of what this team has really looked like versus down the stretch here versus teams that are over 500. You know, as compared to what they've been teams versus versus teams that are sub 500. That's becoming, with every loss to a team that is a better team in this league, bigger issue for the Rockets, right? This game in particular for me was very frustrating as a fan. I mean, and I don't even care how you got there, right? I mean, you can say Luka had a rough night, LeBron had a rough night, Austin Reeves, it's Austin, right?
Yeah, Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves had an off night, or you can say the defense was jam up good and gave him fits. Okay,
probably a little bit of both.
Either way you slice it, you got down to it, and against the Lakers, who again, I think they're going to be a much bigger problem come playoff time than most people think. I mean, you got those guys on the floor that can turn it up in the big moments. I mean, it's wow. But anyway, they are, you get down to it, and your defense, your culture, your physicality, all that stuff, the foundation you built, it did its job, right? You weren't playing your best basketball, but your identity got you to a spot where you were 3 points down with 2 minutes to go, and it was time to rock and roll. And to get there and then not have the ability as a fan to watch, or if you're Jalen Green, to have the opportunity to go in and capitalize and mature and develop in the moment, to not get that was extremely frustrating. I don't know why. I can't understand for the life of me why that would happen, because the guys that Ime Udoka chose to have on the floor, just in my opinion, it makes zero sense for them to be handling the ball as many times as they did at that moment in the game over Jalen Green. Like, it's really difficult to process what's there.
Yeah, I thought it was really disappointing. That part I know has bothered you. We've talked about that at moments throughout the show. The Jalen Green, that I don't care how you shape it. I don't care what he is. What he's done. He's not been great, I guess you want to say, at the end of games. Hell, nobody has, really. This team has still been in search of trying to find, who those guys are. And his play, especially of late, but I think throughout the year, is clearly warrants that he is on the floor the last 4 minutes of the game. He's your leading scorer in the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week. You can disagree with me on a lot of different things. I don't know where the argument comes there about, like, you weren't sitting over there thinking, yeah, this makes sense, him sitting on that bench. But it was disappointing to me because, as you kind of chronicled it, you know, LeBron has 16 points in this game and is inefficient for the most part. Austin Reeves, who's coming off of back-to-back 30-point games, he struggles. He scores 12, right? And Luka, the high point guy, 20, with those guys, missed a bunch of open threes, missed a bunch of shots. You held all of those guys to under 20 points. Damn it, you got to win that game. And listen, you can have your own opinion. For me, I have real concern about how they are going to fare in the playoffs because they have been struggling against late.
Oh, damn, so.
Right? Not all year. They had a great run, and they had that run where they had beaten OKC and Boston and Cleveland, the top 3 records in the sport. But here, since late February, it has been a struggle. I repeat, they have not beat a team, the Bucks, since February 25th, above 500. All right, we're in April. We're moving towards, right? They're looking at the Clippers or the Warriors or the Grizzlies, teams like that they may have to play in the first round. And they're going to have an opportunity to end the season. I believe like 5 of their last 6 games are against teams with winning records. But, man, that's got to pick up. And it may not be concerning to you, and you just say it's a regular season ball, but it's concerning to me that each time they play these teams that you know are going to turn it up, that you know understand where they're going late in games, and you don't. We've seen this repeatedly. We talked about this when we were at the Super Bowl when they lost a game to the Knicks because they were struggling at the end of the game, and the Knicks knew where they were going. We did this with multiple games down the stretch where they did it. There was a game against Memphis where they knew they were going to go. Like, you've lost it. They lost to Memphis without Ja. You've lost to the Nuggets without Jokic in this run. That, to me, is starting to become a real storyline with them. Yes, they have won 12 of 14 games. All 12 below 500. And the 2 games they've had, they've lost.
What kind of teams will be in the playoffs, Ron?
Teams that are above 500. Again, they did some really good things. Like, you got to love that they played at their pace. They forced that game and uglied that game up and played it at their pace. And they were physical and beat the Lakers up. Lucas said it after the game. It was a physical game. But they got to start winning these games. And 11 games in 2 months is not just some sort of a small thing to me.
Hughley has came in the game.
5 o'clock fire.
That gentleman there, man. I saw that cat with Hughley. Boy, I went down and I tried to figure out who the hell is this kid's parent? Who is this? Where is he from? All right, the Astros, they lose last night 7-2, but they get back at it tonight. And Hayden Wisniewski is getting the ball tonight for the first time. He is kind of the big thing to watch coming up tonight as the Astros. That and to see if they can start to score some runs. Now, it won't be easy. Logan Webb has been one of the best pitchers in the National League the last couple of years, but it's really the guy making his debut on the mound to see what he brings. He was included in the trade with Kyle Tucker. This is the first one to see of him tonight. But those are to me, are the big key things there is the runs and Wisniewski to see what he does in his first start. By the way, if you missed it, the lineup is out. Altuve's back in left field. Paredes out. Walk Diaz, Pena, Cam Smith back in the lineup. Rogers and McCormick. That's it tonight. But those, to me, are the big things to look for tonight as the Astros look to even this series.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, what's the new guy got on the bump, and then can they get these bats rolling and get some production and not require a quality start or a tremendous start by a starter to win a game. And you know, is beyond Altuve, all these numbers that are struggling. Is that just a slow start? Is it a small sample size? Don't worry about it. Or is this some kind of reaction to, as an organization, offensively, he's on record talking about, we got to be better. We got to see more pitches. Is this a negative reaction from a production standpoint to a different approach at the plate for the lineup? We'll see. I don't want to oversell it, but at this point, that's where my mind's at is, boy, if this goes on for an extended period of time, this may not be the right approach for the majority of these guys.
Yeah, we'll see. As a rose, again, as we talked about earlier, I'm not a major concern about this offense yet.
None yet.
Right?
None
we'll
yet.
see, because especially at the top, we get into a month and Jordan is fighting it like this because he was fighting it in spring training, then maybe something. But Christian Walker, another one, I think those guys have earned the right to, give him a little time, right? Hopefully all these jokers don't get into, Alex Bregman territory with the slow starts all at once, but should be pretty good. See if they get that. That's coming up a little bit later on. If the Astros get that dub, be listening to the guys Area 45. They will keep you updated and have a post-game show as well when that comes to an end.
We'll get all this little funk.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this, as we've talked about, D'Amico and company are down for the owners' meetings, and a lot of things are being talked about, especially rule changes. And there have been some rule changes, but the big one that people were looking at was the tush push. That's the big thing that was going to be talked about and voted on today, and it was. And Clint and Tyler, this is where they stand. The tush push ban voted has been tabled by the NFL owners for more discussion. The Green Bay Packers, who were the ones who brought this proposal forward, which earned the support of 16 NFL teams. 16 NFL teams, sources say, and tell ESPN, voted for the right to ban the tush push. The NFL bylaws require a minimum of 24 votes to approve a change. This topic is likely to be revisited when owners gather for their spring meetings in May in Eagan, in Minnesota. So it looks like it's on the table. 16 have voted against it. We all know that Sean McVay is one of the 16 for the Rams. He's been very open and honest about that thing being out. I would imagine, oddly enough, the way Sean McDermott has talked of the Bills, the 16 that voted against this. What is your gut feeling now? They're tabling this until May, it looks like. What's your gut feeling? They got 16. They need to get to 24. You think this thing gets banned?
No. I don't think it gets banned. I think not this year. I think at some point they come to the conclusion that, you can't, as to your point, you can't line up right behind the quarterback and you can't push him. But here's the deal, is the teams that are committed to it, they're going to find a way. If you can't push the ball carrier, they're going to line up behind the guard and they're going to push the guards. And it's I mean, everybody. What I would suggest, if I were a coach or I was an owner, like I would be asking my coaching staff, like, why are we not 93% on 3rd and 1? Why are we not practicing this? Why are we not doing this? If I was Nick Caley here in Houston, we'd be doing that. You got a big-bodied quarterback with a lower half that's quarter horse. I mean, you got a big body. You got that advantage. Use it. I mean, if it's that easy. Do what other teams are doing. Like, that's what I was gonna ask you next. Do you think we start to see more teams implement this? Because we've started to see teams not just use their quarterbacks to do it. Baltimore has really picked it up, and they're using Mark Andrews to do it. And I'm wondering if we start to see teams do that. Because I think that's when it happens. If we start to see 16, 17 teams have success with it, then maybe they might. Right. Yeah, I mean, look, there's one team that's really, really good at it, and there's another team in Buffalo, right? But the reality, to your point, of getting other players, like the Tyler Warren kid out of Penn State, whoever drafts him early, they would be crazy to not do it. He was a quarterback up until college. Like, he's taking snaps for an extended period of time in his career.
The Chiefs don't do it with Kelsey.
Yeah.
He was a quarterback all the way in high school, did some a little bit at Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, it's if instead of trying to rule it out, man, won't you just take advantage of it again? It's a 93% success rate is what I believe the Eagles had with it, or maybe that was league wide. I don't remember, but I mean it's hell, if you can't beat them, join them, man.
Yeah. Kick Rock says, I can't wait for the fake tush push. They have done wrinkles. Eagles have. They don't need to. It damn near works every time, but they have thrown off of it. They have done a pitch. I've seen kids in teams in college do it. West Virginia, I distinctly remember pitching out and getting a long run off of that thing. I do want to add this in, and I'm sorry about this, Tyler. Buzz Williams. He has been hired at Maryland. He is leaving Texas A&M. He has been hired at Maryland to become the head coach of the Terrapins after their coach left to go to Villanova. I'll be honest, I'm not shocked here.
Me either.
But I'm a bit surprised because I feel like A&M, and I know we joke a lot, but I do feel like A&M could match any kind of financial thing with this. Although I don't know, maybe they don't. Maybe they have a cap. There's a cap there. Maybe Maryland beats them out on that. And Maryland does have more tradition than A&M in basketball, but like Maryland's not a blue blood. I mean, they've had the years, obviously, the late Len Bias and Lefty Drizel in those years, and obviously Gary Williams, the latest, when they broke my damn heart and won a national championship.
Yeah, man, you okay?
Yeah, I went back to
you're all right.
Juan Dixon,
I'm here for you if you need
Steve
to talk.
Blake. Just
well, this isn't
just ripped my heart out. But I am a bit surprised that Buzz Williams, who is from Texas, his wife is from Texas, would bounce to Maryland.
Yeah,
I could see him going to a blue blood, a real blue blood, and maybe he sees that maybe Maryland looks. I'm a bit surprised that it was Maryland that he did for.
Don't let the door hit you, Buzzy boy.
Where the good Lord split you.
You need to take Jack Easterby and get the hell out of Aggieland, my friend. Thank you for your service.
Great point.
Jack.
Should have known from the get-go that wasn't the coach I wanted for my basketball team, man. Being friends with that slime ball known as Jack Easterby.
You didn't know you didn't want him until just this very moment when he took the job at Maryland. You were still.
No, I think it was whenever he failed to get us to the Sweet 16.
That's what it was.
Pretty recent.
All right, coming up, Brandon Scott, boy, he had some stuff to say. He had some stuff to say and made a proclamation that you don't want to miss. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Living with chronic joint pain is an absolute bear, man. Nothing feels good. And you can forget.
its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott was in the building earlier today. You know Brandon Scott. You'll hear from him tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 610 on The Drive. A little Rockets report coming up tomorrow at 4:40, so stay tuned for that. But he was in today for Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast, and I'm taking the kids to work or taking the kids to school, and I'm listening to the conversation that they're having about the starting offensive line. And he made this statement of what he believes will be, and I don't think he believes this is the best action to take. I just think this is how he believes it will go. But he made this statement about how he sees the starting five looking like for the offensive line. Listen up and let me know when you hear this if you agree with B. Scott on this.
They'll almost definitely draft an offensive lineman at some point in the draft.
Sure,
almost definitely.
For sure.
But in terms of the 5 starters, week one, I think that they are on the team now.
Okay.
We know their names. We just don't necessarily know the lineup per se because they got a couple of guys that can play a couple of different positions.
Right there. In the space where he said he believes the starting 5 of the offensive line, they're all here right now. They're all here on the roster. We know they've made a lot of moves. They've had some guys come in. They've had some guys come out. But he believes the starting 5 is here already on the roster when it comes to the offensive line. And before you speak, his prediction was Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Juice Scruggs at center, Ed Ingram, who they brought in at right guard, and then he believes Titus Howard stays at right tackle. I believe he said Titus Howard at guard just seems silly. But he believes at right tackle. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube, and Twitch, do you agree with that assessment? Do you agree that the starting 5 is already here for the Texans?
God, I hope not. Man, I hope not. Look, B. Scott may very well be right. I don't think this is far-fetched. I don't think it's crazy. Look, I don't think it's crazy for him to think that based on who we're talking about. We're talking about the Houston Texans, right? I think it's very possible that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans think that they've somehow improved this offensive line as a whole. But God, I hope not. I hope. I mean, what they have done is, I look at Ed Ingram. I think that's really good depth. I think that's a guy that could push, which I might disagree. Like I think Juice Scruggs, where I would be most comfortable right now placing Juice Scruggs is at guard. If you can't communicate an offense, if communication is a problem, and if you're not plugged right back in over Jarrett Patterson, when you got healthy late in the season, to me, you got to communicate. It's bigger than just a talent issue. There's a communication issue.
Don't you think they really want him to be a center? They moved up in the draft to go get him in the second round.
Yeah, I think they would probably prefer him to be a center, but when you right now, I think I think he's built like a guard. I think he is one of your better guard options right now. And I think when you look at again the quote unquote give me my best 5 offensive linemen out there, I think Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at guard is your best option right now. Is your best combination right now. So. Yeah, I just because if I were going to say they were here now, I love the Titus Howard at tackle, but I would go Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and Laken Tomlinson as my guard center guard there. So I would look at it totally different. But I hope not. I hope I'm still holding out that we bring in a David Andrews, that we bring in an experienced center that we know communication is not going to be a problem, and. That gives you a huge leg up. Something that simple would be unbelievably important to this offensive line being better. Like right now, you got a potential, right?
And again, I also, and I think Brandon kind of thinks this too. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think Brandon kind of thinks this too. I think they believe a lot of the communication issues might have come from the tyrant.
Sure, and very well could.
That is Bobby Slowick.
As it appears that they are blaming a ton of it on either Bobby Slowick or Laramie Tunsil, if this is what they're going to roll with.
You can trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
Straight up, Hal.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope that B. Scott is wrong. I hope that there's an early first or second round draft pick in there that's a plug and play at guard or center. I hope there is a veteran that's still out there that they because I disagree that I think there are a couple of veterans out there that could really move the needle for me on this offensive line. Like I think there's one of 3 or 4 veterans out there and a first or second round draft pick that could really move the needle for me on this offensive line. Because I love what D'Amico's done. I love what D'Amico has done in terms of reshaping it. Like I've said it from jump. Like there's nothing that could happen this year that would make me come back and go, boy, you guys are idiots for getting rid of Laramie Tunsil. I think that had to happen. That was a no-brainer. So I commend them on that. The more physicality, right? The better chemistry. The one voice, all of it tremendously important. The effort of bringing in proven players that you know aren't going to let you down based on what they've done and what they're capable of doing, that's the part that sticks out to me. I got to believe they're not through moving and shaking. And when I say moving and shaking, I'm talking proven players and draft picks.
Yeah. Coming through Kick Rocks, I disagree with B. Scott. Disagree with B. Scott and agree with Clint. What a weird day is what he said. Rob Torres said that he agrees with B. Scott. Who else is out there? Clint talked about Andrews.
Scherf.
And rookie and the draft.
Dalton Reisner's out there, I believe, still. Yep. First and second round pick is out there. What do we got? They got two twos this year?
I think that is right.
They get one of the twos in the Laramie Tunsil move, right? It's a late 2 from Washington.
Is that this year or next?
I think it was both. There was 2 twos, right?
Was it? Oh, I thought he got 1 2 in that deal. Anyway, we'll check on that. We know they at least have 1. And I think they have an extra pick somewhere in there. But anyway, more from the text line. Titus will be a guard and backup tackle if he is, or he'll be traded. I think the Texans draft a guard that will start, but the rest is probably on the roster.
You're right. By the way, you're right with that Tunsil. It's a 2025 third and 7th and a 2026 second and 4th. So it's a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and a 7th busted up in 2 years. My bad.
That's my thing is if the 5 is here and I'm with you, it just can't be the case. Just can't be the case. Now, guard in the 4th round, 3rd round, I'm looking at that person as somebody is stepping right in.
That's Braxton Berrios and Watson.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that person to come right in, but I don't know, man. Especially when I'm looking what he put in, I do think if the starting 5 is here, I think that means that Titus Howard is a guard. I think that means Titus is a guard and Blake Fisher or Trent Brown, probably Blake Fisher, are in the starting lineup as opposite of Cam Robinson. But it will literally be all right. Wait and see. We'll see if they're right. And how they're handling protecting their biggest asset, because that's what it's all about, is what happens and goes on with the protection of C.J. Stroud, so they avoid what they had last year. But boy, I sure hope not. I sure hope. For me, I hope Nick and them get aggressive and say there's a guard there that we want to take, or a center there that we want to take, or something. And we're going to go get it.
Well, maybe we can talk about it tomorrow, but there was a spot in D'Amico's comments from the owners' meeting that sure enough made me – it got me excited, because he said what I thought he was talking about was you never know what we're going to do in the draft given what the pieces that we got. Like they've got some draft picks that they got from the Laramie Tunsil trade. They've got some picks that they could bounce around and move up in the draft and get better players. And D'Amico Ryans also said this draft is loaded, and so they clearly feel like they've got the ammunition really dial in on a couple of guys that they want instead of that whole take the best available. Like it sounded like there's a real opportunity for them to use their draft capital and position themselves to get it precisely who they want. I hope that's the case.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we're going to win you a little cash tonight, hopefully, from T-Mill, who split right down the middle of his 4 bets yesterday. He's got some more baseball in there for you tonight. So we'll win some money with T-Mill. Best bets coming up. And I'm telling you, Houston, some things can be frustrating here, but, boy, you better thank goodness for Cal McNair. Cal and Hannah McNair, boy, you're in a good spot when you compare it to other folks. We'll discuss what that means coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you need to breathe a little life into your home,
SportsRadio.com/joy for your free online visit.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling. Remember, and we'll be telling you about this the Friday. It's back. We're starting our crawfish circuit, baby. Brought to you by our great friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Cold drinks, great conversation, and mud bugs. You don't want to miss it. The first stop is this Friday from 2 to 6 at the Boot. The Boot in the Heights. This Friday coming up. Get some good crawfish. Have a good time there. You can come out and hang out with us as we have a good time. Our little crawfish circuit is starting up. We'll be doing this on Fridays. You can come out and have a good time and hang out with us. Coming up here in just a bit, we will get you T-Mill's best bets. 2 out of 3 hit. I'm telling you, when I saw the Tigers put up 4 in that first inning and they still had runners on, I said, oh, Tyler might make out. That was the one I was concerned about there. I feel like Tyler's going to keep betting on the Astros offense until they come out of it. I believe Tyler's going to keep. We'll see what his best bets are.
That 3.5 does turn me on.
I know it does, but they because I feel like Tyler's in the they're due to come out of this thing. They're due to come out of this thing, and we'll see. But best bets coming up a little bit behind us. Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that as the general manager, Nick Caserio, who will be live Thursday morning right here on SportsRadio. Payne and Pendergast. Heard that this morning. Nick Caserio will be live with them. He will be live right after us with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris at the NFL's annual meetings. It'll happen right at 6 o'clock. So stay tuned for that as they come up behind us. And then, live and local till 11 o'clock, Area 45. Sean Bijani, I see him stomping the hallways here as he's ready to go. Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago coming up behind us.
Go Cougs!
There you go, man. Good for him. Coming up as we roll through. All right, before we get to best bets and Tyler's winning you some money, I said this, man. We better be thankful for the McNairs, man. Cal and Hannah, how they rock and roll with this thing.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Not a damn chance, Hannah. And you know it. Excuse me.
Hold on, show.
That doesn't count either. All right? Get on in here.
Cal ain't going to sit around and listen to you raise your voice and handle like that.
It was equal raise to both of them. Sorry for any disrespect, Cal. But Jerry Jones, I mean, he is trying. I mean, I just, it feels like, man, this thing, I wonder if Stephen Jones is behind this or what. Like, they're going to need a Vince McMahon takeover. Like, they're going to need their Triple H with the Cowboys or something to take over this thing. Because this is a report. Cowboys owner, let's make sure it's known, Jerry Jones says he has come to an agreement with Micah Parsons on big aspects of his contract extension. Quote, term, guarantees, money, all of those things we have had a meeting of the minds on. This is where it gets fun. Agent David Mulugeta, and we all know a lot about David Mulugeta, has not yet been involved in the nitty-gritty talks. Jerry says, I'm the one who has to sign the check, and Micah is the one who has to agree to it. Later, he says he doesn't even know Parsons' agent's name. All right. And on why wait any longer to get it done, Jerry says he likes to get the full scope. What could that be? Potentially waiting to see what kind of leadership presence he brings this offseason. Quote, Jerry says, I'd rather pay more and get it right than pay less and get it wrong.
Wait a minute. I missed.
What's your point?
I'm gonna. I guess we can talk about how crazy this is. Doesn't surprise anybody. I missed where Jerry said, "Let's see what kind of leadership he brings this off."
Well, Jerry didn't really say this. This was the person who wrote the story saying perhaps this is what he said. Perhaps on why he's waiting. He wants to get the full scope. Potentially waiting to see what kind of leadership he brings to the offseason. Now, the reporter. This could be an educated to that, but this is wild to me, man. Now you don't know David Mulligetta's name, the hottest agent,
the hottest agent in the game.
The guy that got that for Deshaun and for help for everybody else. You don't know who David Mulligetta is? That's where you are. Never even met him. We've got down. Hold on. We've got down to the terms, guarantees, and money. You've been doing all of that with Micah. By the way, Micah came out and said, no, nothing gets done without David Mulligetta. Nobody disrespects David Mulligetta. This deal won't get done without him. Well, he is trying to make this thing silly. Trying to make this. What do you mean I'd rather pay more than get it right? What, you ain't going to re-sign Micah?
There ain't no telling what Jerry's going to do. I mean, we know he'll wait till the last minute and spend several million more than he
keeps doing that. Yeah, with Dak twice, CD. But you know you're signing Micah Parsons. What are you talking about? And why would you send shots out there? I know he's getting older, but he ain't silly. Knowing, you know by saying I don't know who Micah Parsons' agent is. You know how disrespectful that is. I don't even know his name. You ain't got David Mulligetta.
Jerry may be losing it, man.
Listen. They are they are desperate in needing somebody else to make more of the decisions right now.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
It's not even just the decisions, man. It's just like this stuff like this.
Yeah. Jerry will let the actual decision making go before he lets the community being the face of the organization go.
Yeah. Well, at least one
Jerry's going to be the TV radio star. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, but God, man, quit putting us in a bad spot, man. What do you think David Mulligetta's thinking right now?
I don't think he gets 2 rips.
Nah, as long as he gets that cash, huh?
David don't care. David would probably just assume Micah Parsons shut the hell up.
Oh, just let Jerry keep.
Yeah, don't let Jerry keep doing that, man. We all know what's going down. We all know how it is, man.
Let it be longer, huh?
Like I'm gonna tell you, Mulligetta's one that don't. My man is. Obviously, right now everybody knows that he's the sharpest in the agent game right now. But he just doesn't strike me as one that gets too worked up about owners popping off here, coaches popping off there. He's gonna get his players theirs, no doubt.
It's just so disrespectful. We worked out a lot of the major stuff on the deal, but hell, I don't even know it's like
Micah came out and said, "No, let me clear the air. No, we ain't done nothing in person."
It's ridiculous.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
All right, Tyler, win these folks some money here. Let's get back on it here. Split it at 50% right now. Let's see what Tuesday brings.
Yeah, the damn hometown squad let us down last night. The other 2 bets hit, but not a bad start. We'll build on that.
With his heart.
But when we don't get a conclusion on best bets we want, scared money don't make money. So I'm bumping it up to 5 bets today, Clint.
For sure.
All right, bub. Let's see what you got.
Sounds right.
5 baseball wagers for you, and some of these are going to get started. Pay attention and get on it quick. First, I got Nationals Blue Jays under 8.5.
Nationals Blue Jays.
One on and under 8.5 yesterday, by the way.
There you go. My man right here. Nationals Blue Jays makes it.
Baseball's money-making season for me, man.